these young talents can do on the best bikes in the world. Seems as though a short list of the riders, one of the key names linked. Senna Aegis, the young Australian, obviously 2 victories this year, and of course the man leading the Moto2 World Championship at the moment. A lot of people are asking, what more does Manu Gonzalez have to do to earn a spot in MotoGP? What do you make of his performances so far, and why he haven't been awarded with that seat in MotoGP yet?
I don't know why it hasn't been asking myself, why it hasn't been awarded, but obviously he's a long time in Moto2, and you know, he's eager to get to MotoGP, but why has he not got there? I don't really know, and that's why I wait a little bit. What is there which I don't understand? And for me, this is all new, you know, so I don't want to jump to something without understanding it. Just saying, oh, this guy's got perfect results. Nobody has spotted that. No, people have spotted it. I'm not the brightest guy here, you know. So just to make sure that we take the right decision and to find out a little bit more. Also, I always want the riders to be part of the team, not just the rider. I want to be the rider needs to be part of the team, and his personality is very important. And I want to speak to this team and to see how I see them fitting into the team. And as I said, I'm not in a hurry, so I will be out of them decide.
So we'll keep a close eye on the coming weeks. Looks as though it's going to be an interesting fight to try and get a Tech2 spot next year. Thanks, Luke. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Tech3 boss Gunther Stein. Watch this space. Clearly, that is the message from the French space team. As Jack mentioned, putting the questions there to Gunther. The media certainly are running with the rumour of Senna Aegis and Manu Gonzalez, current Dynavolt teammates in the Moto2 World Championship, strongly linked with the Tech3 scene next year. The experienced rider they may be turning towards if Maverick Vinales can't convince them. But he's their man in 2027. Luca Guini's name has cropped up in conversation around Tech3 KTM. Well, we've seen him reverse the long lap on many occasions so far this weekend, haven't we? Jorge Martin, his last trip through as he tries to negotiate the long lap without going on the green. Well, he made a bit of a meal of it, Lewis.
Yeah, I don't know whether he was in any way distracted by Marco Bezzecchi, who was just inside the long lap penalty, but I think he can quite use that as an excuse. You still be entertaining footage of Jorge Martin picture-in-picture watching the replay, and there was a bit of a race in the eye, a grimace and a laugh from Jorge Martin. Of course, it's crucial to his race tomorrow afternoon to lose as little time as possible through that long lap penalty lane. And of course, he's in some respects riding a different long lap penalty route than he did yesterday. And now when he's been instructed and informed that he cannot go onto the green on the outside of that long lap loop, he went beyond the green and onto the gravel track this time, and was actually quite lucky he didn't drop the bike altogether.
Well, despite his dose of appendicitis, he's certainly not slowing down Ralph Fernandez right now, is it? Fernandez is flying once again, a 152.931. He's coming at the top of this FP2 section. His closest rival is Marc Marquez. Marc on the other line this morning into the 152s. Aldeguer still third, Acosta is fourth. Ayagur, the quickest on Friday on screens right now, is fifth fastest. John Mears having a pretty strong weekend, directly through the Q2 yesterday in seventh. He's sixth this morning, although there was another tip-off at turn 7 towards the back end of that practice session for Joan Mir. His best fly, though, his best start to a Grand Prix weekend since the Malaysian Grand Prix on our flyway tour in Sepang last November. So it's been a while since we've seen Mir out of the gate so quickly.
I've seen some standout qualifying performances from Mir though so far this season, so don't rule him out. Potentially a bit of a dark horse in Q2 to come, which is, as always, very heavily populated by Aprilias and Ducatis. But we do have 2 Hondas and 1 KTM already automatically through to qualifying 2. Mir, Moreira, and of course the KTM of Acosta, who was 6th yesterday. Here he is.
Well, we know Fermin Aldeguer only got the latest spec 2026 factory Ducati chassis given to him for some strong performances last time out in Balaton. Seems like him and his crew chief Frankie Carcetti have got that new frame in. Got holding pretty quickly already here in Renault. The ticketers for him, Martin heads out on circuit. Sure, at some point in the last stage of this practice session he'll be back in the long lap penalty loop once again. He's running this morning 11th, yesterday 11th. FP2 is already on 153.603, his best work so far. The spots for the teammate Bez.
He's been through that long lap so many times this weekend, you almost wonder whether he knows the conventional route through turn 7, which of course we've already seen with Marc Marquez and Joan Mir go down at so far this weekend. Tricky little corner that through turn 7, the first of those consecutive left-handers that take you through the stadium section.
Yeah, turn 7 was where we saw Marc Marquez crash yesterday. We saw Dragomir on the floor there as well. Something I probably don't want us to be catching an eye of in the Ferrari factory garage. There's some adjustments go on to the factory machine of Marco Bezzecchi. Second ticklish yesterday, looking really strong, particularly in the afternoon section. Was Bez. Awesome 151.826 from him. Later on, saw him sail through into Q2 with no dramas. First time Bez actually finished a Friday inside the top 3 since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Sometimes he's a bit of a slow burner on Fridays. The most important thing is he's a rider with his crew that gets faster and faster and faster as the weekend wears on, particularly on Sundays. Still not able to find a gold medal around his neck in a sprint so far this season. In fact, there's only been 2 bronze medals for Bez on Saturday afternoons. They came in Le Mans and most recently last time out at Balaton Park. That's a tale he's going to have to up, Lewis, isn't it? Because we know how strong Jorge Martinez chief championship rider at the moment is. Jorge really does make hay on Saturday afternoons.
And if we're being honest, Marco Bezzecchi hasn't really looked like winning any of them since the first sprint of the season in Buriram when he was leading ahead of Marc Marquez and crashed on the second lap. It's really an area of the weekend where he's not as strong, not only as his teammate, but just not as strong in general as he is on Sundays. So it's something that Bezzecchi's going to have to step up to. Have seen World Championships already, as his teammate Jorge Martin will know very well from 2024. Championships decided with the weight of sprint points counting very heavily in the favour of the eventual champion. So Bezzecchi was crucial to that. Will be qualifying on the front with the Prix later on. He's only had 1 front row in the last 3 Grand Prix. That's the pole in Mugello, which he ended up converting into a 4 in the sprint. And you just know that Jorge Martin will be targeting the sprint heavily. Here he is on the 89 course, penalty free for the sprint this afternoon. So that is his big opportunity to take some points out of Bezzecchi and potentially mitigate the points that he's going to lose tomorrow.
Bez is still a bit bashed around though after that first corner incident in Balaton, and including the muscle cut in the right leg. He's got a bit of damage to his right foot and his right ankle as well. Yesterday here in FP1 was the first time he's been able to pull his leg over any kind of motorcycle in any shape or form since that bruising Balaton encounter. Not able to ride on his training bikes back at home at the VR46 ranch in Tabulia. That's why Martin back out on the circuit. We'll get down the hill and now it's a long road. Bringing a drop down, heavy braking zone into the Schwartz corner. Turn 10, just about the lowest point of this Brno circuit, and then you just start climbing. It feels like you're trying to ascend Mount Everest from this point onwards. This is where you need some serious grunt as he flicks it now through the right-hander at 12 and starts to rise up Horsepower Hill. This was where yesterday charging a little bit hot and then trying to use the lean angle, use his body to get that Aprilia turn, spinning the rear tyre as well. 313, it was just a jaw-dropping, mesmerising shot of Jorge pretty much with his shoulder down going through that second to last corner. It is so spectacular, so awesome to watch, isn't it? All action. I love watching, I have to say. It's brilliant. Look at this elbow down through the first corner. Spectacular.
This is Martin through turns 3 and 4. It's a beautiful style to watch. He's not doing that for entertainment purposes. He's certainly doing it because it's the fastest way of manoeuvring that Aprilia around the sweeping corners. All for no. Of course, it was a year ago here when he made that emotional return from the rib injuries that he suffered in Qatar. So this place, I guess, will have a bit of a sentimental sort of significance for Jorge Martin when he came across the line at the end of the checkered flag in 7th place and was in tears in the Aprilia box. How far he's come in the shape of less than 12 months in his journey with Aprilia.
It was his first Grand Prix finish here last year in nigh on 250 days since he won the World Championship in the dramatic final Grand Prix of 2024 at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. There's a little action of Aprilia star this time around. It's Bezzecchi who goes to turn 7. At the moment, Bez down in 13th place. He's got some fresh rubber underneath him. You can see a brand new medium front, brand new soft rear tyre. That's a tactic of bringing up to work as well by his Aprilia stablemate Martin. And this should be putting Bez into the top 10. speaking of walking room, it feels like there are a lot of them on this grid at the moment. Brad Binder referencing yesterday, the South African 2020 Czech Grand Prix winner, 14th he is this morning on the factory KTM, straight after the recent Hungarian Grand Prix. He was in the surgery life as well for some arm pump surgery. So Binder still not exactly on his A game fitness-wise. Martin does improve on that new software tyre up to P7.
He was 19th at the end of practice yesterday, goes through qualifying 1 for the 7th time this season. Later on, KTM will surely fancy their chances of getting at least one more rider into Q2 alongside Pedro Acosta. He climbs 8 places down to a low 53 now. 53.293 puts him into 5th, so it's pretty a fastest from Ducati and Ducati 2nd and 3rd. Acosta's KTM is now 4th. We've got another pair of Aprilia, Vansecchi and Aprilia 5th and 6th.
Not seen too much of the champ, have we, so far today? Marc Marquez, but he's been doing some sterling and impressive work off camera because he delivered a 152.974, which still has him sitting in 2nd place behind Ralph Fernandez. Joan Mir's impressive weekend continues. You can see he's just moved up into 4th place. He's on a first medium combination. 53.190 from Mir. Second off the best time he managed yesterday. Riders in the 51s. We've not seen any rider in Grand Prix history here. But no, in the 51s. 5 of them managed it yesterday, including the number 79 of Ayagura.
It would be interesting to see if anyone goes to the medium combination in the sprint later on. Generally in the sprint, it's the software tyre that is favoured. I imagine that will be the favoured pick, but we are expecting punishing Penrith later on. When we go for the sprint at 3 p.m. local time later on, we're expecting air temperatures of over 33 degrees and track temperature in the mid-50s, and even over 10 laps that will have an effect.
Just stayed right there briefly as Ayagura went through that beautiful single shift gearbox on the Aprilia RSGP. From New Delhi has just got up into 8th place. Of course, was it to Bono since he was in the box here back in 2020. As he found some cures to the chronic lack of grip that's dogged him throughout the season. Of course, he's on the hand-me-down Ducati GP25. Well, Frankie, Clayton has just muscled that bike around to 53.395. Pedro Acosta threatening a move high up the order in the 6th place he currently occupies, as you can see, and he does right on cue, move up 3 spots into the top 3.
Goes to incidentally on his medium brand new tyres. We now do get a look at the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez, here on 4 previous occasions. Last of those, of course, coming when he did the double here last year. It's the right-handers where he's perhaps going to be a little bit concerned about having the strength in his shoulder, and to use his own words yesterday, it's the left-handers where perhaps he might relax a little bit and save some energy, the energy that he's going to need if he's going to challenge for a 4th sprint win of the season later on.
Yeah, Peloton was Mark's 12th double win in the sprint and Grand Prix era, his 9th treble, a clean sweep of pole position, sprint win and Grand Prix success. Who knows, this is going to be a much tougher prospect with a lot harder work if he is going to find another double victory here in Brno to back up his brilliance at this Grand Prix of Czechia last July. He's on a really good lap at the moment with Mark, as you can see. His name on the middle of the bottom of the picture. And Guru once again, this should be top 3, maybe top 4 then for the Japanese rider. The 53th lap as well.
We briefly rode on board there with Marc Marquez. The world champion shows us how to climb the horse Power Hill, the 93. Just to put toes there as you now approach the braking zone for turn 13. Flattens out, of course, famously in the past. We've seen Marc Marquez demonstrate how good he is through here on slicks on a wet track when he took pole here back in, was it 2019? He's not going to have that challenge facing him today as he takes top spot now on a 52.8.
This is on warm rubber. This is on old tyres for Mark. This looks really, really good, doesn't it? I saw the number 93 after looking at that pole position. I was commentating on that with our good friend Steve Day, and it was just unreal to watch. I remember what made it more special was Daniel Petrucci after that session. I said, I don't understand it because for everybody else the track was wet, but it just looked like he was riding it in the drive, and it was, I mean, he has delivered so many incredible pole laps in his career. One of his 76 MotoGP pole positions, and that was right up there with the very, very best. As you can see, Ralph Fernandez, well, all the Aprilias here late on, Ralph Fernandez, Ogura, Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin, they've all gone for fresh rubber at the end of the session, and this is going to elevate Ralph Fernandez back into P1 surely, because look at this, he absolutely destroyed the first three sectors. Maverick Vinales, who's so much the focus of attention right now in terms of next year's rider market, fresh rubbers catapulted Top Gun up into the top two with a 152.915.
We have seen this year Ralph Fernandez at times struggle to truly exploit the software tyre and for it to feel natural in qualifying trim, so perhaps this is just to get his eye in ahead of qualifying too, and he's done it to some tune. A 152.050, what was a very close field with around 7 tenths coming in the top 20. Ralph Fernandez now has 8 tenths on the lot of them.
And here is Bez. This could be maybe a high 51. Everyone is going to come right now. Just a bit of time in that final sector, giving Marco Bezzecchi. This looks really good as far as Marc Marquez goes. He has been brilliant so far this morning. High 152s on tyres that are now 11 laps old. For Marc Marquez, he has done sprint distance on that medium front soft rear tyre this morning, and he's doing 52.8 late on. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be an interesting factor to see where he can qualify in this upcoming session. Surely he's going to be a contender for the front row of the grid. Of course, it's been notable since we came here once again last year after a 5-year absence, how grippy this circuit is, which does, of course, in some way eat up the tyres, but of course, if it's so grippy, you're not going to be sliding as much around these sweeping corners of Brno, which is where the edge of the tyre really does get worn out, and potentially you are going to fall off the grip of performance late in the sprint. So if Marc Marquez is able to do those kind of lap times 11 laps in, surely he'll be going for the soft rear tyre later.
Yeah, the 2022 running of the Grand Prix of Czechia was a mixture of a motocross track and ice speedway. There was no grip, it was bumpy as hell, but they, to be fair to them, did a phenomenal job of the resurface here to bring MotoGP back successfully here in 2025. A crowd over 90,000 fans, and there's a bit of dirt being kicked up outside of our comfort window, so somebody's just doing a little bit of off-roading as they ran off the edge of the circuit out of the final corner. Poetry in motion this morning. Ralph Fernandez, what a weekend trackhouse of Prix are currently having. Ogura fastest on Friday, and Ralph Fernandez is going to be fastest on Saturday morning. That's the boost for the Spanish rider, who has been under the weather with that bout of appendicitis. While Ralph put himself in P1.
Never had a MotoGP pole position as Ralph Fernandez. 86 attempts at doing it. Could today be the day? Certainly the Aprilia quartet all look like they could have a major role to say. Of course, Martin's got to get through Q1 first, and with the Piaggio Group CEO looking on, it'll be a good weekend for the Aprilias too. Not only perform well, but perhaps stay out of each other's way.
Good to see Michele Colonino back in the paddock, keeping a very close eye on the Aprilia quartet as Marco Bezzecchi then gets ready for the back start alongside him. Marc Marquez actually won 2 in the Czech Grand Prix here last July on screens. That was just another blistering launch by Marco Bezzecchi's factory Aprilia. They're going to have to be going some to get ahead of an Aprilia if they're on the front row on that run down to the first corner. A relatively short run down to turn 1 here in Brno.
That's the thing, isn't it? It pretty much gains them a role on the grid when they start as quickly as that. Wherever they qualify from, they generally move up a couple of places off the line. And it made such a difference to Marco Bezzecchi's sprint in Hungary, where he got himself that crucial track position that he could defend through the rest of the sprint. And of course, we've seen on Sundays, generally, with the exception of Le Mans, when Bezzecchi hits the front, he stays there. So if he can get the launch and get the whole shot of the start of the Grand Prix tomorrow, he'll take some shifting. He
absolutely nailed that one as well, didn't he? There he is, Vinales just braking hard in the run down response corner just to make sure that the rear arrive device and all device are fully disengaged. Bagnaia was just at the top of the pitch there as well. He had a very low-key start to Sprint Saturday. The double world champion down in 16th place, mid-53s his best work. Maverick Vinales, though, the third quickest with a 152.9. That best lap, though, was coming on very fresh rubber, as you saw there. Just 2 laps on the medium front, 2 laps on the soft rear. But he's making it hard for that one on screens. Gunther Steiner to say no in the race for a contract in KTM's Tech 3 project next year.
It's clear that Gunther wants to go for a blend of youth and experience next season with his Tech 3 MotoGP squad. And Maverick Vinales certainly does not lack experience. Well, he's set to make his 200th MotoGP start tomorrow afternoon.
Shoulder injury, left shoulder injury, where he suffered in that wet Q2 session of Saxon almost a year ago. Still bothering him. He said yesterday, finding the right hander, that's where he can make up some time, but still suffering with a little bit of a lack of strength, a lack of ability in the left shoulder as he tries to tackle the 6 left-handers around this Brno circuit. But that will be a boost to his morale, a boost to his confidence. At third quickest, Vinales was 12th yesterday, 300 per second away from getting himself inside that top 10, so it was mighty close as always. The rider did just creep into the top 10, and that was a big relief for Ralph Fernandez, because how important could that be for his podium prospects? He'll certainly capitalise on that with a brilliant performance this morning in FP2. Bit of a dress rehearsal for the upcoming Q2 as all 4 Aprilias went on a fresh soft rear tyre at the end of that FP2 session. Of course, all that quartet, Jorge Martin, the only one of that quartet will be in Q1. Back to Martin. Ralph Fernandez, appendicitis or not, quickest in FP2.
By some margin as well, 8/10 of a second. Ralph Fernandez had in his pocket over the world champion Marc Marquez, whose pace on a used software tyre at the end will certainly catch the eye. Maverick Vinales third from Fermin Aldeguer, and yesterday's pace setter Ayagura Acosta, 6th for the KTM factory squad. Dichia, Bezzecchi, Moreira and Mir Capone in the top 10. Quattararo first for the Yamahas in 11th. He's in Q1 shortly ahead of Morbidelli, Marini, Martin, who had his adventures trying to perfect the long lap loop. Alex Marquez 15th ahead of Bagnaia, Toprak, Bastianini, Binder, Villa, Rins and Cal Crutchlow 22nd.
So Ralph Fernandez super fast in FP2 here this morning. Up next, qualifying in Brno. Welcome back to the lush green woodland on the outskirts of Czechia's second city in Brno. Nestled right to the heart of those spectacular forests, is one of the most spectacular tracks on the Grand Prix calendar. We came back to Brno in 2025. Always fantastic to come racing in this part of the world. Those grass banks will be buzzing later on this afternoon for the 10-lap TISO sprint. And the main Grand Prix here tomorrow, the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. It is round 9 of 22 in this year's World Championship battle. 20 points, splitting factory Aprilia stars Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin going into the 10-lap sprint at 3 p.m. local time this afternoon. Aprilia have had an exceptional weekend so far here in Brno. Ayagura quickest on Friday for the Trackhouse squad yesterday with a record-busting 151.735. And in FP2 this morning is his teammate Ralph Fernandez, who stole the show. Fernandez quickest with a 152.050. Both of those two then coming up in Q2 a little bit later on this morning. In Q1, it is Jorge Martin. He's sitting on the big hitters in this session. Maverick Vinales, who just finished FP2 inside the top 3. Luca Marini, Fabio Quattararo, Alex Marquez on his return. First return for Alex since his scary Barcelona crash. Enea Bastianini, sprint podium here last year in the night for the Italian. Morbidelli, Miller, Binder, Rins, Vaz Gaglioglu and John Zarco's injury replacement. Cal Crutchlow, all coming up in this opening 15-minute Q1 session. And then it'll be the battle of the pole in Brno. Grid position is going to be absolutely vital for Jorge Martin, isn't it? Particularly knowing he has to serve a double long lap in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. That punishment, that sanction coming his way after he played skittles at the first corner in the Grand Prix of Hungary a couple of weeks ago. Martin was so close, just over 100th of a second he was yesterday from booking the place directly into Q2. I have to say though, Lewis, you really do fancy to get the job done this morning and participate in that second session.
Yes, even if his qualifying has perhaps been the weak point in his time with the Prix, it's always been a strength for so much of his MotoGP career, but yeah, certainly on reputation, on equipment that he's got underneath him, the Aprilia certainly appears to be the reference motorcycle at the moment in MotoGP. Jorge Martin would be favoured to get through. In terms of who the likely threats to him are going to be in this session, Maverick Vinales would certainly be one. We saw him up in the top 3 at the end of the FP2 session that has just been completed. Fabio Quartararo, we know how special he can be on a qualifying lap. And of course, the factory Yamaha is performing slightly better than it did in Balaton Prague. Whether it's performing well enough to get him into Q2, we shall see. And of course, there are 2 other Ducati riders in this session. Alongside the quartet that are already through the Q2, Alex Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez, perhaps a bit of a long shot for him to get through given his physical situation, but we have seen Morbidelli already come through Q1 to qualify on a front row this year.
Good weekend for the 31-year-old Spaniard Vinales, set to make his 200th Grand Prix start. It has been some journey, hasn't it, in his MotoGP career. One of only 5 riders to win for 3 different manufacturers. He could be the first rider in history to win 4 different brands in the top class. Alex Marquez, I think he was a lot quicker, a lot more competitive yesterday than he was expecting on his much anticipated return. Of course, we haven't seen Alex since he was a neck fracture and he destroyed his right collarbone in that horrific, scary incident with Pedro Acosta in the Grand Prix of Catalunya just a few weeks ago. Test fit yesterday and test fit for the remainder of this weekend. Alex did a top job yesterday. He was 15th fastest, only 8 tenths of a second behind Ayagura. Only with a couple of tenths from Alex, they'd have been 20th place directly into Q2. He had Bastianini behind him, Morbidelli behind him. The Yamahas of Miller Rins and Mazgat Liogli behind him, Brad Binder also too. So it was a very eye-catching return from Alex, although he did say at the end of practice yesterday, my body is well truly cooked.
Yes, and he's got a couple more days to come. There are certainly plenty of fans here in Brno who are going to feel pretty cooked as well for a very different reason as we go through the day, with temperatures in the mid-30s expected later on this afternoon. Q1 underway, and Jorge Martin has plenty of company. No surprise that Martin wants empty tarmac ahead of him, but also no surprise that the rest of this Q1 field all want his rear tyre.
Yeah, the last time he was in Q1 was in Catalunya, and that led to a season worse grid position for Jorge. I think it was a bruising weekend for him at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, where he had 5 crashes across the Grand Prix weekend, and a real big one at the Monday test, which hospitalised him. He said yesterday, nowhere near his 100% physical best. How many times over the last 18 months or so has there been a Grand Prix where Jorge Martin has been in peak physical shape? He's thrown himself down the road far too often in that factory Aprilia this year. He does lead the Prats count. 15 so far this campaign.
Having spent much of the weekend practicing the long lap penalty loop, which you can see there on the right hand side of your picture. That will not be in his mind this time. It'll be about taking the fastest possible line through turn 7 and each of the 14 corners around this circuit. Frankie Morbidelli, it's a clear strategy from Frankie, isn't it, to latch into the rear tyre of his teammate, and the 2 Prima Yamahas trying to go with them too. Of course, the Yamahas will certainly need every bit of encouragement, suction they can get of horsepower here.
Fabio Quartararo needs some help of horsepower hill on what is a very underpowered V4 powered Weiserdar M1. Quartararo was the leading light as he so often is for the Iwata factory yesterday. Did a pretty good job actually. Fabio Quartararo, who was second fastest in the morning, so it's been 14th yesterday afternoon. A big actually feel for any of the Yamahas to be threatening a place into Q2. in about 10 minutes or so time. So we go then. This is the first flying laps underway. Martin with Morbidelli, the close couple behind him as they get the power down, get the hammer down there through the fast kick of turn 2. Already motoring at 230 km an hour at that point.
Morbidelli very much at this stage is going with Jorge Martin. But surely, given that Ralph Fernandez has done a 52 flat as Morbidelli goes wide there through turn 3, which is going to cost him a 10.42. A 52 flat from Ralph Fernandez in FP2 moments ago, so surely that's going to be the benchmark they're looking for to clear this Q1 hurdle. It might even take a 51 to get through in this session. Martin is now into the stadium section, and usually he's been going hard right coming out of turn 6. This time he's very much sticking to the left-hand side of the racetrack.
52 flat for Fernandez was on fresh tyres at the end of FP2, so he's getting himself warmed up for his pole attack in Q2. Marc Marquez though looking incredibly fast on warm Michelin tyres. He did sprint brakes this week. Head on the sprint over the Papua, he was still doing very impressive low 152s as he got that man into the Kevin Schwantz corner. This is turn 10 where the circuit leaders bottom out. Lowest point of this spectacular undulation around Brno, and it's all about the climb. The ascent up horsepower hill. Maybe a April's not been lacking horsepower so far this year. It's the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history at nigh on 370 km an hour. There's Jorge Martin blasted through the speed traps in Mugello.
Martin's a quarter of a second up on Morbidelli, 3/4 of the way round. Most of that was in turn 3 when we saw Morbidelli go wide. Vinales is sort of similar to Morbidelli through the third sector, so we'll see what sort of lap time Martin failed to demonstrate. Is he in the 52s? Answer no, he's in the 151s immediately. It's Jorge Martin, and that is the second fastest lap time of the weekend.
Gosh, straight out of the gate, Martin delivers something pretty special. That's a top lap time, that by Martin. That will take some shifting. Straight away, 2 tenths clear of anybody else on circuit. Frankie Mulday desperately trying to go on the rear tyre, and Martin ahead of him. Fair play to Frankie, he found a 52 flat, which is half a second quicker than anything the Italian was able to find yesterday. So catch the Martinator if you can.
Can Quartararo catch him? Well, the evidence of the first 2 sectors suggests the answer, at least on this lap, is no. Let's see how much time he loses in that final sector at 10th and a half. 6th place for Fabiano, 52.412. That's a 10th quicker than he went yesterday afternoon. He is the leading Yamaha at the moment in this session. He's 10th ahead of Jack Miller.
That's a statement opening lap, isn't it, from Martin. The performance has been tracked to Luca Marini. His name being mentioned, as we mentioned, will take through KTM in 2027. That's the experience as Luca Marini and such a sterling job behind the scenes and trying to develop and get the RC213, the Honda, back to a competitive and race-winning level. Hiko Kawase, currently HRC MotoGP technical manager. That will be a role change for Kawase-san next year, as he will be filling the shoes of Alberto Puig as HRC factory team manager in 2027.
Belgian Brad Binder exceeded track limits on his first lap because he's had it deleted. He did do a 152.3, which would have put him fifth in the end. That's been taken away, so Binder's currently on the bottom of the order in 12th place on a weekend as we touched upon in FP2, where he's perhaps not physically feeling as strong as he ought to. Here comes Luca Marini looking to try and close in on the top 2. He moves up a place into 5th place on a 52.2. That was 15th on the grid, which is around about where Marini generally qualifies, it has to be said.
Morbidelli's not in relaxed mode at all, is he? Because there's only 300ths clear of Vinales, who in turn is exactly the same gap ahead of Alex Marquez, 0.033 of a second. He can't relax at this stage of Q1. Jorge Martin at the back of the factory at the garage with a brilliant opener. This song start to Q1 for Martin. He's so aggressive, isn't he, on that direction change at 3, 13 and 14. And just look at the lean angle he carried through that final corner. Great shots of Martin and Morbidelli. Elbow kissing the curb on the inside of that final turn. And through their third gear, about 130 kilometres an hour. That was the corner speed that ultimately propelled Martin to the 151.819, which will take some beating, you feel, in this Q1.
Aprilia once again demonstrating their immense potential and performance. We've now had a 51.7 from Agura yesterday, a 51.8 from Martin this morning, a 51.8 from Bez yesterday, and a 52.0 from Raul Fernandez moments ago in FP2. So once again at a circuit that clearly favours them much more than Balaton Park ever did. But they couldn't really let their bikes go around the tight, twisty Balaton Park circuit. Aprilia right back on form here.
Getting himself in the zone, getting himself focused. A 51.819, well that might have really job done for Jorge Martin. Thank you, Morley, trying to get himself in the Q2 for just the fourth time so far this season. A little bit of work to do just to make sure that place is secure. With the 46 Ducati rider, with Maverick Vinales and Alex Marquez in particular, very close. It would be a brilliant performance for Alex Marquez for getting himself into Q2. I mean, Alex has found a 152.086, which is a significant stride forwards compared to yesterday. He's half a second faster as well. I think coming at the weekend, if you said to Alex you'd be doing 52 flats in qualifying, he'd have signed on the dotted line very, very quickly.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's finding out how his brother's been feeling for much of this season, where he's desperately trying to push. He shuts the visor and just goes for it when his body is probably telling him it's probably wouldn't be the best thing to do. Alex, fourth at the moment, would be 14th on the grid as it stands right now. Marini fifth then on a 52.2. He's going to find a quarter of a second from there just to get on terms with Morbidelli. Bastianini sixth. The Quartararo, Miller, Razgati and wins. Of course, Cal Crutchlow at the back of the field, understandably, as the replacement for Johan Zarco and LCR. So if you take him out of the equation, the four Yamahas, as it stands, will be right at the back of the grid.
Big ask for Luca Marini to make it 3 Hondas in Q2. Already safely through yesterday. Joan Mir and the brilliant, the very, very impressive Diogo Moreira directly in the Q2 in the third successive Grand Prix now. There's the Brazilian. Could really do. He's going to have to find at least a quarter of a second if these two threaten a spot himself in the second qualifying session. Here we go then, the final throws of Q1 about to commence here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. It's a Vantage, Martin and Morbidelli as it stands right now.
It's only going to look for Jorge Martin's rear tyre at this time. Morbidelli and Bastianini having a look behind. That's not looking for Jorge Martin. That's just making sure no one's coming with turn one on a time lap that they might get in the way of. So Martin's at the back of this train, having led them on the previous run. Once again, he's got a Tramac Yamaha for company. Once again, it's Jack Miller with his good friend Carl Crutchlow also looking to tag onto the back.
Martin, the 51.819, that's enough. Someone's going to have to find something extra special to deny him a spot in Q2. I think that's got the other, has a big glare over his left shoulder. So I understand where Jorge Martin is behind it. Although he hasn't gone too many ever either, so maybe Frankie just touring around this particular lap to try and get his hooks into Martin once again.
Morbidelli is far from certain of the place in Q2 with a 52.0, which he'd offered him at the start of the session. He'd have probably taken it, but he's only 300 at the moment ahead of Vinales, who in turn is 300 clear of Alex Marquez. All three of them on 152.0s. Here is Alex Marquez leaving pit lane. He's got Brad Binder for company, who, as mentioned, still does not have a legal lap time next to his name. Pressure on the South African now with 4 minutes to go.
Suffering is Binder. Still recovering from that very, very recent arm pump surgery on the right arm. He was going to rely fairly quickly after the Grand Prix of Hungary. Martin just indicating nobody's chasing me. I'm not going to be the lead out rider here. I've only got, I really nailed it on a 51.819. I can afford just to cruise around the road. Yamahas that are trying to hover around the rear tyre of the Martinator.
And now Frankie Morbidelli sits up at the front of the train, has a good long lot behind. Of course, even in these hot conditions, you don't want to let the temperature drop too much out of your tyres. Fabio Quartararo just powers past them, leading Cal Crutchlow around. Of course, Quartararo, with his riding style, doesn't really benefit him by following anyone, because of course he needs to try and blade it if he can to try and overcome the deficiencies from his machine.
Jorge Martin would have probably tilted that and called it quits, and then just still been going into Q2. He's hammered down now though. head down. He had a big look at his pit board there on the right hand side as he came over at the finish line. Shouldn't do feel 51.819. He's set on his first flying lap in this session. He's going to see him sailing into Q2. Ransgat the Oglu, this is a cheap company as he power towards the hardest braking zone here at the Prix circuit into turn 3.
Ferraro was actually on a time lap there when he went past the train of riders on their act laps. He did a 52.185, so he was just a tenth and a half away from getting himself into qualifying too, and he remains the top Yamaha. He's now moved ahead of Marini and Bastianini.
4 tenths faster than Ferraro, so a significant step forward, but not significant enough for the factory Yamaha. And the Frenchman is torn through 7 is Morbidelli. The long lap goes Luca Marini on the factory Honda.
0 personal best on our priming screens at the moment. No one really on any sort of push lap at the moment. It's Maverick Vinales who's certainly got the biggest incentive to go for a push lap here, given that he's sitting in 3rd place with Alex Rins for company. Just a couple of minutes here for Top Gun.
52 flat in FP2, 52 flat so far this morning in Q1 from Vinales. He'll be hoping that's not his ceiling, because he might need a 51 to get himself through into Q2. Rings just behind him, 2 very, very experienced Spaniards on your shot now. Of course, these two have been serial rivals throughout their careers, fighting it out. They put the Moto3 World Championship back in the day, might have 2 rivals as well. And here we go. Here is Maverick Vinales then. It's pretty close. It's like halfway through the second split now, coming into the stadium section. Through the right-hander of 6, he'll bank it hard left now through turn 7. Let's just check Maverick's progress in this second sector. Anything going for Top Gun? It is something very special potentially brewing here for Vinales.
Yeah, Vinales, who, as we've mentioned, is celebrating a career milestone tomorrow with his 200th MotoGP start. Can he get himself at least on the front 4 rows of the grid? He's got to beat a 152.020. He's actually only got to improve on his own best lap time by 34 thousandths of a second to get himself up ahead of Morbidelli. He's now into the heart of the 3rd sector. We'll find out his progress now. Unfortunately for Vinales, it's been an average 3rd sector.
He has not been in Q2, Vinales, since that fateful battering appearance in Q2 last year, when all of his left shoulder injury problems really did sort of blunt his progress on the top 3 KTM. Keeping very close eye on proceedings is the boss, Gunther Steiner. Through the final corner, powers Vinales. Is this good enough to knock Frankie Morbidelli out of the top 2? Over the line we go. Vinales finds a 52.223. It's not good enough at this stage.
Wins behind him, JD Prix to a 52.5, so he's gone up ahead of Binder, who did set his first leader lap time of the morning, a 52.556 for Binder, but he's currently down in 10th place with only Toprak and Carl Crutchlow behind him.
He's comfortably in the 52s now this morning. Didn't find a 52 at any stage in proceedings on day 1 here in Brno. His hopes of finding that 52 yesterday were curtailed by electronic glitches on the new V4 M1. What about Vinales? I know there's nothing really going here, is there? For the number 12, Vinales, yeah, and he's rolled out of it, so it's game over. So, there you can see inside Tech 3, frustrated faces, a bit of a shake of the head there from the boss, Gunther Steiner. They all got big hopes of Vinales getting through the Q2 after a real good performance in FP2 this morning. But you always felt that opening salvo from Martin, that brilliant 51.819, that was going to get him cruising through, and that has proven to be the case.
So how good those first laps were. It was sort of an anti-climax, the end of that Q1 session, and none of the top 4 improved on their second run on a second tyre. So Martin and Morbidelli remain the top 2. Vinales and Alex Marquez remain 3rd and 4th. Quartararo, one of only 4 riders, not 5 now, with Crutchlow, who did improve the second time around. So Quartararo moved himself up ahead of Marini into 5th, so Marini stays 6th, 16th on the grid for the Italian. Bastianini will be disappointed with 7th on the 52.3, then of Miller, Rins, Binder, Toprak and Cal Crutchlow. And fist bump for Frankie Morbidelli, and potentially an assist to Jorge Martin in the process.
Yeah, on previous occasions this year, with Frankie going to the Q2. Barcelona, of course, most recently, it was his last front row start in the MotoGP World Championship. got through by the skin of his teeth, and he was tight, very tight. Two Spaniards behind him, Vinales and Marquez, not even a tenth adrift in third and fourth, respectively. Going to be a miracle territory for Brad Binder to repeat his 2020 brilliance in the Grand Prix here 6 years ago. He's going to be 20 from the grid, unfortunately. Certainly not helped by recovering the right arm, instead of the knife for arm pump surgery. And expected much more, didn't we, from Bastianini. Third in the sprint here last year, in podium contention in the Grand Prix when he crashed out of fourth place. Well, the Beast, 17th on the grid. If he's got any hope of getting anywhere near the podium this afternoon and tomorrow, well, he's going to have to be super aggressive and lightning off the line.
And he improved by around about 3/10 of what he did yesterday. What's Toprak been up to as we look at what's going on behind him with the Bastianini at the inside of Frankie Morbidelli? And there's a bit of fun games going on. That will in part explain why none of them improved, but I don't think that's the only reason. And there, Bastianini then coming out of turn 10 and getting a little annoyed, I think, with Frankie Morbidelli and potentially also with Toprak ahead of him. Bastianini, I don't think that's the sole reason, though, that the Beast missed out.
It's frustrating, but let's be brutally honest. Don't think he had anything in his locker to find a time that was going to get him through ahead of Martin and Morbidelli. But frustrating, of course, is the Italian, because he would have penciled in Brunel as being one of his opportunities to get back to the podium positions after, given how strong he was here 11 months ago. But he's not really been at the races at all so far this weekend. The Beast, 16th yesterday, and he's going to start the Sprint and Grand Prix here down in 17th place. Top job that by Brazilian racing rider Alex Marquez. He was not even a tenth of a second away from a place in Q2 himself. He was actually working really hard for that 52.086. So once involving Vinales and
Bastianini and Chaos, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Bastianini, wasn't it, on the second of the Tech 3 KTMs. So Maverick off the hook on that one.
I think they're all, well, didn't see a single personal best sector time from that group on that final one anyway, so as we already mentioned, I don't think Bastianini can put the absence of a Q2 place entirely down to that. But stewards will of course have a look and decide if any foul play took place, and potentially Jorge Martin might have some company in the long lap penalty tomorrow.
It's absolutely roasting right now here in Brno. Temperatures around 34-35 degrees potentially for the sprint leg on this afternoon. Sprinting into Q2 though goes Jorge Martin and Frankie Morbidelli.
Martin keeps up with 100% Q2 record this season. Second time this year he's come through Q1 to do it, but Martin does top Q1 for Frankie Morbidelli. Mario Vinales and Alex Marquez third and fourth. All the top four failed to improve on their second run. Quartararo did to take fifth ahead of Marini. Bastianini, who was angered at the end of the session by some antics up ahead of him. Miller 8th ahead of Alex Rins. Brad Binder 10th, 20th on the grid for him ahead of Toprak and Carl Crutchlow.
So Jorge Martin in Q1. The 6 riders so far this weekend to lap in the 151s. That's got the Spaniard, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion, and Frankie Morbidelli on his last appearance in Brno on the podium here at MotoGP back in 2020. Those two still in the fight for our 9th pole position in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Already directly through into Q2 yesterday was Ayagura. Brilliant performance by the Japanese star. He led the way with the fastest time of the weekend so far, a 151.735. Already directly through was world champs leader Marco Bezzecchi. Fabio with Gian Antonio, strong once again on Fridays. 7 times in 9 Grand Prix so far this year. Fiji have been top 3 on the opening day. Pecco Bagnaia, the MotoGP World Champion, 4th. Marquez seeking back-to-back double wins here in Brno was 5th. Pedro Acosta, Joan Mir, Diogo Moreira, Fermin Aldeguer and Raul Fernandez, despite a nasty bout of appendicitis, which fortunately did not require surgery for the Trackhouse Aprilia Spanish rider. They were all directly through to Q2 yesterday. Raul Fernandez was the fastest this morning in FP2, so he's already had a very positive and promising start to Sprint Saturday here, ahead of the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. That's a truly iconic and classic venue. That helicopter shot just showing you how vast this Brno complex is, how it sprawls its way around the neighbouring forest close to downtown Brno. It is known as the Adrenaline Factory, and it is time to pump up the adrenaline as we go qualifying here in MotoGP. Last time out it was Marc Marquez on pole position in Hungary for the 76th time in his career in the top class. He converted it into his 18th sprint victory, and then eventually his 74th Grand Prix success in MotoGP, the 100th of the number 93 Grand Prix career. Just the third rider in history to score 100 Grand Prix wins or more, joining an exclusive club which was only previously occupied by Italian icons and legends Giacomo Agostini and Valentino Rossi. So can Aprilia then, can in particular Trackhouse Aprilia, continue their impressive opening couple of days here, only a day and a half here in Brno. Gura fastest on Friday, Juan Fernandez quickest this morning in FP2. Marco Bezzecchi coming up shortly in Q2. He's been a frequent front row starter so far this year, as Bez poles already so far this year in Thailand, and most recently in Mugello on both occasions. Sprint success has eluded him, but he has gone on to complete the Grand Prix victories on Sunday. 2 of his 4 wins have come from pole so far this year.
You're concerned about being involved in someone else's accident at the first corner, which, let's be fair, Marco Bezzecchi was back in Hungary. The safest way to get yourself out of all of that chaos is to qualify on pole position, which will be Marco Bezzecchi's aim today. Sure, that man will be cheering Bez on alongside his pair of riders that are in this Q2 session. Frankie Morbidelli joining Babic and Antonio for Valentino Rossi to be out for the 16 in Q2.
And what a place for him to be back trackside. The first of his 115 Grand Prix victories came right here, didn't it? 30 years ago, all the way back in 1996, when he won a 125cc, a classic back in the day. Celebrations, he got so carried away and so delirious, he almost crashing into the pit wall, didn't he, Valentino Rossi? But the doctor back where his winning journey, where his winning story started. Great to see Valentino here trackside, watching both Fabio Di Antonio and thankfully Frankie Morbidelli in the second qualifying session.
As you saw there, he was the only rider with more Brno poles than Valentino. It's Marc Marquez, who's got a good record, as you saw there, of qualifying on the front row when he's, of course, been here, but missed Barcelona when, of course, he was undergoing surgery following the pair of injuries post-Le Mans. 2 poles already for Marc Marquez this season, and of course 3 sprint wins. He's done a lot of his good work on Saturdays, and the sort of tyre Australia was on an old soft rear tyre in FP2. What can he do on brand new rubber now?
All about the centuries last time out, Harton, wasn't it, for Marc Marquez and Ducati? His 100th career success, the 100th win for the factory Ducati team. Almost a third of those wins have been collected by Pecco Bagnaia. Well, that was never in doubt, was it? I am a believer. Marc Marquez has had to believe in his ability to bounce back from so many injury setbacks. He's come back in Mugello, and then he's come back to the top step of the podium in Balloton, his first win in 2026 on Sundays, his first win since the San Marino Grand Prix on the Adriatic coast last September, getting him back onto the top step of the podium in what was his 8th injury comeback. 8 major comebacks from injury since Jerez, all the way back in 2020.
And he is going to onto the rear tyre of Marco Bezzecchi. The 3 fastest laps so far this weekend in this event have all been set by Aprilia riders. Agura's 51.7 yesterday, and both Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi have done 51.8. Martin did his in Q1 moments ago, so it feels like the Nawali bikes are the bikes to beat, but they don't have an unassailable advantage over Ducati.
You might need an all-time lap record to secure pole here today. Agura's 51.73. We've already seen Martin in Q1 get down to a 51.819. So in terms of the the fastest ever time here below the goalpost. Surely we're going to get moved once again. Agura never started the MotoGP Grand Prix higher than 5th place. Two former Moto2 world champions going toe-to-toe here. Well, because our last two Moto2 world champions, Diogo Moreira and Agura.
Moreira always picks the right rider to follow, doesn't he? This time he's identified Agura as the two factory Ducati riders ride in tandem. Bagnaia just giving himself a little bit of space there behind Marc Marquez so he can fully open the taps on his factory Ducati as Bagnaia goes in search of back-to-back Renault poles.
Over the line out, Bagnaia goes up. This is now his charge towards what he hopes to be back-to-back poles. What was the impact that the resurface on this Renault circuit did to the lap time? So what, 3 seconds quicker than John Zarco's 2020 pole Pecco Bagnaia was last year, of course. And we went a lot quicker yesterday. And so 9 on 4 seconds quicker are the lap times compared to the fast pace we saw here 6 long years ago. They did a phenomenal job on the pretty tough task of resurfacing this Renault circuit. Not only is it 5.4 kilometres in length, making it very, very long, but there's so much undulation. And it's probably the widest circuits as well. So congratulations once again to all those involved in the Renault surface. Pecco Bagnaia was very complimentary about their work once again here yesterday. We follow them, Marc Marquez through turn 7. He was on the floor yesterday there in FP1.
He's been on the floor again now. He got a little bit of a twitch on the inside of turn 7, but safely through. He's a tenth of a second up on his teammate Pecco Bagnaia at the halfway stage. Bagnaia just up behind there. You can see him coming through the picture. We're also keeping an eye on Ralph Hernandez's progress on the track house of Prix after he was fastest in FP2 earlier on.
Fernandez was well sharp with it on fresh rubber at the end of that FP2, just getting himself dialed in. Let's not forget as well, he was diagnosed with appendicitis previous Grand Prix at Czechia. Thankfully for his sake, and thankfully for the back out of Fulham, thankfully for MotoGP fans, he was declared fit. There were Thursday, he might have to undergo surgery to remove his appendix and then miss this Grand Prix, miss next week action in the Netherlands. Here comes Marc Marquez then. A full attack mode on the 93 factory Ducati through the final corner. This is going to be the opening lap times fired in. Immediately, we're in the high 151s. A 151.856 then for Marc Marquez. It's his best time of the weekend so far. Ralph Hernandez, though, so close to a new all-time lap record. Second rider in the 151.7s. That's Diogo Moreira. Diogo Moreira behind the Agura. And Moreira, he just looks at these tactics quite simple. Who's P1 Friday? I'm placing them in qualifying because Moreira. Now look at Antonio. Well, we said you're going to need an all-time lap record here to take pole in Brno. Fabio Di Antonio now with a 151.643 takes top spot away from Diogo Moreira. This is a lightning pace early on here in Q2.
You've got one odds on that front row after the first laps to Antonio Moreira and Agura. Marc Marquez's lap, as Jack's just informed us in our headsets, has been cancelled. Can only be the track limits because we haven't had any yellow flags waving. But Pecco Bagnaia on the 151.987, that's been made to look positively pedestrian with the pace right up at the sharp end of this Q2 session.
Fabio Di Antonio has already had a couple of pole positions so far this year. He led qualifying in Goiânia. He led qualifying most recently at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. No front row though for Digia since the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez, as Marco Bezzecchi bringing his A game, as he so often does, to this Q2 session. Out of the Kevin Schwantz corner he goes. We'll now go through the left hand of the turn 11 as Seren Marc Marquez washed out the front on the factory Ducati in practice yesterday afternoon. Now climb, go through the gearbox and rely on your horsepower to fire you up horsepower hill. This will be close, won't it, as far as Marco Bezzecchi goes. Pedro Acosta directly behind him, trying to get his hooks into the world championship leader. 72 versus 37 then now. Through turn 14 we go. He is going to be pushing Bears onto the front row of the grid. He's going to be even better. Through the pole, only 5th. What's a good time in that 4th split?
2:10s though covers the top 7 at the moment, and that Prix is so good through the final corner. Acosta followed him through the final corner to 6th. So we've got Marc Marquez here with no time set. We haven't seen a replay yet of where that was. It was turn 12. Coming out of the penultimate sequence of left-right. Then Marc Marquez veered out onto the green. Only has to be millimetres to go onto the green. Your lap time will be cancelled. So pressure on the world champion. 12 as he pits.
firmly in Aldeguer. Drops the elbow and knee down through that final corner, third gear of 130 kilometers an hour, and then go through the gearbox over the line. Aldeguer 10th. He's found a 152.044. The top 9, the first 3 rows of the grid as it stands right now, all in the 151. Yesterday, only 5 riders found that kind of dynamic hot pace. But on course for his first front row start, which would just be quite sensational for Moreira, a 151.691, less than 500ths of a second behind Fabio Di Gianantonio. This would be something of a shot front row, wouldn't it? Didier on pole, not a shot. He's had 2 poles already so far this year, but Moreira and Agura, our 2 most recent Moto2 world champions, potentially on course for their first ever top-class front rows.
And surely it won't be long before the rest of the MotoGP field get wise to this tactic of Diogo Moreira, because he's so quick now that a lot of people will be thinking, never mind Diogo Moreira following me, we need to follow him.
He's just got so much speed, so much pace, so much potential. This is only the 9th start in MotoGP for Diogo Moreira. Already the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. This would be awesome, wouldn't it, if Moreira could get himself on that front row of the grid. His best qualifying so far this year was an 8th place in Mugello, which he did follow through to a double top 10 at the Italian Grand Prix. He really is stepping up right now. He's been showing that he's going to be the whole records in the future potential.
He's behind Agura again. They've gone out together. There he goes at the inside of Marc Marquez. And Marc is now behind Diogo Moreira. Marc Marquez, of course, doesn't have a banker lap to his name to settle on. So bit of a balancing out here for Marc Marquez as to how much risk he takes. It's Marc Marquez, so surely he's going to carry maximum risk. But if he does deck it now, he'll be 12th on the grid.
Moreira then hotly in pursuit once again of Agura. As it stands right now, those 2 will be starting on the front row of the grid, which would be some performance by the pair of them. And there's Marc Marquez's Agura just goes back a bit hot on the brakes in the turn 5. He's actually seen deliberately trying to drop Moreira behind him. But Moreira in, sort of Agura in hot at turn 5, and then Moreira thought about trying to latch onto his rear tyre once again, but Agura was having none of it.
Yeah, no, that consolation prize there for Diogo. Oh, I guess I'll follow Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin then.
And here's Marc Marquez under a bit of pressure here, having had his initial first fast lap taken away from him on the exit of turn 12. He's looking to get the best possible drive up Horsepower Hill, wasn't it? Bezzecchi's heading back out onto the circuit. He's currently sitting in 5th place, a second row which right now will feature Raul Fernandez, Bezzecchi and Acosta.
96 MotoGP pole positions collectively, up ahead of Diogo Moreira there, but he's now in between both Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin, so he's clearly adopting the Marquez tactic, isn't he? What does Marc Marquez always say? Follow the rider who needs to push for a lap. The rider who needs to push for a lap right now is Marc Marquez.
Bagnaia from attack mode. He's got Raul Fernandez about 50 metres or so behind him as those 2 charge towards the most severe braking zone around this Brno circuit into turn 3. Squeezing that front brake for as long as you dare, just to get the bike pulled up there. Scribbling off over 200 kilometres an hour, 250 metres on that run down to turn 3. Yeah, Bagnaia and Fernandez are on the money. You can see there at the bottom of the screens. This could be back-to-back poles here for Bagnaia if he carries this lap on through. Super fast in sector 1.
Yeah, first sector carries you through to the exit of turn 4 and out to the heart of 7 here with Bagnaia. Those grass banks to the right-hand side getting ever more full with spectators, and they're currently watching Bagnaia on course for another all-time lap record. His lap record that he set here last year has been beaten by countless riders at Supain, but not yet by Pecco Bagnaia.
31 of Ducati's factory team's 100 MotoGP successes have been taken by Pecco Bagnaia. Down we go into turn 10. He's flying. He is motoring here, isn't he, Bagnaia? He is relishing in this high grip situation. Struggles so much on the GP26 to find rear grip, but this newly resurfaced Brno circuit is offering so much traction. So many riders also flying. Agura is halfway around his current lap, and he's absolutely charging towards a low 151. If Bagnaia does take this lap through to provisional pole. I'm not so sure how long he will be there, because Ayagura, Marc Marquez, Fabio Di Gianantonio are charging. Bagnaia over the line. He does go to provisional pole at 151.383. The way Agura's going, Agura could be giving us a 150, which would be unbelievable. Here is Marc Marquez, but look at Ayagura. He's running a 150.
It's a big final sector though for Pecco Bagnaia. He pulled a quarter of a second out of Digia, so Marc Marquez is going to have to deliver in this final sector, because it was Bagnaia and Marc Marquez 1-2 in the grid here last year. Marco's over the line. It is a 1-2, but Ayagura chasing a first MotoGP pole here.
Over the line he goes. Agura does move into pole position. He's so close to that magic 150. What a lap. What a lap from Ayagura. A 151.139. How's that this stage? Destroy the opposition. He's almost a quarter of a second clear of Bagnaia. Almost 3/10 clear of Marc Marquez. 4 times for no winner. What about Di Gianantonio? Nothing he can do. That is a brilliant 151.350 from Digia, but still not within 2/10 of a second of Ayagura. What a sensational performance by the Japanese star.
Unreal performance from Ayagura so far. And at the moment, Marco Bezzecchi does not have an answer to it, nor does Jorge Martin. Martin's currently 10th and on a slow lap with 2 minutes remaining. He'll have one more shot at this. Bezzecchi 2/10 down. He's got a narrow gap to try and fit into if he wants to get himself onto the front row of the grid. Di Gianantonio, Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. There's a 10th between them. Can Bezzecchi get ahead of those and join Agura on the front row?
Before this weekend, we've never seen a 151 lap in Brno. We almost got treated something out of this world by Ayagura. We were almost expecting him to deliver a 150, which would have been some performance. What about Bezzecchi? Not on the front row into the final 2 minutes of this super dramatic Q2 session here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Bez up to 4th for the 151.428.
Well, a disaster by any means for Bezzecchi, but surprising that he's not on the front row of the grid. Ralph Fernandez has rolled off, so he will not be improving on 7th. He did put in a 151.772, his best lap time of the weekend, but it's 6/10 slower than his teammate on course for a maiden pole.
And Marc Marquez is cruising, so Marc Marquez is going to be at best on the middle of that second row in 5th place. And he's just setting himself up. He'll get over the line here. Mark just building up for one final big assault. One final big push. Right. Is he going to...
It's cruising over the line. He's now throwing his head on the bubble, but he's ready to carry the speed down this main straight to improve. In with a minute to go. Surely this is the end of Marc Marquez's session. Moreira is still with him on the second row of the grid. Moreira at 6th. He's pitted. He won't improve from that 151.6. We've got Fernandez, Acosta and Morbidelli on the 3rd row. And a crucial final lap has just started too for Jorge Martin, who sits 10th at the moment.
Yeah, last time he was in Q1 and got himself through in Catalunya, he was on the 3rd row. Oh well, this time around here, but no, he's going to be on the 4th row potentially. Yeah, nothing going at here for Marc Marquez. You can see the body language as he came out of that final corner. He was not anywhere close to full racing speed, so he's going to have to take his medicine and start at best from 5th place. Is he going to be under any pressure to be bumped off the second? I don't think he is.
Anyone who might do it is Fermin Aldeguer, who's just in the personal best in the 1st sector. Martin, personal best in the 2nd sector, but he's already nearly half a second down. It's going to take something magical from Martin to even get himself onto the second row from there. Best he can hope, I think, here, Martin, is maybe squeaking onto row 3.
With Taka Nakagami, who is trackside here. The last time a Japanese rider was on pole position in MotoGP at Aragon a few years ago. Unfortunately, it was a very short-lived affair for Taka, who crashed out on the very first lap. But I'm sure Nakagami, watching trackside here, as he's ready to test the 850cc Honda on Monday, will be super proud of Ayagura, who has delivered brilliance on Friday and spent Saturday so far here in this Grand Prix of Czechia. Fast as he was yesterday, he's destroyed the field in this Q2 session. He's not even close. What about Fermin Aldeguer? What about Roy Martin? Have they got any late fireworks to deliver it? No, Martin never will. Heading the 4th row of the grid in 10th.
Oh, Aldeguer, I was going to say Aldeguer might beat him, but he's clearly had a problem in the final sector, so he stays 11th. So Jorge Martin, surely by the time he serves his 2 long lap penalties tomorrow from 10th on the grid, he's going to be way out of podium contention. He needed a good qualifying today with those penalties to come. Martin hasn't got one.
Nothing going for Digia Nothing going at all. He'll settle for a front row start though. That's going to be his 4th front row start in 2026. Francesco Guillotred is saying you can go and speak with Davide Bruglia to get some quotes on the absolutely unbelievable, phenomenal performance of 2024 Moto2 World Champion Ayagura. Not only has he found himself qualifying on the front row of the grid for the first time in his MotoGP career, but he has done it in some style. He's done it in dominant fashion. A 151.139, an all-time lap record for the second day in a row for the Trackhouse star. Nobody else within 0.2 of a second. First Japanese pole sitter since that terrible Grand Prix at Aragon back in 2020. Just phenomenal. He becomes the 112th different rider in MotoGP to find themselves on pole position. Absolutely show-stopping that. Brilliant performance by Ayagura. It was almost 0.6 of a second faster than his all-time lap record yesterday. It was not even close. It was not a contest, was it? That Q2 session. Once he got his head down, it was game over. What a pleasure it was to watch Ayagura absolutely destroy the all-time lap record here once again in Brno.
Nor was it remotely a surprise either after what we saw yesterday. You would note his body language that he's done something so special, but it is a special pole position. Let's get some Trackhouse reaction now and join Jack.
Davide, that's a pretty ridiculous lap time. Come on, we didn't have a single 51 coming into the weekend. We did a 51-1.
Yeah, I told you this morning that it's not always the problem that I had the time at all. No, I mean, of course, congratulations, great job. They say he was feeling comfortable since yesterday, and yeah, he went for a lap, and yeah, I mean, great job, and now let's try to do the most important job, which are the races. Hopefully, maybe he has to work less than normal on recovery, hopefully, if we have a good start. So let's thanks, great job,
Superstar performance by Ayagura. This is his 138th Grand Prix start. He's only his 7th career pole position, his first in MotoGP. Not exactly a prolific pole sitter, is he? Ayagura. There's been no Japanese winner in the MotoGP World Championships since Makoto Tamada was successful in front of his home crowd at Bategi all the way back in 2004, 22 long years ago. Those odds have just been slashed quite dramatically on Ayagura, ending that long drought, that long barren run here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, because that was one of the laps of his life, one of the laps of his life. When you look at the calibre of this MotoGP field in 2026, arguably one of the strongest grids we've ever had, and Ayagura has just obliterated them, absolutely obliterated them.
There is at least a smile. Go on, punch the air eye. It's an incredible achievement. He's so laid back normally. He's almost horizontal, but he is absolutely thrilled with that. Yeah, qualifying has been the big Achilles heel. The racing, generally, is the easy bit for Ayagura, but as Davide Bruglia rightly points out, he shouldn't have to overtake as many people as normal on his way to the front tomorrow.
6 different pole sitters in our opening 9 Grand Prix. He's got some experience coming alongside him on that front row of the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio is second. Pecco Bagnaia is back on the front row of the grid. Just the second time this season that Bagnaia has found himself on the front row. Marco Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, will lead row 2. And row 2 is going to be as well mouth-watering prospect Bez ahead of Marc Marquez in 5th place, and Diogo Moreira, best MotoGP qualifying for him. He completes that second row. Ralph Hernandez leads Pedro Acosta and Frankie Morbidelli on the 3rd row. Jorge Martin with a double long lap to come tomorrow is on row 4 with Fermin Aldeguer and Joan Mir. Agura on pole. Moreira top Honda in 6th place. 2 candidates for star performers in that Q2 session. I think the future of MotoGP is in very safe hands.
And the future of MotoGP from all corners of the globe as well. The stars of Asia and South America delivering this morning. Marc Marquez doesn't look particularly chuffed with that, does he? Second row of the grid for him. 5th place, of course, not helped by having his first lap cancelled for exceeding track limits at turn 12, but he will start in the middle of that second row. Certainly keep the first line in the sprint later on. He then generally does some pretty strong work on Saturday afternoons. Cheerful exchange between two Italians who will start together on the front row of the grid. Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia.
Mark looking a bit missed there. Well, only the third time in 8 qualifying sessions this year he's found himself off the front row of the grid. He knows he's got some serious work to do to fight his way through. Can anybody in the 10 lap sprint this afternoon and over 21 laps tomorrow get anywhere near Ayagura? Well, he was built for the world stage, wasn't he? Applications are open for the Idemitsu Moto4 Asia Cup in 2027, of course. That was the class that launched Ayagura on this journey to this very special moment. The Road to MotoGP program, which has pretty much unearthed most of our current MotoGP grid. Top Honda once again, the top talent of Diogo Moreira, and also 151.691 from the Brazilian. Superb once again.
Yeah, he's going to become a serious problem for the experienced heads of MotoGP, and we're only halfway through, not halfway yet through his rookie season. He's already picking up some serious scalps. Jorge Martin must have felt pretty confident having come to Q1. Didn't match that 151.8 that he did in Q1. He's a tad slower in the end of qualifying too, and that in part is why we find him on row 4.
Yeah, a thumbs up, there we go. That's about as animated you're going to get from Ayagura. He is sort of a very typical Japanese character, isn't he? Very sort of reserved, very sort of calm and measured in everything that he does, but he is blindingly fast on the MotoGP bike here in Brno. On the front row once again over in the Grand Prix of Czechia, Pecco Bagnaia is with Jack.
Pecco, huge congratulations. You were just saying you were expecting a 151.3 to the pole. Ayagura blown that out the water with a 51.1, but that session super competitive, super fast, so I imagine very pleased to have finished it on the front row.
Yeah, honestly, yes, because this morning we tried something on the bike that I didn't like it, so I was struggling a bit, and we moved back to the bike of yesterday, and in qualifying we just needed a bit of time, first time attack. I didn't overpush like the second one, and to understand again the bike, and the second one was better. We are still missing something compared others, but we are improving, and I tried this afternoon to fight against them.
Great job. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is a top job by Pecco Bagnaia, fourth fastest yesterday. Finds himself on the front row of the grid the second time this season, as mentioned. It is his 59th front row start in the top class. Just loving the experience, having a bit of grip underneath it here this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. That's what's been sadly lacking for Pecco so far this year. He finds himself 7th in the World Championship. A rather grumpy looking Pedro Acosta in the factory KTM garage, who does look a little bit lost for words right now, doesn't he? That young Acosta, 22-year-old Spaniard, who's going to have a lot of work to do. He was on double podium here last year. He felt like a 2025 season really did pick up and run here last year, but 8th on the grid. Fabio Di Gianantonio, though, 2 Ducatis on the front row. He's the lead on one of them. Let's get it started for Jack.
Fabio, top job, middle of the front row, top Ducati as well. I've heard you a couple of times this year say that you are Ayagura's #1 fan. Is that still the case after that?
No, today no. no, he's riding incredibly well. He did an amazing lap. I thought that my 51.3 was enough, but then for sure it was better than me. I'm really happy about my job, my work that I did today with the team. This point the pace was on point. And qualifying was important to be in front row, and we achieved it. So, a part of I, I'm really happy.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, a fantastic job by Fabio Di Gianantonio. Who would have thought a 151.350 in Brno was not going to be good enough for pole position? It was because Ayagura was just simply in a class of his own. He was a league apart. He was super rapid yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi running rider within 2/10 of him on free practice Friday, and nobody within 2/10. The first Japanese rider on pole position in 6 years. The first MotoGP pole position of his career. Ayagura with Jack.
What a lap that was. A new all-time lap record of Bruno, a 151.1. You've been MotoGP's overtaking king so far this year, but from pole position, looks as though you're not going to have to do too much overtaking.
Well, first of all, the lap was really nice. To be honest, I didn't expect that I'd go fast that much, but yeah, anyway, it's good to have one fast lap, especially in the Saturday morning. And we'll see this afternoon and tomorrow. Will be a long race, so yeah, that's it.
Congratulations.
Well, we didn't expect a 151.1. Doesn't sound like I did as well, but he delivered it. A super special lap time, a super special feeling as well for the 25-year-old rider from Japan. His first ever MotoGP pole position. And what is this young man's key weapon? What is one of his real super strengths in MotoGP? Or his pace at the end of races on worn tyres. So many people have talked about him with Ayagura and get himself on the second or first row of the grid. We're going to be in a spot of bother. I think the competition, and are in a spot of bother, Lewis.
Yes, big bother later on with Ayagura from pole position. Surely, with the form he's demonstrated this weekend, he's got to be targeting maximum points now this weekend. I mean, tops Friday practice, he now tops qualifying, and history made. The first Japanese pole sitter in MotoGP for the better part of 6 years. His first Moto2 pole position. Ayagura on pole for the Czech Grand Prix. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pecco Bagnaia will join him on the front row of the grid later on. A heavyweight second row with the points leader Bezzecchi, the world champion Marc Marquez, and the Moto2 champion Diogo Moreira. Sixth, Ralph Fernandez at 7th in the end ahead of Pedro Acosta and the Q1 graduates Morbidelli and Martin 9th and 10th. Aldeguer 11th from Joan Mir, who could only manage 12 out of 12 in Q2. Vinales 13th from Alex Marquez, who did a good job in Q1, given his physical limitations, for 14th. Quartararo top Yamaha 15th from Marini, Bastianini, Miller and Rins. Brad Binder had his issues with track limits in Q1. He's 20th on the grid, ahead of Toprak Razgatlioglu and Cal Crutchlow in the second of the LCR Hondas. Marco Bezzecchi didn't make the front row today, but does maintain a small, narrow lead in the BMW M Award. He's 2 points ahead now. Fabio Di Gianantonio, who qualified second today. Marc Marquez 6 off the lead in third. Pedro Acosta next up in fourth. Ayagura lifts himself up into 8th place today, having taken his first MotoGP pole position.
First pole position in the MotoGP World Championship with a new all-time lap record to boot as well here in Brno. Some Saturday so far for the 25-year-old from Japan. Last pole position was at Uram in Moto2 when he was eventually crowned the Moto2 World Champion on that very day. What a performance! What a lap then by Trackhouse star Ayagura, who is now eyeing his first sprint victory later on this afternoon. We'll see you later on for coverage of the Tissot Sprint.
after that crash he had yesterday at the start of practice, and likewise Casey O'Gorman, who had a very similar crash right at the end of the session, but he was up in the top 10 this morning, so I'm expecting that both Marco Morelli and Casey O'Gorman make light work of Q1.
Yeah, two rookies who on pure pace have no business being in this Q1 session really, but crashing in at Moto3. Morelli, of course, made his Grand Prix debut here a year ago at the Czech Grand Prix and caught the eye qualifying up in 8th place when he was a Boe substitute for Usain Mobley. And I felt through most of the practice, Kiko, I don't know what you thought, he looked like perhaps one of the likeliest threats to his teammate Max Kilo too much of practice until that crucial high side yesterday. But a crucial 50 minutes to come if he is to ultimately challenge his teammate up at the sharp end of the grid.
Absolutely. Marco Morelli has been in great form in qualifying this year. That's why this is his first appearance in Q1. He's been fast. He was inside the top 3 earlier on today as well. So he's got great pace, great one-lap pace. For Marco Morelli, he really needs to do a mistake-free session here. Clear Q1 and get himself in that Q2 battle. What a fantastic view that was, all the way down the front straight towards turn 1. So we pick up Morelli there coming through that long right angle that starts this lap with just over 5 kilometres. It's a long way round here in Moto3. It's a long way round here anyway in MotoGP, so we're going to see an interesting strategy, I feel, play out here, whether or not they do 2 laps, come in and then it's all go for broke and wait a bit, or 3 runs. Let's wait and see. Let's go and check in with someone who probably this time yesterday wasn't expecting to even be in Q1. It's down at Grid End Lab. Who have you got for us, Al?
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Hello, boys, and hello to Macaulay Webb. Weren't expecting to see you in Q1 or Eddie O'Shea. A slight miscalculation, I think, from the team. You released a statement earlier on. Just talk about how that came about and how Eddie's feeling ahead of Q1, but he's looked good so far this season.
Yeah, so far this weekend, Eddie's had really, really good pace, both Eddie and Joel. Eddie, you know, is by some margin one of the lightest riders on the grid, and you know, we have to be really, really careful with his weight. You know, he can fluctuate almost a kilo to half a kilo on a race weekend, and that mixed with basically a miscalculation of the ballast on the bike during the session made us fall under the threshold for practice. So yeah, unfortunately we're going to go through this session, but I think he's got a pace to go through to Q2.
Yeah, after a more difficult weekend in Balton, but for both Eddie and Joel, I think for quite a lot of people in general, quite a specific circuit, they both look way more comfortable. And hearing what they were saying yesterday, they sound fast and confident of being able to get a good qualifying under the belt. Is that how the team are feeling as well?
Yeah, exactly. You know, we knew going into this year that Vallotton and probably Austria is going to be our 2 bogey tracks. You know, they're quite suited to the KTM style. So it's pretty much damage limitation on them weekends. But, you know, coming into here, we have a nice run of tracks ahead of us. Assen, Sachsenring, Silverstone, Germany, all of the tracks which I think will still power by.
Go well today, Macaulay. Good luck for Joel in Q2, and hope to see you both.
Cheers, Macaulay. Cheers, Elliot. Yeah, really big shame that Eddie O'Shea does find himself down in Q1, but he had good pace. He should be able to move through into Q2. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Marco Morelli already coming back in, so I reckon they've just maybe gone out on some old rubber there. And they're calling him. We saw in the box communication that he's got to come in for a tyre change, but I'm interested to see whether this is a planned run through pit lane. Radio Cruz says Adrian Fernandez, touching by the number 11 of Cruz, said it's a please not.
Yeah, it was Morelli leading that trio around, and I think Adrian Fernandez was thinking, I'll just do what Marco Morelli does, follow him through pit lane and hopefully get towed around to a Q2 lap time, but clearly it's a deliberate strategy from the Aspar team. I think what they would like to do in an ideal world here is just use the one tyre in this Q1 session. And I think Marco Morelli potentially has the pace to do that, so potentially now just saving the sole tyre that they'd like to use for this Q1 session when they send it back out shortly.
Exactly, like we said, it's going to be a different strategy around here because it's plus 2 minute laps, so you're not going to get a great run at it. You're not going to have a lot of laps and a lot of volume, so you've got to make that tyre work in the best way possible. Don't forget one mistake at this place. It's exactly the same as every other place, but it probably costs you a lap or 2. It's a long road back if you do make a Horlicks and ruin a tyre. So they're leaving it late, so that runs its own risks as well. Marco Morelli, of course, unable to get back out yesterday after his crash, but I can tell you that him and Adrian Fernandez are now both leaving pit lane as we await our first big lap times of this session, our first time laps of this session. And as we come through the chicane, we're not far away from getting those first-time laps in.
Including Mark Cotteriata here on the number 8. If you're joining us for the first time this weekend in qualifying, first of all, welcome. Secondly, Oriate in for David Munoz, of course, significant injury sustained in that last lap crash back in Hungary, fracture to his left side of his pelvis and also damage to his left arm. A rider who, just when he was getting some momentum back into his Moto3 career, unfortunately Munoz fell on the sidelines for Munoz. We wish him all the very best, but a very able deputy. Of course, he's already substituted an impact already this season as Oriate when he replaced Munoz back in Austin.
Although I think it threw all of us, Lewis, that he's now using the 88 and not the 89, which I'm not really sure why the 89 hasn't been used. Maybe it's to be distinguished in the MotoGP paddock. Of course, the other famous 89 up in MotoGP, Jorge Martin, but that may well be me clutching at a reason as to why I can understand it if I don't otherwise get it. But he is the 88 this time round. After Oriate, Bob Moore and his teammate, he's coming up in Q2. David Armando's been very quick. That was a bit tight there. Nicola Carrara and Queso Gorman was getting a little bit too close for comfort on this run down towards turn 5. O'Gorman's getting under his teammate Leo Ramastor, but this is where O'Gorman crashed yesterday. It's going to be, I thought it was going to be 3 corners and 3 passes for O'Gorman that time around. Oh, it is in the end, I suppose, on the exit of turn 7. O'Gorman drives under Eddie O'Shea, who is top at the moment, ahead of Ramastor, but then it's Uriarte, and then it is O'Shea Rudley. We are waiting everyone else to set a lap time.
Yeah, those who joined us or joined QCO now this morning for free practice 2 might have seen an incident at the end of this session involving Leo Ramastor through going the way of Cormac Buchanan. If you did see that incident, you'll be not remotely surprised to learn that Ramastor will be given a 1-lap penalty for tomorrow's Moto3 Grand Prix for that.
Yeah, it was always going to be a penalty. I think they were just waiting to see what kind of penalty, and in the end it was as correct as possible, really, a long lap penalty for tomorrow. Let's just, while we're waiting for the lap times to come in, head down to pit lane. How was this?
Yeah, you obviously saw Marco Morelli, Adrian Fernandez and Adrian Cruces come into pit lane. It's a clear tactic from Aspar and Morelli to only use one rear tyre in this session. It looked used when he came in, but I think it was a fresh one at the start of the session, but definitely no plan to use 2 soft rear tyres. So watch out for that one. We're confident that Morelli can get through by using only 1 soft rear tyre.
Thanks for that, Al, and they should be confident as well. As I said earlier, Marco Morelli was up inside the top 3 this morning. His pace was very, very strong indeed. He was 7/10 off what Alvaro Carpe was able to do, but a 2:05.1 is not slow at all. Martin Uriarte is on P1 at the moment on a 2:05.8. That's not a bad banker at all in the first half of this. Of course, we're waiting for the second half of it to really kick on, and whilst Morelli's going to only be using 1 tyre, I don't think we're going to see everyone else roll that risk.
Oriate is 2:05.8. That is his best lap time of the weekend. He's a switch faster than he went, a tenth quicker than he went in free practice 2 earlier on today. So steady progress being made by Marcos, who did come here last year. Of course, at that point, he was the injury replacement for Matteo Bertelli at the level up MTA squad. So Oriate always has his phone on standby, doesn't he, in case Moto3 team in need calls in.
And I tell you what, he's a pretty good substitute rider as well. He was pretty quick yesterday. Also worth noting that Marco Morelli was in Q2 here last year, qualified 13th, with he was deputising on his own debut for the Grid MLab team. He was teammates with Eddie O'Shea on that day, so came home with points as well. Not bad at all.
Here he is on the 97. Still can't shake off Adrian Fernandez, whose strategy for this Q1 session is very clear, but in fairness to him, it looks like it's going to be a successful strategy too, as they're set to go first and second as we tick through the halfway point in this Q1 session. Morelli on a 2:05.7, Fernandez a 2:05.625. Adrian Fernandez on the modified Honda couldn't get out of the 2:06s yesterday, more today, so with the help of a tow from the Aspar rider, there's a sizable step forward.
Yeah, massively. 2:05.6 is first 2:05 of the weekend, as you say. There's a little bit of slipstream with the help. Slipstream is mega important around here. There's a lot of places, and particularly in these Moto3 machines, where you can benefit out of the last corner all the way down the front straight, out of turn 2 all the way down here towards turn 3. 4 down towards turn 5, then you've got all the way out of 9 to 10 and all the way back up Horsepower Hill, more so out of 12 up to 13, but there's a lot of places where you can get a load of
free time. And whilst we've got 6.5 minutes on the clock, Al, you've spotted something or someone else. What or who is it?
Yeah, I've spotted Mirjak Couture down in getting an update on Adrian, of course. Adrian struggled so far this weekend. So obviously, we know what's happened in the background. We're not going to go into that right now, but what's the reason for Adrian just struggling to get going here in Brno?
You say we don't go back what happened last time, but it influenced him very much on his moral. I mean, so he's trying very hard because you can see Pini is quite good here, and Adrian now is passing in Q1. I hope that he will go in Q2, but obviously it's not a good moment for him. On what happened in Hungary, but we are behind him and trying to forget this when we are on the track, and we will try to do our best for him, and I'm sure that he will come back soon.
Have you noticed a difference in Adrian's sort of personality and persona on the bike and off the bike after what happened? Is that sort of the sole reason as to why he's just been a little bit off the pace this weekend?
Oh yes, because
When you know that, sorry, it's very noisy. When you know that you can fight for the championship or at least to be in a top 3,
and now all this is ruined. So it's not easy, but now he has to show that he's also a great champion, and that he will come back soon with his head. And we saw the changes. He's not the same Adrian that he was in the beginning of the year, because we worked very hard since years with him to put him in a good shape, and his head also, and also physically. So now he's a little bit demoralized, but Adrian, I think he will come back, and we hope that.
What was the tactic in this session? Was it to go out and try and follow Marco? Obviously, Morelli was really quick earlier on. Did Adrian need that sort of reference in front of him?
Yeah, you need some slipstream, and so you follow Morelli. So I think it's a good thing. Everybody is trying to follow someone. And this will be maybe as a solution to go in Q2.
You mentioned him just previously, obviously on the other side of Box Guido, managed to get into Q2 yesterday after a big high sides in FP1. How's he feeling this weekend? Has he taken a bit of a step forward, feeling more comfortable?
Yeah, he's more comfortable, but as I said, he must forget what happened and try to change his approach now for the remaining races, and I hope that everybody knows that we are fighting against a decision, and that the thing will change for him.
Thank you, Mirjak. Good luck for the session and for tomorrow. Thank you.
Cheers, Mirjak. Cheers, Al. I think Mirjak just missing that we were talking about Guido Pini there for a moment, but that was a very downbeat Mirjak. So normally with a little bit more energy and enthusiasm than that. Of course, he is going to be downbeat. He's seen his star rider, his main potential championship contender, basically disqualified from the first 6 Grand Prix of the year. If you are just joining us and have been living under the rock and you do normally follow Moto3 and you're wondering exactly what we're talking about, check it out on MotoGP.com as Cormac Buchanan. Wow. Another crash and a real crucial point in this session. He is 8 as he showers the Brno circuit with a load of rocks. And this is going to be the front end going and gone.
Yeah, through turn 10, second fall of the weekend for Cormac Buchanan. Of course, remember last year when we came here, Cormac Buchanan was super quick, and then he had that crash which gashed his knee and unfortunately caused him to withdraw from the weekend. So Buchanan is often been fast here. It's kind of the story of Buchanan's Moto3 career, fast, but often on the ragged edge, and in that case, once again, going the wrong side of it as he spits gravel all the way up Horsepower Hill.
Yeah, he's dropping gravel absolutely everywhere. I'm sure he's going to be called back into the pit lane here. I don't look like he was going in it though.
Less than 2 minutes to go, then your top four moving throughout the Q1 into Q2 as it stands. Adrian Fernandez, Marco Morelli, Marcos Uriarte. That's a great job by the number 88 down in third. And Case O'Gorman in fourth. Big names missing out. Yamanaka, O'Shea, Ramersdorf is there in seventh. Buchanan's just crashed. He's eighth. Ninth for Adrian Cruz, who had his personal best qualifying and Grand Prix result last time out in Hungary. Zen Matani 10th, Uche Noodley 11th, that's Buchanan's teammate, and bottom at the minute, Nicola Carraro without a valid lap time set, so the new Gold Snipers team machine is only going to get one track on this, and right on the screen now.
And there he is on the inside of Eddie O'Shea. O'Shea is on an out lap extending, which is why he has jumped out of the way of Carraro. Carraro is not on a particularly special lap though, he's nearly 2 seconds off at the third checkpoint, so he's only going to get himself up ahead of Moodley. So Carraro's going to be leading it all down to this one final lap. Marco Morelli comes into the pits. I think he is rightly confident that a 2:05.792 will get him through.
Yeah, Nicola Carraro could do with something to cheer about. He's had 4 DNFs and 5 GPs. This will be his 60th start in Moto3 this weekend, but it's been far from ideal so far this year. He's still yet to score points. He comes across the line by virtue of it being his first lap. It is his personal best lap, and it's quicker than Uche Noodley. But 30 seconds on the clock then. Lewis, who are we looking at maybe potentially causing an upset? I'm looking towards Yamanaka and O'Shea here.
O'Shea's got a bit of rider here. Based on what we saw from him yesterday, of course, there has to be an asterisk next to that due to the fact his bike is underway, but you certainly can't criticise Eddie O'Shea's riding. He's riding super well at the moment on board that MLab Honda, but he's going to have to deliver this all on his own. Doesn't have anyone up ahead of him that can act as a bit of a toe tuck to drag him up the long straights that we have here around this Brno circuit. So crucial couple of minutes coming up for Eddie O'Shea. We'll get an impression of his first sector now, and crucially for Eddie, it is a personal best. There's a big gap to fit into behind Uriarte third on a 2:05.8, back to O'Gorman, who's in the 2:06.6.
And Yamanaka's going quick as well, as is Marcos Uriarte. O'Gorman's in touch with that first sector. He's a great first sector, but it's only 23,000 for the best one, so not so bad from O'Gorman. We're taking him through the second sector, and everyone's finding a bit of time in that second sector. Yamanaka, O'Gorman, Marcos Uriarte is 3 tenths up, and Eddie O'Shea as well there.
4 riders though, Kiko, on red first sectors. Marco Morelli suddenly feeling a bit nervous in the Aspar box.
I'll tell you what, he's not even leading, is he? He's there in second place at the moment. Those riders with red sectors, they include Yamanaka, O'Gorman and Marcos Uriarte. I'll tell you what, this is by no means done. Yamanaka and O'Shea at the moment also doing very, very well indeed. This is by no means over. Yamanaka's got Leo Raverstorm, who's been a bit of a mobile chicane.
I'll tell you what, Aspar will be panicking now. Aspar will be seriously panicking. Morelli's second, so if 3 riders beat his 2:05.792, Morelli will be dumped out of this Q1 session, and 4 riders currently on course to beat it.
Surely Aspar haven't dropped the ball for a second round in 3 weeks, because they really messed up the strategy with Max Keeles over in Mugello. If you think back to the Italian GP, surely Marco Morelli's not going to be...
Fernandez might be bumped out too.
Well, yeah, Fernandez is in P1, at least he's a position high. Fernandez does get... Morelli's out, he does get moved out. Fernandez is going to be okay just because Yamanaka couldn't quite get through there. But Marcos Uriarte on a 2:05.0, that's already going some. O'Gorman was provisionally P1. O'Shea has gone up into third place. Adrian Fernandez has been moved back to fourth. Oh dear, as we have a big look in to the number 97, Marco Morelli will take no further part in qualifying. They ran the risk with one tyre. They have been put in the box early. Marco Morelli had called it a day, and now he's going to pay. Down in 6th place in this session, that is 20th on the grid.
Yeah, I was right down there in pit lane until Jorge Martinez Aspar has stormed out of the back of the box. He is absolutely livid. They clearly thought one tyre was enough. It won't be so much the fact he only used one tyre. I think it was just he weren't on track at the end. The track clearly ramped up during that Q1 session, because it wasn't as if Morelli was close. He missed out by nearly 2 tenths of a second from Fernandez, who clung on to that 4th place. Uriarte in a 2:05.0, that is going some.
It's really going some. That is one of the fastest laps of the weekend thus far. I'm looking at what Marcos Uriarte was able to do. This was this morning. He was in 15th place with a 2:05.9, so he's still 9 tenths quicker than what he did this morning. Well, I am absolutely shocked that Aspar have again made a questionable decision when it comes to strategy. We thought Morelli was going to be safe, but the thing is, if you're not out on the track to set a lap time, you can't improve. You're not in a position to respond if the others are
right there. Eddie O'Shea, great lap from him, and Gorman likewise. And Mark Soriati stole the show. Adrian Fernandez was lucky in the end that he was able to get in beyond Marco Morelli early on and set that quicker lap time.
Of course, we talk about the strategy, don't we, about saving extra tyre for qualifying 2. That's only useful if you're in qualifying 2. Marco Morelli is not. Shout out to young Katie O'Gorman too, who of course had that big crash yesterday. He's bounced back too from that, so the Brit and the Irishman in this Q1 session both advanced through, overcoming their various issues from yesterday.
Yeah, and they joined Scott Ogden as well. So the British Isles having a great day here in Brno. We're going to have some decent representation up there in Q2 coming up. Joel Kelso for Australia is also moving on through. He's already got through, of course, but he's done the hard work earlier on, and he had decent pace all the way through. Keep on him for a front row, but Mark Soriati as well. I mean, that was a real surprise. Late on, it's P1 and Q1 for the AC8.
All right, well, that was from Marco Soriati. What a session for him. A 2:05.0 saw him breeze through in the end. He was some 6/10 clear of 5th place. Soriati, O'Gorman, O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who got his lap done early, of course, when he was following. Morelli took 4th place. Yamanaka 5th from Morelli, a shock 6th ahead of Cruces. Moved the 8th. Ramastolfa, who has a long lap tomorrow, 9th. Cormac Buchanan, who crashed down at the Schwantz curve, 10th. Zen Mitani 11th, and having only got a lap time on the board in the very closing minutes, Nicola Ferraro qualified at the bottom of the list. A bit of a surprise sprung late on in that Q1 session. A nasty shot for Aspar, but intact. Have both riders firmly intact in the battle for pole position. Oriate tops Q1. The battle for pole is next.
Moto3 Q2 is coming up very, very soon. And what a Q1 session we have just had here at the majestic Brno circuit here in the east of the Czech Republic. This track was built over in 1987, and we are nearly 40 years racing here. There's more of a gap that we have between 2020 and 2025, but what a place it is. Motorcycle racing deep in the veins, in the blood here in this part of Europe. Road races, Grand Prix dating back all the way through the 40s. It's really, really popular in this part of the Czech Republic. We're getting underway very, very soon. Moto3 Q2. It has been a brilliant first session. If your name is Marco Soriati, he really pulled it out the draw and got himself through. Adrian Fernandez, who was at the other end of that top 4. And really, you wouldn't have had money on Adrian Fernandez not moving through. One rider who didn't move through was Marco Morelli. The other two that did, Eddie O'Shea and Casey O'Gorman. They join these guys. Hakim Denich has been fast, so fast this weekend. And he was unbeatable yesterday. David Almanza and Max Kilos are on his shirt tails. Both were quicker than him this morning. Alvaro Carpe was right there this morning. Joel Esteban, Scott Ogden, Brian Uriarte, Jesus Rios, Rico Salmela, Valentin Peroni, Matteo Bertoni, Joel Kelso, Guido Pini and Vader Patama, the 14 that we already seeded through. And as I say, they joined by Mark Uriarte, Casey O'Gorman, Eddie O'Shea and Adrian Fernandez, who just crept in at the expense of Ryuto Yamanaka. It's probably a more headlining of fashion. It was Marco Morelli who failed to make the cut. So we are just now 2 or 3 minutes really away from getting underway here. Q2, the battle for pole, Lewis. Who's it going to be?
That's a difficult one to call, isn't it, for Moto3 qualifying sessions so far this season. 6 different pole sitters in the 8 Grand Prix we've had. Of course, the last couple of pole sitters have both gone the same direction. They've gone to David Almanza, so he'll certainly be one of the key contenders. He was second quickest at the end of practice yesterday, but one of the key contenders clearly is not involved in this session. Of course, Marco Morelli, who was expected to comfortably breeze through this qualifying session, he's not a part in it. How are they doing down at Aspar?
Yeah, I was down there at the end of the session and it all looks pretty comfortable, pretty rosy when Marco Morelli pulled into pit lane. We explained that he was only using one tyre, and that was the case. And once he pulled in P2, it looked like it was job done, but absolutely not. Some improved lap times at the end of the session was a surprise, as you were saying, boys, correctly called. And yeah, once it was clear that Marco Morelli wasn't in, Jorge Martinez Aspar was not a happy bunny. He knows that Morelli has the pace to be on the podium and fighting him for a potential win this weekend alongside teammate Max Quiles, of course, and he was visibly frustrated, walked out of the box shaking his head, not happy at all. He's back in here now and just talking to the team, but they know that's a massive opportunity missed for Morelli to have a great qualifying and be in the mix with teammate Max Quiles. Unfortunately, Morelli has a mountain to climb tomorrow now.
Thanks for that, Al. And another thing is, of course, it's this guy here on your screen, who was just on your screen, Max Quiles, does not have a playmate. He doesn't have a teammate to perhaps stay out of that big gaggle of riders and work together with in terms of slipstreams. As we touched on over in Q1, Lewis, this place requires slipstream. That's what Mir Couture was saying as well.
It certainly helped Adrian Fernandez, who was behind Morelli and ended up taking a potential Q2 place away from him. So Adrian Fernandez joins his teammate Guido Pini, last year's Pulsar course here when he was an intact rider. Guido Pini, both Leopard Hondas represented in this Q2 session.
Valentin Peroni's been pretty decent in qualifying this year, but it's been a really poor run of form on a Sunday. Not always his fault. Absolutely last time out, no fault of his own. Valentin Peroni, a DNF after that crash on the last lap with David Munoz and Ryan Uriarte. Just to throw a couple of little stories out there, David Almanza looking for a third consecutive pole. We haven't had 3 straight poles since by my mate Ivan Ortola. That was back in 2024. And that's from Alvaro Carpe, who has been on the podium in the last 3 GPs. But not once has he come from inside the top 10 on the grid. So if he can sort his qualifying out, Lewis, he may well be chasing the first Grand Prix win.
First time in his career he's put 3 consecutive podiums in a row together. Hasn't been on the foot road, the grid, or hasn't qualified there since Correct back at the end of April. That'll be a run that Carpe will be keen to end, and demonstrated he's got the potential to end it with that all-time high record earlier on today.
And he was on pole the Grand Prix before that in Kota. He finished third that day. Arguably should have won it, but the win went to Guido Pini's way. And Carpe and Peroni just lumped a load of spots out of each other. So there's plenty of things to look at in a positive light for Alvaro Carpe, but he wants the ultimate crown, the ultimate trophy, the one and get the P1. Right, Q2 underway then. 15 minutes counting down already as we take the drone up over the bridge and out into the countryside, and we'll soon be through the forest because this place laces itself around a massive, massive tree setting. It's brilliant round here. Already a little bit of daunting going on when the exits of the lane. Here's Alvaro Carpe, who it's got to be said, is also a lap record holder, courtesy of this morning. He was absolutely rapid though this morning. 2:04.394.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe, if he matches or beats that, he will be going a long way to put himself on the foot road, because we were doing low 2:05s at the end of qualifying 1 moments ago, and well, it worked for Adrian Fernandez in qualifying 1 by latching onto the back of an Aspar rider. He's following a similar pattern here.
Yeah, the one thing I just want to touch on with Carpe's lap time this morning, obviously it was a bit cooler than what it is right now. I mean, a little bit cooler. We're not talking a swing of 15 degrees, but 6 or 7 degrees cooler it was this morning. It was warm out there today. We're expecting to carry on riding around 34. Looks like the maximum we'll get today. Thunderstorms maybe this evening, but they absolutely will not impact what we see on the TV right now. It's going to be bone dry all the way through this one. So Carpe on that 2:04.3 this morning. Brilliant lap, but also he did stick a set of fresh tyres at it. Max Quiles will do 2:05.2 at the end of the 14-lap one. So perhaps tomorrow the pace is all about Quiles, but on 1 lap pace and speed, Alvaro Carpe with box seats after what we saw.
So, yeah, for a bit of a reference, track temperature officially at the end of the Moto3 session earlier on today, which finished at just after 9 o'clock in the morning, was 31 degrees on the ground. When MotoGP's qualifying session finished, and that was about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half ago, the temperature had already gone up on the track by 11 degrees, and it will have only gone north from that point on into this session. What we do know, though, since the resurfacing when we came here last year, is this Brno circuit, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, gives up very good grip indeed.
Yeah, that's brilliant as well when you get time to go for growth and try and get down to a great lap time. But what Adrian Fernandez is going to be doing, he was following the other CF Moto Gaviota Aspar team machine earlier on in Q1. That was Marco Morelli. This time it's Max Quiles, who we've got to say, as he lights it up coming through turn 3, he's one of the favourites from pole today.
I have to be so impressed by Quiles as well in pre-practice 2 earlier on today. He looked so strong. He did a succession of laps in the low 2:05s and high 2:04s. Of course, if he does that sort of lap time in this qualifying session, he won't be too far away from the front of the grid. But clearly on his own, and when he's not being disturbed by a tossy of Moto3 riders trying to overtake him, Max Quiles is super strong. But of course, qualifying, wouldn't say he's been absolutely infallible in qualifying as of late. Front row in Hungary last time out, but of course 15th in Mugello and 6th on the grid in Barcelona. 3 front row starts, and for a rider in such a dominant championship position, you'd have expected more than that.
Yeah, last time he was on pole was back in Jerez, but he really did convert that in a pretty dominant fashion. He was on the front row the next time out, that was at Le Mans, and yeah, he got that one sorted out as well, took the victory and then made it 3 on the spin and got to Catalunya, and obviously last time out he was second on the grid and made it through to P1. We've got yellow flags out already at turn 6, and that is around here. Who is it? That looks like Jesus Rios to me. Now, Jesus Rios has been enjoying, or not enjoying as is the case, the scenic route down at turn 5 and turn 6. Now, the turn 5 gets off earlier, that was pretty sizable. At least he got round one corner further this time round at turn 6. But good to see that Rios has managed to keep it upright. They eventually get it back on its wheels, and he can have a little roll down pit lane, 10.5 minutes or so on the clock. So he has got time to do a quick once-over with the team down in pit lane and then see what he can do. He's on for a 5th place on the grid. On the spin is Jesus Rios. 3 P5s in the last 3 qualifiers.
Straight into the 204s then with Max Quiles, 204.888, which is in line with what he did earlier on today. He'll be on a race run in free practice too. So a little bit of an early shot across the bows from the World Championship leader Danny. He's going well halfway around the lap, and he's certainly caught the eye in practice so far.
Yeah, Denise was on a 204.754 yesterday. So, and that was done around the same time, maybe a little bit later than where we are right now. So Denise knows the conditions pretty well. It's a bit warmer out there today than it was yesterday, but we're experiencing pretty high temperatures anyway. Denise is on a charge coming through the 3rd sector. He's in the 4th, and he's a 10.5 up. He's following David Almanza, who's no slouch in qualifying either. Almanza is working his way down towards turn 13 and 40. Let's take them through these final couple of corners. The big left-hander here, and it's all about track position and the brilliant wide sweep through turn 14. The run to the line. Hakim Danish is on for provisional pole with his first flying lap, but it's a 204.5. That's his fastest lap of the weekend, but not quite the fastest lap of the weekend. That's on still with Alvaro Carpe, but Danish, as you can see, means business, and if that's his opening gambit, I can't wait to see what he's got left in the locker.
Very well, got some famous slipstream there from Almanza too to help him. Almanza's 3rd on a 204.981. Fernandez, Esteban and Uriarte at the moment just behind that, but only several riders have put lap times next to their names, and for the obvious reasons, Jesus Rios has not.
This is like, oh, out the front door, another big one for Jesus Rios, and that's the 2nd time his visor has come off today as well. He had a big one at turn 5 earlier. The number 54, the rider from Marbella in the south of Spain, is really having a bit of a tricky Saturday at the Moto3 office, but Jesus Rios, at least he got the bike back. That is a really, really important thing to note, because if he hadn't been able to get that started, that bike would have been in a really awkward place in the track. Max Quiles, 204.4, that's the fastest lap of this session at the moment. Just to go back to Rios, by difficult on the track, I mean that part of the track, the inside part of the track, is very difficult to get the bike back into pit lane, not the literal racetrack itself.
To the final couple of corners, or the final pair of left and right-handers. So many sweeping S-bends, which make this such a popular circuit amongst the riders. Really can let the bikes go. The MotoGP riders say that these are the kind of circuits where you can really stretch the legs of the incredible machine, so it's still quite huge if you're on board one of these small pocket rocket Moto3 bikes. As we look back, Alvaro Carpe, tandem riding team tactics going on down at the IO squad. It's Uriarte trailing Carpe, which might help him on the run down to the line, across the line for their first representative laps, and they go 3rd and 4th immediately.
Pretty decent stuff. Ogden straight up in 6th. Eddie O'Shea out of Q1 and into Q2 and P7 provisionally. O'Gorman and Pini ahead of Fernandez, Kelso and Patama. So 7th back to 12. It's all Hondas. Almanza comes across the line. That's fit for him at the moment as he helps Hakim Danish across the line once more. But Danish's lap time did get cancelled for track limits. Not the one he set before, but the one he just completed. I've got to say, looking down
through the field. You're all expected to come good here. Valentin Moroni down in 13th place. That's a bit of a surprise. Matteo Bertoni down in 17th, but he's not really set up properly representative lap time just yet. But they're your two riders who are a little bit out of position in some.
Peter Patama, another one, practiced down in 12th, although he was, of course, the lucky recipient of the Q2 place yesterday when Eddie O'Shea got turfed out of the top 14 due to an underweight bike in practice. Without that, Patama would have been in that Q1 session that we just watched. But generally, Patama figures it out by the time we get to the 5th set of Sunday.
Exactly. You don't get any points on Friday or Saturday, so save your best for Sunday. The thing with Patama is that he's not really had the best weekend so far this weekend, as he probably wouldn't have minded an extra 15 minutes to learn the way that Prix goes. So we look at the KTM Iron machines getting down towards turn 10. This is Vader Patama, who we're just talking about now. Half a second off through the opening two sectors. We're going to click him through sector 3 as they come across the line just there. As he takes in Casey O'Gorman, can't get through on him this time around. O'Gorman's a bit wide. Patama does in the end get through, but the lap time has gone away from the Indonesian at the moment, so he's not going through this time around. Carpe with his hand up, trying to get out the way. Brian Ariarte will move on through.
Yeah, O'Shea and O'Gorman, of course, came through Q1. Those are good laps, those, on the mid-205s. Pretty much matching what they did, or in O'Shea's case, beating what he did in qualifying 1. But imagine Uriarte must be out there. That's Marcos Uriarte, the 88, must be out there on a used rubber because he's got a 205.7. Confirmation from Ellen Pit Lane that he is indeed on old tyres. The tyres presumably were used in Q1 because he was 6/10 quicker than that in the earlier qualifying session to earn his place in this battle for top.
Max Skill as it is at the moment with 5.5 minutes left on this Moto3 Q2 block. He leads the way and he's on course for his first pole since the Spanish GP. Hakim Danish is chasing that pole position. He's 31 thousandths off at the moment. Brian Ariarte sits pretty in third ahead of teammate Carpe Almanza, who's on for a third pole this weekend if he can get up towards P1. He's there in 5th place. Scott Ogden is 6th. Adrian Fernandez is heading out now with Max Quiles. Those two are obviously working together because they have been following each other in the first part of this session, and they're on an alternate strategy because everyone else is in. Word up from pit lane as well. Jesus Rios, you can see at the very bottom of the timing tower, has yet to set a lap time. That's because he's crashed, but he has headed back out onto the track.
Yep, which is good news for the young Spaniard. The bike clearly ready to go, so not too much damage done through what looked like a crash that could have done a lot more damage than it did for Rios. So he has a second opportunity to get himself up the grid from what is currently 18th place. Here is Brian Ariarte. Currently as it stands on for back-to-back front row starts. He clearly has used the victory in Mugello as a springboard, of course, front row and then a 4 after getting his bike back to the pits after the red flag on the final lap. Back in Hungary, and at the moment Ariarte on course for eventually the second consecutive front row start.
And then you were saying about this track being nice and big and wide and open and long, and still somehow Quiles and Fernandez find themselves all together, as do these 5 riders. Uriarte, Rios, Ogden, I think that's Carpe and Joel Esteban. So Rios now back out from training. Looked like he was going to go, and then he's obviously waited a little while. So Regis Rios, number 54 for the Reba Coles Snipers team, he's going to look to try and get back into some kind of form. As I said earlier, he's had 3 P5s in qualifying of late in the last VGP, so we'll be looking not just for the top 10, but to repeat those front 2 rows of the grid that he's been enjoying for the last 3 years.
Patrick Fernandez has very much got the tow ropes hooked in on the rear of that Aspar KTM or Quiles. I mean, it's a fairly full-fledged strategy, I have to say, going out quick. Quiles is going. Fernandez, though, currently in 10th place. Of course, another rider who would have used up tyres coming through qualifying 1. So this is where we'll get a true idea of what Adrian Fernandez has in his sleeve, with, of course, the assistance of the World Championship leader, who looks a little preoccupied, looking down on his Aspar KTM, but doesn't appear as if he's got too much to worry about.
Yeah, is he preoccupied, or is he making himself look preoccupied? To eyes up here.
Honest, Adrian, I've got a problem.
Yeah, literally. And is he going to pull in? Yes, he is at the moment. And Fernandez is actually now going to have to do this all on his own. So Max Quiles, well, we'll find out if he has a problem in a moment or not. But Aspar himself and Nico Tirol looking on pensively.
He's going to be trundling up pit lane now before he gets back out. He's going to be actually quite tight, isn't he, to get round to the finish line to start a lap. So as they come through to Fernandez was up to sweep around the outside of them, so he wasn't delayed by those riders leaving pit lane. But it's going to touch and go here now for Quiles to defend his pole position.
Seen this film before, back in the Jello remember when he was not able to get back out and get on a live flying lap.
He's got a banker in this time, I guess.
Well, exactly, and it's a pretty good one. But the problem is, as we saw in Q1, everyone does.
He clearly does have a problem.
There is a problem, isn't there? So he wasn't sandbagging, he wasn't duping us. He is actually parking it early doors. So Max Keeles, it's not a strategy problem this time. It is a bike problem, and he is not happy as he explains the problem to Martin Nascar, the team and the guests watch on. At the moment, with no pulse, he's going to have to cross fingers.
I think there maybe the bike was cutting out on him, but either way, Keeles is now going to be a spectator, and he'll just be hoping that no one beats a 2:04.490. Good news, Max, is that so far this weekend, only one rider has beaten that.
Yeah, Alvaro Carpe, and at least he's 59 points back in the championship as well. Carpe at the moment, fourth place, fourth with the second or so off what Keeles has been able to do, but we are waiting for them to all really get down to business and on with their flying laps. You can just see at the very, very top of the screen there that there was a little bit of dawdling and a little bit of game playing going on. Adrian Fernandez is coming through the short corner now. This is turn 10, and then we climb up Horsepower Hill. I think it's something like 79 metres of elevation change from the very bottom to the very top. Not for me, I'm afraid. I'm quite happy sat down up here in Coventry. The stairs up to our gantry are enough for me.
A little bit of a hazard, I think, aren't they? A bit of a safety hazard is outside our Coventry box. Fortunately, we haven't had any rain to make these stairs up to the box rather slippery. It's beautiful blazing sunshine for this battle for pole position. We follow Alvaro Carpe, who is on two personal bests at the moment, but potentially a front row, but certainly not troubling Keeles' 2:04.4 at the moment.
Yeah, we're getting a few personal bests. That's one there by Adrian Fernandez. We've done all that in the last sector. Carpe's on one, Ogden was on one, but I think that was him just running right out wide at the Schwartz corner, and that's going to be his lap done because they're not going to be able to get round. Rios is on one by virtue of the fact that this is his first flying lap, and a second lap at the moment would not put him inside that top 10. So Rios it's a damage limitation job for the 54 at the moment.
A really strong third sector there for Carpe. He's closed in significantly, so he might just get himself up ahead of his teammate Brian Oriarte, who of course Carpe gave a bit of assistance to on the previous. So this time it's Carpe following Oriarte. That's a good team strategy, good team tactics. You follow me on the first one, I'll follow you on the second. 51 leads 83 over the line, and is Carpe going to improve? The answer is yes, and he bumps his teammate off the front line.
Exactly, up to P3 for Cut. Out. They were third and fourth anyway. Uriarte's taking the checkered flag. He's fourth. Rios comes across the line. That's 14th. He's ahead of Joel Esteban, and though at least he gets up to the provisional fifth row of the grid. Max Keeles has calmed down a little bit. It looks like he's still going to get pole. It won't be his arrival to Park Berger that he'd have been thinking of, but it looks like it's good. Well, I say that. David Almanza's on a lap here, as is Hakim Danish.
Yeah, so this will have been on the outlap then for Max Keeles, who was clearly pushing on, unless we're watching a slow-mo replay of his first run of the session. Yeah, we've got Almanza's now a 10th up at the halfway stage, so yeah, let's not put the Tissot watch around Max Keeles' wrist just yet, because David Almanza, who's got a couple of them from his last couple of qualifying sessions, he wants a hat-trick.
I'll tell you what, I think he'll still get on the front row here, Max Keeles, but David Almanza is going gangbusters on this final lap. We pick him up now. Oh, back it in. Oh, brilliant. Through turn 10. Almanza looks at one with that little Rolly Dynamo intact GP KTM. Blasts up the hill now through the third sector. He's 2 tenths and a bit more under Keeles. Keeles is pole. They will just have to wait.
I mean, Danish is flying too, but a problem Danish has got is he's got a lot of traffic at the back of the picture. He's stuck behind Pini. As long as he hasn't been held up, he'll get a massive slipstream now up Horsepower Hill.
And Almanza's probably a bit too far back to be getting a slipstream to the line. So the 22, is he on course for a third consecutive pole? This would be something quite special for David Almanza. He's kept it neat and tidy, and going onto the green, which he doesn't. Kelso moves up tight for Almanza, fifth to first, and the fastest lap of the weekend. And it's Danish.
So
Comes in second, 17,000 to the second line. Keeles is still going to get a front row, but it's a new lap record and a third consecutive pole for David Almanza. It's the first time since 2024 that one rider has set 3 consecutive pole positions. David Almanza does it again. Fantastic for number 22.
Well, he's very strong on Sundays, let's be fair, but certainly a bit of a Saturday specialist at the moment is David Almanza. Great qualifying lap from Hakim Danish, who of course has started on the pole position, or started on the front row of the grid earlier this season. Yeah, fact, he did. He got promoted to pole, didn't he, by Almansa's illness back in Mugello, but that now equals the best qualifying for the Malaysian, and that is no surprise after what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Quiles then did not look particularly disappointed, did he? Being relegated to third. He knows that he's got some serious race pace underneath him.
Yeah, Amanda underneath for 1-2 on the grid in Mugello. The third place that day went to Joel Kelso. So Kelso actually ended up on the ninth place, so just behind Wade of the time. Scott Ogden finished 7th there, so not bad from British Scott Ogden. Tell you what, look who's in 6th, Lewis.
Yeah.
We missed that completely. We're too busy going on about David Almanza, rightly so, with that new level time lap record. But Eddie O'Shea, well, that has got to be, in fact, no, I know it is, his career best Moto3 Grand Prix qualifying by 3 places. In fact, where we are finishing this first tour of Europe is where he got his last one. That was P9 last year in Germany at the Sachsenring. Obviously, he has been disqualified already this weekend, so we'll put provisional on it for now, but I'm fairly sure that the calling went Michael Laverty and everyone down there is pretty sorted out today with that 6th on the grid. Let's get some instant reaction from down in pit lane. Al, who have you found?
I'm down here with Nico Tyrrell. Nico, not quite the pole position you or Maximo would have wanted, but still front row, and just explain what the problem was. What did Max say about what he unfolded on that last couple of laps?
Yeah, we are super happy because at the end he did a very good job. He have a super pace, but at the end when we changed the tires, he said he had some problem that maybe with the gearing, but we don't know very well. We need to analyze after with the data, with the bike. But also, like I said, this is not depend on Massimo's side. We need to analyze, but the job is done and we are ready for race.
Lucky Nico, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Front row, more than good enough. Thank you, chaps, down there in pit lane. Brilliant job by Max Quiles. Third is almost as good as pole. You need the front row around here, Pat Bruno. The problem is that he's got probably the 2 fastest riders who are on that front row with him. David Almanza, we know he's going to be there come Sunday. Hakim Danish is a slight question mark, but judging by what we saw on Friday, Danish is here to stay in Bruno.
Yeah, what a fine young talent Malaysia and the Moto4 Asia Cup has produced in Hakim Danish, 17,000 away from what would officially have been his first Moto3 pole, even if he did start from one in Mugello. And, well, I guess the question that might hang over David Almanza tomorrow might be a physical one. Of course, we didn't see him fade, understandably, given that he was fresh out of hospital a week ago, a couple of weeks ago in Hungary. 2 weeks on, having been able to properly train and get himself back up to speed, you'd expect he'll be in it for the long haul tomorrow.
That's his 5th pole position as well, by my calculations, and a 10th front row. You have to be careful with the pole position because obviously he did get the pole position and he didn't have it taken off him in Italy. He just couldn't start from that pole position. But I think as far as everyone's concerned, he keeps the watch for it, he earns it, it wasn't taken away from him. Hakim Danish, that's another front row, a great job indeed for him. That's by my reckoning a 3rd front row this season, still chasing that elusive first proper pole position.
Yeah, Danish was on the front row grid back in Brazil, as we mentioned in Mugello. And, well, Max Quiles, the TV broadcasters can wait for me. Here's how the Moto3 World Championship leader is approaching this as he trudges up pit lane up to Part Ferme, which he practically has a weekly ticket for these days.
Exactly, he can accrue some extra points in his membership in Part Ferme because he's been there quite a lot throughout 2026. Alvaro Carpe's main championship rival, I say main, his closest championship rival is there in 4th place. Brian Ariarte there in 5th, and as we said already, Eddie O'Shea in 6th. Scott Ogden there in 7th place. Now that is one of his best performances of the year. In fact, no, it isn't. It's his total best there in 7th place. Vader Patama up there in 8th. Kelso and O'Gorman completing your top 10. Outliers further down the field, 12th and 13th for the Leopard Racing Hondas. They would have wanted more from that. Rios, I don't know if he's out of position or that's about where he's been. You would have expected him to be a row ahead, but that crash obviously just costing him in the end to the 54 going from 15th place. And then further down,
Marcus Ariarte was the name I was going to draw attention to Pico, because he did a 2:05.5 in qualifying 2. All that hard work to get himself through Q1. If only he'd matched that Q1 that time in Q2, he'd have been up on the 2nd row of the grid.
He would have been on the 2nd row of the grid. He would have been between, he would have been 6th. He would have just nudged Eddie O'Shea back to that 3rd row. But Marcus Ariarte obviously going for broke in Q1.
Yeah, not easily repeatable that time, clearly, wasn't it?
Exactly. There was only a handful of riders that were quicker than him, and that's your top 5 here. Gotta say, 2:04.6. I would have been saying that gets you to the front row. That's 5th place for Brian Ariarte. So you know, the times were absolutely tumbling in the end. Half a second or so, more or less, between your top five. And then it's another half a second back to Eddie O'Shea there in 6th place. We're just waiting to hear from David Almanza, and he's too busy doing some pictures at the moment. You'd have thought he got used to the pro procedure by now. It's his 3rd on the spin.
Copy-paste from Mugello, copy-paste from Balaton Park. But can he stick around at the front of the field at this time? Almanza resuming that ball, which is good for us all to see after the injury and the illness of so far this season. He is very much on form. 3 poles in a row for David Almanza. Once again on a Saturday afternoon, he has an audience with us.
David, congratulations, the first Moto3 rider since 2024 to have a hat-trick for pole positions. Talk us through the lap-ins. You're looking really good for the race as well. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, look, we are so happy with the hat-trick, full row. It's amazing, the work of the team. We are so happy, and of course, also we are ready for tomorrow. We have a good pace, and the thing with the bike is the best. And yes, nothing else. And also, I need to support to David Mugello. I want hello. And yes, we are ready for tomorrow.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, brilliant job from David Almanza, and eloquently put as well. A nice little salute to his full-time teammates on the other side of Team Dave, David Nimroth, who's obviously going to be out for a little while just yet. But when your teammates doing this, at least it gives the team something to cheer out. I just held my breath there coming through this final corner. I know it's a replay, nothing happened, but that bike was moving around all over the place. But that's how Almanza likes it. He is at 1 with that KTM this year.
Yeah, and he is rewarded with his 3rd consecutive pole position and his 4th of the season. David Almanza by 17 thousandths of a second denies Hakim Danisha made a Moto3 pole. He qualified 2nd. Max Quiles with some technical problems later on left him 3rd. 4-5 for Io, Carpo for Moriarty, career best 6th for Eddie O'Shea, Brits 6th and 7th with Scott Ogden heading row 3. Patama and Kelso next up. O'Gorman came through Q1 to 10, Dana Patelli and Lashley posted to Pini. He outqualifies his teammate Adrian Fernandez.
Welcome back to the Czech Adrenaline Factory here, the Automotodrom Brno, here in the east of the Czech Republic. We're here for the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. We've segued out of Moto3, we are straight on with Moto2 Q1. And what a performance it's been by a few riders here in Moto2 right the way across this weekend. And I can tell you something, without giving away too many spoilers yet, we're going to get into it properly very soon. But that crowd that you've just seen are going to be cheering on someone very, very special, because it has been a fantastic job by Philip Salach this weekend, and really right the way through 2026. We are just a few moments away from getting underway here at Brno in Moto2. We're going to take you through the runners and riders very, very soon. Yesterday afternoon it was David Alonso who was the fastest, but these guys are the ones who are coming up in Q1. Alberto Fernandez, as well as Tony Arbolino, Ayumu Sasaki, Danny Munoz, Aaron Canet, Luca Lanetta, Adrian Huertas, Barry Baltus. You're not going to see anything on him. We're going to bring you up to speed with the number 7 very shortly. Dennis Omju, Angel Piqueras is taking part in his first qualifying since Kota. Jacob Wilson is still in for Mario Aggi. Sergio Garcia likewise there in Q1 for the Gresini team. Xavi Zuratuza, your full-time replacement for Jorge Navarro, who has since left the Clint Forward team. That was announced last time out at Balaton Park. But, as we said, we'll bring you up to speed with Barry Baltus' big crash yesterday. In practice, we had a red flag. We didn't see anything of the crash, of the aftermath. I can tell you Barry is okay-ish. He's done quite a job on his shoulder, some ligament damage incoming for the number 7. He's already out of Brno and on his way back home to Belgium to get treated, get seen, and hopefully get fixed up good and proper so we can see him back here very, very soon. So Barry Baltus will not be with us this weekend, but we do with the Belgium well. That's the crowd that I was talking about. That's the rider I was talking about. The big Philip Salach shine right in the middle. Lewis, you're up here with myself, Pico Giles. Elliot York's down there in pit lane. But What a job it's been by Philip Salich. We're not going to see him in this stage. We've been already moved through. He was fastest this morning as well. He's not been outside the top 2 all weekend. The Czechs are out in force, supporting their home hero truck.
They believe that they might yet see home victory this weekend for Philip Salich, who's of course chasing a maiden Moto2 victory this weekend. We'll see him, as you mentioned, in qualifying 2, and we'll be quite the roar when we see him on screen. This is qualifying 1. This is Alberto Hernandez, who of course made automatic qualifying 2 last time out in Hungary, and backed that up with his career best Moto2 result so far, a first career top 10. It's fair to say the Bosco scorers haven't looked quite as competitive relative to Calix this weekend as they have in previous Grand Prix.
Yeah, not this weekend. It's been a very tricky one so far, particularly from Celestino Vietti. Now, he did get through, so Vietti's fine. But really, the Bosco scorers have been struggling a little bit more. Vietti seemed to find something this morning, but overall, it's not been their track at all. Daniel Munoz is coming up in this session now. Those of you who saw the crash last time out for Daniel Munoz and Ivan Ortola will be aware that obviously it was a far from ideal finish to the Hungarian GP for Danny Munoz. Ivan Ortola was at fault for that one, and he has since been given a penalty coming up. He'll have to serve up tomorrow, guys.
Yep, and it's a shame for Ortola because he's been very quick so far through practice. Really caught behind FP2 with his long run earlier on this morning. You mentioned the absence from this session of Barry Baltus. We wish him well. He's not the only rider who started this weekend who unfortunately will not complete it. And that also applies to Alonso Lopez at the Gracini team. I'm sure you'll see confirmation on your screens as the session gets underway. Lopez came here with an injured right hand after a training crash. Thought he could still ride through the problem in free practice form, but as it turns out, he's got 2 fractures in his right hand, as Lopez. So he's in Madrid now undergoing some surgery with the hope of potentially being back next weekend for the Dutch GT. His place is being taken by a rider who we actually saw make his debut here 1 year ago, and is the European Moto2 champion, the Pole Milan Padovic.
Indeed, as we get ready for Moto2 Q1 here coming up very, very soon. Tony Arbolino's going out for it as well. Tony Arbolino has shown a little flurry in recent rails, nothing to get too excited about, but he has shown that he can be one of the riders that can move throughout of this Q1 battle. They all get out towards the pit lane, big 6 men now head out to the track. Danny Munoz who leads away ahead of Sergio Garcia. Alberto Fernandez to lead coming through. That's Pavelek on that Cassini machine, he of course parachuted in this morning really. The number 14 is going to be out in force in this session, but don't expect anything too spectacular from the reigning 2025 Moto2 European champion.
Those Fernandez at the front of the pit already launched some moves on Sergio Garcia, who's got enough to worry about this weekend without Fernandez dive-bombing on the out lap. Was Garcia, he was the rider before when to watch him settle from an injury point this weekend for the Cassini squad, because Garcia, he had arm pump surgery following the Hungarian Grand Prix, as he's trying to toast out a bit of revenge there on Fernandez as he wants the track position on this lap. Garcia was down in 26th place at the end of practice yesterday. Clearly not comfortable physically, nor comfortable particularly with the bike he's got underneath him.
He wasn't too bad at turn 7 then, because he was just parking it right by handling Alberto Fernandez. He's got a little bit of history going back to Kota, of course. Garcia, who was already in deep anyway when Fernandez became bowling ball with the opening lap down towards turn 10 and turn 11. Garcia was really caught up in that Fernandez mess, and he's already at it already here on the outlap of Q1 in Brno. Here we have Mark VBS Oscar Scoro sliding into view. Dennis Onju, the 22-year-old third thing's got having connected previous winner at Cleveland. Moto3, 3 podiums to Connect's name. Not so much success here though in Moto2. This is Barry Baltus, of course. This is Connect's ex-teammate, and unfortunately Bazza will not be out there this weekend, and we wish to see him back as soon as possible, because we didn't see it, but from what we hear, it was a bit of a scary off yesterday in practice.
Yeah, it's a real shame at any point when something like that happens to you, but a shame for Baltus on this weekend. He thought he won last year, and he was on course to make his 100th Moto2 start this weekend. Sadly, that will have to wait. Here comes a Munoz then, Danny Munoz, who is one of 8 riders who still has a 100% Q2 record so far this season. Not an automatic Q2 record, because it's the third time now this year we've seen him qualifying 1, but in terms of pure pace and in terms of championship position, Munoz is surely the red hot favourite to come through this session.
Yeah, Munoz should really clear this without too many dramas. He has been in here, as you say, Lewis, already in 2026, so he's no stranger of what he needs to do to get out of Q1. But thankfully for him, it's not as often. It's only, well, I say not as often. It's 3 out of 9, but more times out of not, he's made it through into Q2 directly from practice. So let me update your pace setter at the moment, I suppose, in terms of who we expect to move through. But we're still waiting for those lap times to come in. And while we are still waiting, let's just head down to pit lane. Now, what have you got?
Yeah, cheers boys. Down here with Hiroshi Oyama. Hiroshi will come on to Tayo very shortly. A great day for the Japanese rider yesterday. But I want to touch upon Jacob Woolston as well, who was with you guys this weekend again. How's he getting on? He had a really promising Friday. What's his race pace like, and how much is he enjoying being in Moto2 with you guys?
I think now this weekend, from last weekend to this weekend, he showed his clearly steps. He was struggling last 7 races with Moto2 category. He switched in Moto3 to Moto2, but finally he started to understand how to go, how to ride, and how to get confidence. So we can say now he started to enjoy. I can see from his face, and let's see in the Q2. Now he's in Q2 qualify, so let's see how he can improve his lap time in this qualifying session.
What has Jacob said about the step from Moto3 to Moto2? And obviously he rides a Postoscuro in the Moto2 European Championship. You guys are the Calic, so what's been the big difference?
The speed up and Calic is quite a big difference. So now the Jacob is riding for us instead of Mario Aji. So Jacob is riding with speed up, and now this weekend with Calic. So he said it's quite different. So I don't want to say what it is, but it's a quite different characteristic bike. So I think quite interesting, these two different characteristic bike in the grid, and the both are quite you know, the tight forward. So yeah, it's interesting to see these two manufacturers fighting as well. Also this year the other Sashi manufacturer also coming better. So let's see those manufacturers fighting the boxes. It looks very nice.
You mentioned in there, of course, Mario Aji still injured. What's the update on Mario? When can we expect to see him back on track?
In 2 weeks, we have another doctor check, and if doctor said he's fine, maybe he can come back to backsending. So I think that he can feel well, and then he can come back stronger.
Yeah, that's good news. And finally on Tayo, Hiroshi, first points last time out in Hungary, and now straight into Q2 yesterday. He looks like he's getting to grips with Moto2. What's been his big progress?
Yeah, I think he started to understand this championship, and then it was good. He scored a point, and the race in Hungary race was not so many rider crashed, so it was not luck he achieved by himself. So was quite confident for him.
Thank you, Hiroshi. Thank you, Al. Yeah, worth noting. Entire for time. What day it's been for the ex-Moto4 Asia Cup riders, because back in Denise on the front row in Moto3. I won't give away what exactly the position is for Iagura in MotoGP, but if you have been living under a rock, then at least you'll have to wait 2 months longer to find out where he is qualifying, because the race is getting underway, the sprint is getting underway at 3, and time for Sato has already moved through up into Q2 via practice, so not bad at all with us.
Yeah, first time for Sato. Hiroshi yesterday described it as an important achievement. The Type Sato has achieved that, and of course he's been making steps. He's been heading gently in the right direction in his Moto2 rookie season, but it's good to see some tangible reward for that first World Championship points in Hungary, now first Q2 appearance. And continuing on the theme of riders that have come from the Moto4 Asia Cup or its previous night, the Asia Talent Cup, Mr. Saki currently leads this session on a 1:58.770. 400s clear of this man, Munoz in second.
In the previous life, and also for the first couple of mentions when we do have the Moto4
habit.
Asia Cup with us here up in commentary. It is a bit of an old habit, and old habits do die hard. We're about halfway through this session at the minute. Not a lot to really bring you up to speed with. Sasaki, Daniel Munoz, Luca Lunetta is probably one of the surprises there, but of course Lunetta has finished inside the top 10 before in Moto2 this year, and Sergio Garcia there in fourth. Munoz, as we said earlier, is one of the favourites to move through here. He's second place at the moment, and Chloe Blake comes on this lap as well. Riders within some touching distance, Adrian Huertas and Angel Piqueras. Great to see Angel Piqueras back out there, Lewis, after that scary crash in Kota. He was with us in Hungary, but he had to withdraw before qualifying, so good to see him out there giving it a good go today.
Yeah, taking a long-term view in Hungary, and yeah, he appears to be closer to the pace here, and of course closer to 100%, as Munoz gets us now down to 58.623. I'd say one rider who certainly deserves a mention. We've mentioned him already in terms of the fact that he's with us this weekend. But Milan Padelec for Brasini, he did a 2:00.064 earlier on today. He's improved by 7/10 of a second early in this Q1 session. He's ahead of Ferrandez, he's ahead of Horsford, he's ahead of Zuratuza, and he's only half a tenth behind the uber-experienced Aaron Canet on the Mark VDS Boscoscuro.
Yeah, Aaron Canet, we know this year is just not really at the races, is he? We know that the off-mark VDS racing team is really struggling to get to grips with the Boscoscuro without Jake Dixon at the helm, of course, from last year. So, yeah, tricky times down there, but I can tell you 8th and 9th in Q1 is absolutely not where they would have thought they would be. We see Luca Lunetta come in, who's we talk about the Boscoscuro struggling. He's in that top 4 at the moment on his Boscoscuro, so not too bad for Luca Lunetta, who is, of course, still getting up to speed in Moto2. He's lost a lot of track time due to the fact that he had that big crash over the season opening Berlin.
Yeah, he didn't come here last year, neither did Luca Lunetta, because of the injury the first time he broke that leg, which was back at Assen last year. It feels as if Sergio Garcia is going to be sort of either calmed down or cheered up there by the Brasini squad. He's in 4th place at the minute, so I guess this is exceeding Garcia's likely pessimistic expectations coming into this qualifying session, as he sits 4th, sitting at Mark VDS in 8th there on the screen was Denis Onchu. No pressure, Denis, but it's not been the best day so far for Turkish sport.
Exactly. I don't want to put the kibosh on England up here in the comms box, but it's been a pretty good week. You probably worked that one out, judging by my slightly raspy voice on Friday morning.
But no, on Wednesday evening, you'll have struggled to miss it.
Yeah, you'd have struggled to not hear me as well, because I was giving it some, wasn't I? But, you know, it's been a vast improvement on the Moto3 Friday morning, that's for sure, when I've been quieting down. 5 minutes then to go. Moto2 Q1. Sergio Garcia is the last of those riders through at the moment. I can tell you that Sergio Garcia's time in Brno has not necessarily been the best. He's never actually been here in Moto2, but back in Moto3 he completely failed to score points out of DNF and finished one race in 16th. So at the moment, Sergio Garcia at least is having something to cheer about, even if he is hanging on to that final Q1 or Q2 spot, let's say, here in Q1 with 4.5 minutes on the clock. But every rider is in the pit lane at the moment, Lewis, so I think we're going to have a proper old style, superbike style, super pole, go for broke lap at the end of this one.
It's checking Garcia's best qualifying this season so far. He qualified 12th back at the French Grand Prix, but he's been eliminated in qualifying 1 in 3 of the 8 Grand Prix so far. Someone was very calmly trudging across the pit lane there, blissfully unaware that a posse of Moto2 bikes were heading in his direction. Fortunately, they saw him coming up lane, I think having a good look behind, saying, "What are you up to?" As he's busy trying to get his qualifying session out for running. Arbolino down in 7th place at the moment, unable to get out of 59 so far.
Yeah, it's not to be for Tony Arbolino round here. As I think the Moto3 podium and a pole back in 2019 about as high as his highlights here in the Czech Republic go, and in Moto2 last year they were pretty limited. So Tony Arbolino not really getting on with Moto2 in the last couple of years. That's been fair since this new tyre came in, a slightly bigger profile tyre when the wheel came into use. So Tony Arbolino still trying to work it out. Right, 3 and a bit minutes to go then in this one. 58.6 at the moment. I tell you, 58.6 isn't too slow. Yesterday, 58.623 would have put you 4th. It would have put you just behind Manu Gonzalez. So not a bad opening gun from Danny Minuk. Now this is going to catch the attention of the stewards and Simon Crowbar. Pencil sharpen up at the ruddy side, because you're going to be looking at a few of these riders and scribbling down their numbers the way they were carrying on, coming through the long-lap penalty area, and they're still going on. That's Sergio Garcia, Jacob Ralston, Dennis Onchu, Ayumu Sasaki, Luca Lanetta, Anko Baccaus. Couldn't quite see the last one was just coming through the shot, but all of these, Tony Arbolino, all of these are going to be really in a bit of trouble, particularly even though there's no one else out there on a lap, which is Dornan on the racing line, which at the end of the day should not be encouraged at all.
Yeah, blue flags are waving, but as Kiko only mentions, there's no one coming their way on a hot lap. Hot laps coming in what are very hot conditions. 2 minutes of this session to go, and of course, given that they have dawdled so much, they're going to leave themselves just one time lap. The point is now going to have passed where you could do 2 laps in a row. It's going to be a 1 lap shootout.
The thing is as well that there might not be live laps, but Dennis Onchu looked like he was going for proper broke there. He was on a charge all the way through, because he's seen an opportunity to come through this and get a bit of clear air probably. So you know, you really don't want to be riding slow down the race line, because all these three now, Huertas, Fernandez and Wilson, have sped up and just took themselves right in front of Angel Baccaus, who looked to me like he was actually going somewhere up towards the final couple of corners. So we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. 1 minute and 40 seconds or so on the clock. This is everyone's final flying lap. Munoz, Sasaki, Lanetta and Garcia are the 4 that are going to go through as it stands, and it can all change in the next 90 seconds or so.
Yeah, there are almost 2 waves of riders here, because Saki's leading this train. Up ahead of them, we've got the Alpha with the S pair of Onchu and Kinet, and with them is Zabi Zilatuza only forward by P85. There's Ralston's for Malaki Coppins. There is he. Is he up the inside of Alberto Ferrandez? It's not a way to make friends on your second Moto2 outing, Jacob, but he's getting stuck in.
It's not the way to really get through on a fast lap either. You can see how much chatter the number 22 is experiencing down at turn 3 as well. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to clear Ferrandez because he thinks he's not got more pace at that particular part of the track. You can see Ferrandez is really struggling. He's lighting it up all the way through turn 5 and 6. Sasaki's bailing out of this, and Sasaki's got to be really careful not to clobber into Alberto Ferrandez. That wasn't really the best riding from the wild. The crazy boy, Jacob Wilson's a little bit angry as well, it seemed there, when they're running towards turn 8. But Ayumu Sasaki, who is second at the moment and moving through as it stands to Q2, will not be making friends here.
Yeah, the only riders who are improving are already in the top 4, so I think our 4 going through the Q2 are already set. We've got Garcia and Lanetta on personal best. Garcia, as you can see at the bottom of the screens, might well go top in this session, which might well finally put a smile on Sergio's face, and smiles from Sergio Garcia have not really got handed him under there.
No, not really, but at least it's going to give him something to cheer about, as long as he can clear Luca Lanetta and not lose time to him. He's not lost time to him in that third sector. A tenth and a half up for the number 3, who's chasing the 32. A little bit of slipstream up Horsepower Hill and then into the penultimate corner at turn 13. He doesn't make the move, so we'll get a little bit more slipstream by the line. Let's see then, as they come through, Sergio Garcia is sitting vulnerably in 4th place at the moment. Let's see if he does move up and indeed continue to bag that spot. Does he? Yes, goes P1. Lanetta improves as well, goes 4, and that is that. Garcia, Munoz, Sasaki and Luca Lanetta. I cannot say how much of a good job that is by Milan Pavelek as well. They're in 10th place, ahead of Alberto Ferrandez, ahead of Jacob Wilson and ahead of Javi Zilatuza in his first GP of the season. Brilliant job done by the 40, the teammate to our fastest rider in Q1, Sergio Garcia.
Showing exactly why he is the European Moto2 champion, and who knows, with Lopez having undergone surgery this morning on his broken right hand. We'll see Pavelek next week head to the Dutch TT at Assen. Ferrandez will be disappointed with that. Don't think getting tangled up with Ralston on that last lap would have made much of a difference in truth for Ferrandez, because he needed to find some 6/10 of a second so he's going to move his way through as he thumps the tank of his Bosca Squirrel. This was when they went side by side through turn 3, but just didn't look like he had the speed at any rate.
Yeah, last flying lap, but it was anything but flying really, wasn't it, for Ferrandez, because that's coming through turn 4 with Ralston, and then as you're about to see, is that you don't see. Gino Borzoi, every picture tells a story. You get his thoughts there, and then looking at the camera, but it was more here where Ferrandez was really balked by Ayumu Sasaki. Sasaki in turn would probably be getting looked at for it, but he's still going to go through in the present up in towards Q2 because he came home third.
Good job there from Lanetta, as we said as well, on a 58.8 to take 4th place. So The young Italian from Rome, 20 years of age, will take part in his second Q2 session of the season, ensuring that Ivan Guevara and Celestino Vietti, who will become permanent visitors to qualifying 2 this season, will have some Boscoscuro company.
Sergio Garcia's lap time, 58.559. That's only a bit slower than what David Alonso was able to do yesterday, although the benchmark really was moved this morning. Philip Salac was quickest on a 57.9. The only ever 57 lap round here in Moto2 trim. So the time, there is a bit of time left on the track, but I've got to say that's a decent lap from Sergio Garcia to be more or less matching what Alonso was able to do yesterday.
The machine team in both MotoGP and Moto2 have had their issues with injury this weekend, so I think that's one team who are due a bit of good news and may now have it, courtesy of Sergio Garcia, who will be the sole Rossini entrant in qualifying 2 in Moto2.
Just if I can, outside the top 4, touch on Adrian Huertas. Unlucky for him not to be moving through into Q2, but that is one of his better qualifying positions of late. He's not been in the top 20 over the last 3 or 4 rounds, so at least Adrian Huertas is going to be 19th on the grid and was very close to moving through. All at sea again for Dennis Onchu and Aaron Canet, 8th and 9th in this session. That's going to leave them right down the order as far as the overall grid is concerned. And a good shout out to a couple of other placement lines as well. We spoke about Milan Pavelet, just talking about Jacob Wilson as well. He was only a second off Sergio Garcia's time, which when you put it in the context of that was a second off what David Alonso was able to do yesterday. It's not bad for someone who's not had a pre-season test or a proper run of a Moto2 machine. So hats off to the 22 Jacob Wilson down there on chance.
He said yesterday the bike was starting to feel a bit more natural for him, and to finish within a second of the pace in that Q1 session is no bad going at all. So Sergio Garcia, look how happy he is on the graphic there. Fastest in qualifying 1 on a 1:58.559. Munoz, Sasaki and Lunetta also moved through. Huertas misses out by half a tenth in 5th ahead of Angel Piqueras, Tony Arbolino and the Mark Vidies duo of Dennis Onchu and Aaron Canet. Pavelet, creditable 10th from Ferrandez, Ralston and Javi Zuritusa. But Sergio Garcia is your leader out of qualifying 1. He'll be part of the battle for pole in Moto2. And of course, there are plenty of Czech fans watching that one closely. Q2 and Moto2 up next.
Countdown to the MotoGP Tissot sprint. It's now less than an hour away. We have one session between that and where we are now. It is Moto2 Q2. It is that whole battle in Moto2, and what a battle it is going to be. The crowd are expecting something special. They're expecting something special from big Philip Salac, and to see whether or not their home hero, who flies that Czech flag high, can do something that will live long in the memory of these Czech fans going for pole position. Philip Salac is in this. David Alonso was fastest yesterday ahead of the number 12 home hero. Manuel Gonzalez, your championship leader, likewise is already in. Daniel Holgado, Senna Agius, Alex Escridge, Ethan Guevara, Colin Vire, Ivan Ortola, Jose Antonio Rueda, brilliant there, 10th yesterday. Taito Osato in Q2 for the first time, let alone first time direct. Zonta van der Jorge, Joe Roberts, who was very, very fast this morning up in the top 2, along with Celestino Vietti. Sergio Garcia, Danny Munoz, Ayumu Sasaki, and Luca Lunetta are the 4 riders who join the aforementioned 14 as they graduate from Q1. But Lewis Sotheby up here in commentary with myself, Keegan Giles, only at Yorkers down in Pit Lane. This is going to be a real session. I've been waiting all day for this to see whether or not Philip Salac has not been outside the top 2 at all. He was fastest this morning. Can he get that second career pole and really give the Czechs a home event to remember?
And the first of those poles was eons ago, back in the first round of 2023, the Portuguese Grand Prix at Portimao. Opportunity knocks for Philip Salac. Can he handle the pressure, I think, is the big question hanging over his shoulders, because there's no question he's got the speed. Can he deliver when the pressure is on?
He's in a rich vein of form as well as Philip Salac. He has been on the front row in 3 of the last 4 GPs. He's been on the front row in the last 2 GPs. He converted that front row to P2 at the checkered flag on Sunday, last time out, and that would have sold a few more tickets here at Brno. You can see just what it means for the home fans. Those Czech fans have been in there all day already. They will be well warmed up in more ways than one for this Q2 session. And Philip Salac, well, he will have some pressure on his shoulders, but so far he's taken it in its stride, Lewis. He has looked very cool, very calm, very, very collected.
Yeah, and both of the American racing riders clipped this morning, both under the old lap record, both Philip Salac and Joe Roberts. Those fans you saw with the Salac banners in the hillsides in the stadium section, we've seen plenty of them this weekend. I have to say, just another mention to the fan next to them who's pulled out the Tom Philip Island. The Czech newspaper headline writers will already be jotting that one down if it takes Paul in about 20 minutes' time.
Philip Salac, let's hope he doesn't become a Philip Flop at home here in Brno, who does not want to be choking in front of the crowd here at the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Czechia. We are just about 90 seconds from going green here in the first session of in the second session of Moto2 Qualifying here. And as I say, we are just less than an hour away from MotoGP Tissot Sprint. Matt Burt, Reed Lewis will be up here with him and be commentary for that one. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. But right now, all eyes on David Alonso just as much as Philip Salac. Okay, Philip Salac from a home perspective, but David Alonso yet to get a podium in 2026. You'd have had very long odds if you were saying that at round 9. But that's the situation he faces. He was fastest yesterday, though. Is this going to be the breakthrough weekend?
Yeah, he feels more at one with the bike now this weekend. You spoke to him in the broadcast yesterday when he said that he's riding a little less like a robot this weekend. Well, however he goes about it, but David Alonso is targeting that first front row since Brazil, of course. We know what happened to him last year when he did qualify that 12th position. But it's only one front row in the last 12. And if David Alonso is to finally get his stuttering title campaign up and running, you feel the front row is essential.
I've got to say as well, off camera, I asked him, did you watch the Colombia match? Because if we're keeping a World Cup theme going from the other sessions in qualifying, he said he absolutely did. He went up live to watch it. So the result it was for Colombia against Uzbekistan 3-1. So maybe that's what David Alonso needed, a little bit of fuel to be added to his title charge for another sporting great over in South America. Right, 15 seconds until lights out and away we go. The riders are already rolling down to from the 10th to pit lane exit.
Keeping up the World Cup theme for just one more. Well, Thomas will talk about motorcycle at some stage if the session gets away. Heat Mancabara on the screen. You see, he was over at the Brazil-Morocco game, yet he went all the way out to the United States to watch it in person. So Heat Mancabara, if nothing else, is battling a bit of jet lag here.
Yeah, Heat Mancabara, you can't blame him. I tell you what, I thought we were battling jet lag, or not really so much, but on the Thursday morning when we rolled in after that 10 o'clock kick-off in England. But we're all good and going now. At least one of the home nation countries can win this week. Oh, I do apologise anyone Scottish out there, of course. We are only joking. Right, Moto2 Q2. I'm the rather large 6'1" with terrible hair if I'm spotted in the paddock. Although that doesn't really narrow anyone in the paddock down. Okay, let's stop talking about football. Let's get our notes in order. Let's head down to pit lane. Al, who have you got?
Yeah, I wonder. Only one place to start. Eaton, football down here, American racing. We've got to start with Philip, of course. What a weekend it's been, and a podium last time out. Hungary, the perfect way to come into his home Grand Prix. How's he been this weekend? Soaking up the pressure, but enjoying it at the same time.
Yeah, I think, it's obviously home race, a lot of pressure, but after last race, we got the podium, so I think the pressure was a little bit released. He can do it, he's strong, he's working well with the team, and he came with full confidence with his start already this morning. And yeah, he's doing great. We're happy.
How did he react after yesterday? Looks really strong on the pace and over one lap. How confident is he coming into qualifying?
No, I think he's very confident. It's good, that people will try to chase him. But no, he's in confidence. Try to do a good lap by himself without falling over. So he did really, really well. He's doing what he's supposed to do the lap start.
Good too. So it's looking good so far. I don't want to say too much.
Well, that's understandable. A big session coming up. What step has Philip made in the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix where he's really made that step forward and found a few tenths?
I think number one, just to adjust to the bike, to the colors. And then, just start working with the team, get the comfortable. Man with just mentally, obviously super talented as well.
You mentioned Joe, can't go without mentioning Joe. Good job to get into Q2 yesterday. What does he need to find to get on sort of par with Philip and sort of get the sort of podium momentum going this season?
Joe is just to, we start a little bit difficult, unlucky, and then, but as soon as they feel they're good with the bike, they can push, and he has the confidence, and so we got to this point this weekend, we feel great with the bike, we found something with him, and yeah, try it.
What did you find, just quickly, with Joe to make him feel comfortable?
Just a general thing, I think he got stuck a little bit from last year, that's also the injury that he came. So far,
I'll let you go now, Ethan. I know you're quite nervous and the team are very excited. Good luck for the session and of course for tomorrow as well.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, Ethan. I've got to say, I love Al York's questioning style. Ethan said, I don't want to say too much, so Al carries on grilling him. Get stuck in, son. That's what it's all about. Serious note, Ethan is going to be really, really nervous for understandable reasons. Philip Salach's home GP, that brings a lot of pressure. But Lewis, Joe Roberts here last year, Joe Roberts here in 2020. Majestic, Joe Roberts this morning, along with Philip Salach. It was a 1-2 for the only Pan-American racing team. They are going all out gangbusters here in Dorna.
Yeah, huge weekend for the team. Both riders, as you say, love this circuit and will be expecting to challenge for the football of the grid. Here is the rider looking to play the role of party pooper, the pantomime villain, potentially world championship leader, Manny Gonzalez, who has had a slightly tricky weekend, hasn't been wholly happy with the behaviour of his bike so far this weekend, but we know Manny Gonzalez delivers when it matters most. So is Alonso. Look at that. A 1:57 is 7:18. Alonso immediately breaks the lap record.
That's a brand new lap record, as you say. There's a 57.718. There was only... he's got down. David Alonso lost the front at turn 1 and barrel rolls through that gravel trap. So David Alonso, well, at least he set a banker. Yellow flags out. David Alonso has gone down, having set a new lap record here at Brno. And I tell you what, that bike's on the outside of the circuit. That's going to be a real pain to get back in the paddock. And with only 10.5 minutes on the clock, that is going to be countdown on. This is it, just out wide. And that front just rolls out from under him.
That first corner feels like it goes on for an age, and David Alonso cut it, unfortunately, short there. Yeah, just as well, he did a 57.7 because Salach himself went quicker than his all-time lap record earlier on today, but he's still 2 tenths shy of David Alonso. Even when he's super fast and in P1, still is never dull when David Alonso is concerned, is it?
Yeah, David Alonso, there's always something to look at on camera and on screen when he 2024 Moto3 World Champion, the first ever World Champion for Colombia in motorcycle racing is concerned. This is on board with Manny Gonzalez, and they are running through down towards turn 10, yellow flags at turn 8, so a couple of incidents already in Moto2 Q2. I wonder who it is. Danny Munoz just going a bit wide there. That's at the bottom of the hill at Chiron's corner. The yellow flags have cleared, everyone else is now on their way.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm trying to work out who it is. He's had a slow third sector, so he's going wide there in turn 8, got back onto the racetrack. Potentially Joe Roberts, potentially Zonta van den Voorburg, who've had a slow, Titus Holgado came to our screen. So both of the Aspar riders within half a lap of each other. It wasn't a run-up, it was a crash, and both Aspar riders are in the dirt.
I did wonder whether it was Holgado because it looked like the Aspar colours that were paused on our track map, but I thought, well, surely not the second Aspar machine. Well, Holgado at least is provisionally front row, so the Aspar guys have at least got bankers in already, but this is far from ideal in Moto2 Q2. We saw David Alonso have that massive moment in the closing stages at Balaton Park when he was pushing for a lap time, and at least he's only got a lap time in before tucking the front and not being able to save it this time. That's definitely been down the road. He's not head-buying it. Danny Holgado, as he showers the circuit with a load of rocks and stones. That has been down the road at turn 8 according to our graphics. And now Jorge Martinez Aspar calls for shots in the orders, and those guys are going to be working pretty hard. Yeah, that's at turn 8, that's on the way into turn 8. And it's not coming out very quickly either.
In fairness, Danny Holgado was a Barcelona where he did headbutt the screen during a qualifying session, so he does have form in that particular respect, but that genuinely was a crash, and clearly got it up and running, or got it off into the service road very, very quickly. So, yeah, a fraught start to the session for Aspar, but it has been a fast one. First and third of the Moto 4, Alonso and Holgado sandwiching the home favourite. Salah actually sits in second place. That's the first reference of lap time for Chelsea Nevietti, and he completes the top 10.
Yeah, that is in the top 10. I'm just trying to work out where it is as far as possible scorers are concerned. 6 is the best one at the moment, Ethan Guevara. Just a few other notes inside that top 10. Frank Lapham's on to Brandon Gerber. He's there in 8th place. Alex Squidge on the Clint Racing Team Ford chassis there in 9th place. It's not his best qualifying of the year, but it's a very, very strong top 10. Riders always going to be wanting a bit more. Joe Roberts 14th at the moment, as well as Colin Wyatt in 11th. Holgado's number 96 machine comes back into the box. And that is David Alonso. I'll tell you what, David Alonso's done a great job to get that bike back, because it went through the gravel and it was a little bit beaten up, but both bikes and riders back safe and sound.
Well, they are getting to work very quickly. They've got a big 3 or 4 minutes of the Aspar mechanics to repair whatever needs repairing. David Alonso are there. Of course, while he's been riding back, he'll have been having a very good look at the bike, just understanding himself what needs changing and fixing to give the team the best possible steer on what they need to do. The Aspar team, perhaps their hopes of defending a double front row start hang on the shoulders of their mechanics right now.
Yeah, the mechanics are always a bit busy down there in Aspar, aren't they, when they've got David Alonso and Danny Holgado in their team. But I've got to say, could do with the camera just perched in that box now, and as we watch that clock count down, and right on cue, Mr. TV Director is listening well. David Alonso's bike looks more scuffed up than anything. It will have had, of course, some gravel get ingested. Danny Holgado in the back is shaking his head there. He's third, but his bike definitely needed a little bit more. We look at Philip Salach, who is in the middle of that front row. He is the meat in that Aspar sandwich as it stands. 2/10 off what Alonso was able to do, and in the 57s. And at the moment, it is very much the calm before the Moto2 cold battle storm. Most riders, if not all of them, in the pits.
3 consecutive P2 qualifying as it stands at the moment for Philip Salach. If he was to go on better, we would dearly want it to be here as they get to work. It looks as if it's relatively minor damage, as we say, on the Aspar machine of Alonso. You couldn't quite see Holgado's bike in the background there, but it appears that there's a hive of activity to look at there as Jorge Martinez Aspar, who's had a bit of an eventful afternoon without giving away what went on in Moto3 qualifying. He's just saying, Danny, just give me a chilled session, please.
Yeah, and that's not gone very well so far, has it? Both of them are throwing at the fence, so David Alonso and Danny Holgado, as we said, there's always colour and movement when they're on track. There's always colour and movement when this rider's on track as well. Manny Gonzalez, he is your championship leader. He has got more than a race win's worth of points in his back pocket, so if something was to go awry here tomorrow, then we're going to be all over as it stands. Manny Gonzalez lining up in the middle of that second row provisionally. Danny Munoz is still out on track. Munoz down in 13th place at the moment as he slides his way through turn 1 and asks for a load of power going down the backstretch.
I think what Gonzalez will be pretty happy with Alonso is his 2 chief title rivals are both behind him now. Got the American racing pair. I think Alexis Squidge was waiting for them. After you boys and the Aspar pair are both able to get back into the action. The mechanics have done the hard yards. It's now time for Alonso and Holgado to deliver for them.
Let's see if they can, and let's see if perhaps the Only Friends American Racing Team can ruin the Aspar team party. We are 4 and a bit minutes away from this.
Risk of a total his teammate Salach potentially, but there's every day to do it.
There was every day to do it, but then Joe Roberts probably fancies himself around here as well, judging by last year's form. So we'll have to wait and see. Joe Roberts hasn't had a front row since here last year. This was his last win. In fact, it was the front row here last year. It was his only front row of the entire year. So whatever it is with Joe Roberts around here, he was pole in P3 back in 2020. He loves this place. He loves Brno. He's 14th in a minute. You can expect him to move up from there if all goes to plan.
And he's already had plenty to celebrate this week. Turned 29 earlier this week. Did Joe Roberts, as we switch from discussing the number 16 to watching the number 17. Danny Munoz, who kept off his 100% Q2 record by coming through Q1. And as long as he's delayed by Jose Antonio Rueda in this last sector, he might win with the order. 4/3 sector though for Munoz, but 9/10 off. If he can hold that to the line, that will move him up onto the third order group, would lift him up at least 4 places.
And just a note on Jose Antonio Rueda as well. He's starting to really work this out, isn't he? He's 12th place at the moment. He's going to get another couple of laps in just yet, so he may well be another fly in the ointment. And actually now he's going to be following Danny Munoz, isn't he, as they come to the line. So Jose Antonio Rueda, he's right out on the green. Not going to matter for that lap time at the moment because it wasn't really doing anything anyway. Munoz does not improve his time, but these two could do a lot worse and work together now with less than 3 minutes on the clock. Oh dear, we made lots of dawdling, and that means lots of pencil sharpening up in the FIA MotoGP stewards room. And this is really not what you want to see because you've got some riders coming in a lot quicker right at the top of the screen that will have been a bit surprised when they saw all that.
Yeah, the RW pair there of Saki and Van Gorbo were desperate to follow Manu Gonzalez, who almost followed the asphalt pair into a gravel trap there with that moment in the final corner. Gonzalez, this hasn't come easy to him so far this weekend, and with that moment slow onto the main straight, he's already decided to bail out of it.
Yeah, he's rolled out of it, and he's going to have to do really well to keep out of everyone's way. He's on the pit lane exit. Ooh, almost he's on the grass now. He's got to go across the racing line to get out of the way of everyone else. That's really tricky stuff there. And we're going to see this moment again, Lewis. He just asked for a bit of power, and he gathers out nicely. Let us go. He could have done without.
Yeah, and I guess he already recognised at that point, slow into the main straight, where he was already going to be losing time to start the lap, and decided, you know what, it's best just to save, keep my tyres in, not take too much out of them on this lap, and save it for one final attempt.
I've got to say, that felt a little bit more lively on board than it did from the trackside cameras as we come down out of turn 4. This is down towards turn 5 as we kick up big Philip Sarch, and when he comes down the next couple of kilometres, we see a wall of people cheering him on. This lap is not going to be doing anything spectacular though. Sarch is there in second place at the moment. He's great through the first sector, and he's rolled out of it in the second.
And again, we had a big drop off with the Pirelli tyres from the first to the second to the third time lap. So if you recognise already that the lap isn't going to be going well for you, the best strategy is just to roll out of it, just save your tyres as much as possible, and go again.
I've been looking at the split times. Oh, Senna Aegis burying underneath Guevara down there. This is down towards turn 10. Senna Aegis at the moment could do in his fourth. He could do it in the front row, but fourth is not too bad. It would be his best qualifying here at this track.
Ortola could be the rider to watch here though. He's been very good through the first 2 sectors. Ortola has a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow, as we mentioned in Q1, for taking out Danny Munoz, but if he can keep this lap going, he could potentially move up onto the second lap.
Guevara in 6th at the moment. He's just rolled out of it on this lap around anyway. It wasn't really going anywhere, but that means he's only going to get one more go at all of this. This is Ortola. He is on a good run here. 7th place at the moment, 4/10 off as it stands. Let's see what Ortola's got as he comes through. He holds that to the line. That puts him on the second row. Leading Ortola at the number 4, blasting to the finish line, goes up onto that second row. 6th place for the number 4. That's a decent lap time indeed at this stage of the session.
Barry's just gone up into the top 10 as well, and the record KTM IO machine, so at the moment it's 10th and 13th for the IO squad. And in between them, in 12th place, is Celestino Vietti. He hasn't crashed yet, which he has in the last 2 qualifying sessions, but once again, he's finding himself potentially starting outside the top 10.
This is a decent lap though. Again, if he can hold it, this will put him right in the mix and pull just off the second row. I think he's starting around 7th or 8th if he holds it, of course. Checkered flag is out now. Not many lap times really coming in here. I think we've really peaked a bit early in this session. Oh, Vietti looking nervous on the front there, coming down in towards the hard braking area at turn 13. He's 12th at the moment, coming out of turn 14, blasting towards the checkered flags. Does Celestino Vietti move up? Yes, he does, into the middle of that third row. So good stuff from the number 13. But besides that, Lewis, there's not a lot of special sectors coming in. It's all personal bests, but mostly all grey.
7th and 8th then for the 2 leading Boscos Foros. Sarch isn't far off with the first sector. Let's see for the second sector. He's quite a long way off now. And so the dreams of a Czech pole position at Czech Grand Prix look like they are fading. And, well, unless his tyre pressures are all right once again, as they were in Austin, maybe we can call it this time. Despite a crash, it's David Alonso's first pole of the year.
And therefore the first out for Colombia in Moto2. But let's just get them all across the line as they come through the Schwantz corner. There's nothing really coming in any news Joe Roberts is actually on a decent lap, 6/10 off for Roberts in the round. I tell you what, 6/10 off that put him in the top 10. At the moment, he's 15th. So Joe Roberts is in the final sector already. I think he's just a little bit further up the road than David Alonso on your screen line now. He's at the very top of shot. And here he is. We're picking up the number 16, making his way to turn 13. Joe Roberts is a bit of a specialist in Brno. This isn't going to be his finest hour in the Czech Republic, but it might be one of his most important if he's to give himself a chance tomorrow. Roberts to the line, goes 10th. That's a good job. And Manning Gas moves up to the head of the second row with a dynamite final sector. Good job from Manuel Gonzalez. Very, very strong indeed. 4/10 off, but P4 on the grid for tomorrow.
The two Intact teammates swapping places on that last lap, but they can celebrate. Wasn't perhaps the route that they would have intended to take to first and third on the grid after a crash of pace, but it is pole and third for the Aspar team. And David Alonso becomes the 8th different pole sitter in Moto2 from 9 Grand Prix this year.
Very good stuff from David Alonso. You can see the scuff marks and the gaffer tape on the side of the number 80 machine. Once Senna Aegis clears off out the way, you'll be able to see it. Or once David Alonso moves through, you can see it there, all the black tape of the fairing and the scuff marks, and his levers are all in pieces. But it is a new all-time lap record. It is a new country on pole. We have a new pole sitter. David Alonso makes a little bit more history for Colombia. Like you said there, Lewis, let's hope he actually does get to keep that history this time into Sunday.
A few Czech fans are hoping he doesn't, because it's Philip Balach who would inherit it, but we don't want to see riders getting hooked out of pole positions after qualifying sessions. Certainly not David Alonso, because what a talent he is. And is this finally the weekend on, what are we, the 21st of June tomorrow for the Czech Grand Prix, when David Alonso's 2026 season finally gets up and running.
It really needs to. I asked him this yesterday whether or not it's now. This is where his championship starts. Remember, last year, William Herrera took a little bit of time to get moving as well. It's by no means over just yet, but with David Alonso, if all the rumours are true, he does want to move up into MotoGP with some accolades. He's going to have to start performing right now. Great job though by Philip Balach on the front row. I make that his 4th front row in 5 GPs, Lewis. So he's been chasing that victory for a long, long time. Maybe tomorrow he can call himself a Grand Prix winner.
His 3rd, 2nd place qualifying in a row. It still has to wait for that maiden Moto2 pole, but he's certainly going to be a major contender tomorrow. I think even we would forgive Philip Balach if he goes in with the attitude of winning 12 minutes tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is he going to get another chance like this? And he's in such good form. He's been so quick this weekend. As I said in that session, he's still yet to finish outside the top 2 all weekend in any session he's been in. So brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Czech home hero. And Danny Holgado, he doesn't do Jorge Martinez Aspar blood pressure any good, does he? When he's just seen Alonso go down the road, Danny Holgado joins in the party of fence throwing, and Holgado in the end comes home in that 3rd place. And we know that Holgado from a front row position is an absolute dark horse. He can absolutely be a bit of a flying wheelman. Not only David Alonso's season starting party, but maybe Philip Salach's homecoming one.
Manny Gonzalez heads the second row. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that, given who's ahead of him on the grid. He's got his teammate Senna Aegis next door in 5th. Ortola 6th, of course. Remember, he's got a long lap penalty to serve tomorrow afternoon, so he will jump out of that 6th place early in the race. And I guess Gonzalez will also be pretty pleased that his 2 closest title rivals, the Bosco-Scuros of Cavallo and Vietti, are a row behind him.
Other riders, just to note, Joe Roberts with that late lap to move into the top 10. Colin Vire outside the top 10 now. I made that the first time in a long, long time. It's definitely this year that Colin Vire has qualified outside the top 10 down in Chad. Zonta van den Gorder, that's a season best for him in 11th place. Tyre for Santo was always going to be guaranteed to have a season best and career best in Moto2, but 13th place for him. He's actually out-qualified Danny Munoz and Jose Antonio Rueda. So very good job, even if it was a bit under the radar for last year's Sepang Moto3 Grand Prix win.
Just trying to have a good look to see when the last time Colin Vire qualified as low down the order as that. Qualified 13th in Malaysia last season, so last squad, and make it 11 Grand Prix since Vires qualified as well as that. Ethan Guevara at 7th on the grid. He did say at the end of practice yesterday, I think qualifying and pole position might be a little bit out of reach, but I'm pretty confident about my race pace, so don't rule out the 28 just yet.
Yeah, he's always going to be in the mix, isn't he? The thing is here, it seems that the Boston Squirrels are at a bit of a disadvantage comparing to the Calexes, so we'll have to wait and see whether Ethan Guevara's hustling riding style can make up for some of that deficit. Of course, he is really in this championship hunt, isn't he, Lewis? It's been a couple of rounds now where Ethan Guevara's been slightly off the boil, last time out, 7th over in Italy, and that has been coinciding with a run of form from Manu Gonzalez. He's looking tomorrow, even if he is starting 4th, to become only the 3rd rider to win 4 on the spin. That's the kind of form Manu's in.
And I think Ethan Guevara will be making sure his Bosco scorer is gun barrel straight at the start to make sure he doesn't catch the attention of the stewards after his change of direction. He's being done safe at the start in Hungary. Senna Aegis, who is directly ahead of him, and Aegis has been thereabouts for much of this weekend too. He was 5th yesterday, and he's 5th at the end of today.
Robert Alonso, that is a first front row as well, since the only visit we do to South America, that was Brazil. Of course, he did qualify very highly and up the order in Kota, but unfortunately he didn't get to start there because it was an exclusion, let's say. Therefore, he doesn't keep that record. So it is a first front row for David Alonso since round 2 of the, can you believe that was 3 months ago? Lewis, it seemed like Brazil was yesterday.
Yeah, and David Alonso would, I guess, know that tomorrow is the all-important day in his 2026 season. Surely he can't wait any longer to wait for a podium finish. This is Luca Lunetta, 2nd of the Speed RS Boscoscoros, 17th place above Luca, of course, on his 2nd appearance in qualifying 2 after he navigated his way through qualifying 1.
Yeah, not bad from Luca Lunetta. I mean, he's not. The expectation is not going to be that high in his rookie year, you get the feeling, particularly when he's coming in from injury. Certainly not the same level as Celestino Vietti. He's in great form, really, for Celle. He's really there or thereabouts. Like we said, though, and like we've said so many times over the course of this weekend, the Bosco scorer just slightly perhaps not the package to be on this weekend. There's quite a size difference down there in Park Roma, isn't there, between David Alonso and some of the crew down there in the asphalt team. I think we are going to be able to get ready to hear, though, from the Colombian. It is a first pole for Colombia, as we said. It is a first pole for David Alonso. He starts his 30th Grand Prix tomorrow. Fingers crossed from pole position. Great job, David.
David, congratulations on the pole. Slightly more dramatic than you'd have wanted with the crash, but fantastic qualifying nonetheless, on one that's really important in the context of the season, and I'm sure you're ready to go for your first win of the season tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honestly, I was missing a crash, so much time without crashing, so it's good to touch the floor sometimes on a safe way, let's say. That means that you are pushing and you are understanding the limit of the bike. And also I'm happy because finally my parents came on time, because they came from Spain with the van. So they are here on time on the park for me, so thank you. And good about the work we are doing. I try to be wake up for the quali, to be ready for that first lap that is very important with the new tire. And well, finally, step by step we are getting, and now we need to still focus.
Great job and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
A great job from David Alonso, his first pole position. The MotoGP sprint is coming up very soon. I'm going to get out of here. Enjoy the MotoGP sprint in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sudbury and Jack Appleyard. Goodbye for now. Lewis, take it away.
David Alonso on pole then, officially for the first time. Of course, second time he's qualified there, but of course got hooked out of there in Austin when his tyre pressures were inspected. Philip Salas, the home hero, second from Holgado. Of course, both of the Ascar riders crashed on the way to the front row. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez fourth. His two title rivals, Guevara and Vietti, a row behind him on the grid. So the 8th different pole sitter from 9 races in Moto2 this season. And this time, we hope for David Alonso's point of view that he's allowed to keep this one. So with Moto2 qualifying complete, all 3 grids have been set. Up next is the Tissot Sprint.
MotoGP's busy run to the summer break continues at the breathtaking Dorna track for the Grand Prix of Czechia, known as the Adrenaline Factory, and back last year after a 5-year break. LapsTissot over 200 kilometres from the stunning capital of Prague. Ayagura has his eye on a first medal for a sensational first pole with the sprint next live. It's time for MotoGP. What a Grand Prix venue, what a circuit. The Automotive Grand Prix, just about 15 kilometres outside of Czechia's second city, 5.4 kilometres, 3.36 miles in length, and this one's an absolute corker. What a layout, spectacular undulation, hard braking, fast change of direction, turn 3, the most severe braking zone on this circuit. The stadium section through 6, 7, 8 and 9, all good overtaking opportunities before you power up horsepower hill on the way to the turn 13 before the short run for the finish line out of turn 14. What about our overtaking hotspots? So as mentioned, there are plenty of them. One of my favourite ones is down into turn 3. This is Marc Marquez with a great double win over Marco Bezzecchi last July. Well, what's 13 days ago over at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary, Marc Marquez flying away from pole position, but there was drama and controversy at the very first corner as Jorge Martin skittled out. A Prix teammate and world champion of Marco Bezzecchi, Fabio Antonio, Ferdinand Albuquerque and Ralph Fernandez all caught up in that first corner drama. We were then treated to some fight between two of MotoGP's ultimate prize fighters, as Pedro Acosta and Marc Marquez went toe-to-toe before Marc Marquez dropped the KTM star and blasted his way to yet another double victory in Balaton. Back-to-back doubles in the Grand Prix of Hungary for number 93. What a day, what a comeback once again it was by the reigning world champion as he came over the line to capture his first Grand Prix victory of 2026. The defence of his championship well and truly up and running. Serious momentum gained by the 93 over in Hungary, and to boot, it was his 100th Grand Prix success. On the same occasion, that his victory secured a 100th victory as well for the factory Ducati team. If Marc Marquez is to make it successive doubles in 2026 and successive doubles here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, well, we're going to have to do the hard way. The world champion started in the middle of the second row in 5th place, because all the headlines this morning got a sensational start to Spring Saturday in our second qualifying session. The rising star from the land of the rising sun, Trackhouse of Prix, Ayagura, the Japanese rider, 2024 MotoGP, the Moto2 world champion, who carved up the record books just as he carved up this 5.4 kilometre Dorna circuit this morning in a remarkable record-breaking Q2. Ayagura then on pole position for the first time in his MotoGP career on the front row of the grid for the very first time, and he is a massive favourite going into this afternoon's 10-lap Tissot sprint. Nobody within 0.2 of a second of the flying Agura. Two Italians joining him on the front row of the grid, Fabio Antonio and Pecco Bagnaia. Agura, only the 10th Japanese rider in MotoGP history to find himself on pole position, the first in almost 6 years. He's Taka Nakagami did so in Aragon, and the 19th pole position in MotoGP history for riders from Japan. Tadayuki Okada has the most on 7. But Ayagura was in sparkling form this morning to date what was just his 7th ever pole position in his Grand Prix career, and this is his 138th start. World champion Marco Bezzecchi heads row 2 in 4th place alongside Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira shining once again with the top Honda. So much to look forward to then in this upcoming Tissot sprint, will be underway in 25 minutes time in the company of Matt Burley in the commentary box. Jack after yard down in the blazing heat of pit lane. Lewis, well, there is no question about it. There were several star performances in Q2 this morning, but nobody shone brighter than this young man, Ayagura, with a show-stopping all-time lap record, his maiden pole position.
Followed by 0.2 of a second, having already topped practice on Friday. Didn't surprise anybody, really, did it? The way he took pole position this morning, even if it was the first pole, the first front row even of Igor's Grand Prix career. Normally, he saves his best for the business end of the race on Sunday and the sprint on the Saturday. If that still proves to be the case, the field have got a massive problem.
Igor has never been on a sprint podium. Top 5 in 6 Grand Prix, 6 of the last 8 Grand Prix, 4th in the last 2. Can he tomorrow end Japan's long barren run without a Grand Prix success? Makoto Tamada back in 2004. Now, this is news that broke in the lunch break. It was always a heroic effort for Alex Marquez to return here this weekend in this Grand Prix of Czechia after his horrific accident in Catalonia a few weeks ago. After consulting with the Brazilian team and MotoGP lead medic Dr. Angel Chartra, Alex, who was due to start the action here, the race action, in 14th place, has probably wisely taken the decision to withdraw from the remainder of this Czech Grand Prix. No confirmation from Alex or the Brazilian team about whether he'll be a participant in next weekend's Grand Prix of the Netherlands at the TT Circuit Assen, but he's resting up, of course, recovering from a neck fracture and 4 fractures in his right shoulder. A shame for Alex, because when he was out on circuit, boy, was he super fast. A 152.086, had got him 14th place on the grid, and he has withdrawn. We wish Alex a continued speedy and rapid recovery.
Yeah, get well soon, Alex, and I guess thinking long term rather than short term, given that he was fighting for World Sprint 2 this weekend. Really, that wasn't the target for him this weekend. We saw Marco Bezzecchi on screen there a moment ago. He's going from the front of the second row. The hottest conditions of the weekend here at Brno. What impact will that have on tyre choice for the Tito Sprint? Let's head down to the first lap to the pit lane and join Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. This is going to be a really interesting duel before the race, and then obviously once the lights go out as well. Everybody's just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with each other at the moment when it comes to rear tyre choice. 34 degrees, the current ambient temperature. Michelin telling me the current track temperature 57 degrees and only going upwards as well. One thing to bear in mind, Marc Marquez, winner of last year's sprint, was able to do it with the medium rear tyre. However, the Ducatis, the KTMs, all feel that the Aprilis potentially just have a step on them at this current moment. As a result, will they roll the dice and go for the soft to try and sneak some kind of advantage in those early crucial laps, and the Aprilis go for the mediums, or could we see it the other way around? At the moment it looks like Ducati's edging towards the softs, the Aprilia is edging towards the medium, but Davide Gubbio just confirming to me we want to wait until we get onto the grid to see what the real game plan is going to be for everybody. There's going to be a little bit of cat and mouse, as we said, being played out on the grid before it lights out here. One that we need to pay close attention to. It's going to have a huge impact on the race.
Good stuff, as always. Thanks very much, Jack. We're all over the tyre selections down there. On the we could have quick glimpse there of the R46 Ducati rider Fabio Di Gianantonio, with the boss looking on. 30 years since Valentino Rossi won his first Grand Prix in the Czech 125cc battle all the way back in 1996. He won another 114 Grand Prix after that, on his way to one of the most decorated Grand Prix careers we've ever seen. Fabio Di Gianantonio back on the front row of the grid for the first time in 5 rounds since his 3rd place. That was a free to Jerez Angel on the Auto Pecco Bagnaia, the only rider who scored points in all sprints so far this season. And what about Marc Marquez? Can he launch himself to another victory double here in the middle of the second row of the world champ in 5th?
Well, nobody has more sprint wins this year than Marc Marquez. Only Jorge Martin has as many sprint wins in history as Marc Marquez, so maybe today, given that physically at least it's going to be half the distance, maybe that's going to be his opportunity. One of the other stars of qualifying, we had the star of Asia in Iagora, the star of South America in the form of Diogo Moreira, who at one point was on course for his first front row start in MotoGP, was just nudged to the back of the second row in 6th. But what a feeling it must be, and what an education it will be. Not that he needs much educating at the moment, Diogo Moreira, but on that second row alongside the World Championship leader and the reigning world champion.
22-year-old is a young man in a hurry and is going places in a hurry. Once again, top Honda on the grid is Moreira. We've got in the Q2 in the last 3 Grand Prix. Best qualifying for a Brazilian in MotoGP since Alex Barros was 5th at Phillip Island all the way back in 2007. What can Moreira do then for the back of that second row. Some of the other heavyweights for HRC. Joan Mir was the back end of this morning Q2 for Honda HRC Castrol. He goes from 12th. Luca Marini launching away from 16th place. Third time in the last 4 Grand Prix for Marini. So it's qualified in 16th, but he will be bumped up the grid because of Alex Marquez's absence. Everybody behind Alex Marquez, which includes Quattararo, Marini, Bastianini, Miller, Rins, Bindervath, Gabrioglu, and Crutchlow all moving up.
So Faraz Gatioglu did receive a 3-place grid penalty earlier on today for getting in the way of René Bastianini in qualifying 1, but that takes effect tomorrow. Likewise, in case you're wondering, Jorge Martin's double long lap penalty, that does not apply today. That applies in the Grand Prix tomorrow. Martin, of course, who goes from 10th on the grid, is penalty-free today.
Well, recently in Mugello, and that was an unforgettable weekend for Aprilia. They locked out the front row of the grid. Track out Aprilia's Val Fernandez became the 11th different sprint winner. We're going to get a dozen different winners in the shape of that young man, number 79, Ayagura. Maybe the 6th sprint winner for Aprilia. Of course, previously, Aegis Fargo, Maverick Vinales, Marco Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin and Val Fernandez have collected sprint wins on top of the factory RSGP. It's going to be a gold medal and a gold line performance potentially for the Japanese rider. It's going to be the massive favourite, particularly the Grand Prix tomorrow. We know one massive strength, one big weapon in his arsenal for Agura is his late race pace, particularly the 4 race distances. If he can get the start, Lewis, and get away with that lead group, well, he's going to take some beating, particularly from what we've seen on Friday and so far here on Spring Saturday.
Yeah, and he's often been super strong in that first sector as well, as Ayagura so far this weekend. He has the fastest starting motorcycle on the grid. We firmly believe with the Aprilia, which with its ride height device so low when it leaves the grid. It's an absolute rocket ship when it leaves the grid, and the next Aprilia behind him on the grid is Marco Bezzecchi in 4th place, who hasn't exactly shone in the sprints so far this season, but it is a new experience for Ayagura. Very little seems to faze him. Even when he took pole position earlier on today, there was very little body language, was there, to suggest that he was overly joyed with what had happened, but that is just Ayagura in a nutshell. He is not the most demonstrative of characters, but even he must surely be feeling a few butterflies right now as he pulls onto pole position for the first time.
Last time he was on pole position, he had a pretty good day, a very good day, because it was in Burran in 2024 when he was crowned Moto2 world champion. We just saw that Pecco Bagnaia, 29-year-old Italian, locking onto the front row for the factory Ducati on his second front row start in the first 9 rounds for the double MotoGP world champion. He does have 3 sprint podiums so far this year, does Bagnaia, all second places on that run through Kota, Jerez and Le Mans. Can go one better here this afternoon. A major obstacle in the way will be provided by this young man, Ayagura. Doesn't seem to get flustered or fazed by any situation or any scenario that you throw his way, but this is a very different experience. First time for Taki Nakagami, who is here this weekend as a trackside observer. He'll be riding this Prix circuit at the moment on the new Honda 850. It was the last time a Japanese rider found himself hitting a grid of the Parallel Grand Prix in Aragon back in 2020.
Babic Antonio starting from 2nd then. Of course, as far as sprints are concerned, it's also Babic Antonio who's eyeing a first sprint win, much like Ayagura as they start 1st and 2nd on the grid. We're on board now with the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, who, yes, of course, he wants the gold medal today. He wants the big 12 points for the sprint, but surely you'll be mindful that Jorge Martin is back in 10th place on the grid and has a double long lap penalty to serve in tomorrow's full-length Grand Prix. So just some solid points, I think, will be the order of the day here for Marco Bezzecchi to extend that World Championship lead.
Yeah, Martin's got horsepower hill to climb here in Brno. He's got a bit of a mountain to climb, hasn't he, in the main Grand Prix tomorrow. 4th row of the grid. His worst qualifying of the campaign so far, and then throwing a double long lap as well after his controversial clattering into multiple riders in Hungary. A last-minute pep talk then from the boss, Valentino Rossi, having a little discussion there with Pecco Bagnaia, who's on the front row of the grid for just the 2nd time this season.
Here is the grid. It's Agura, Di Gianantonio and Bagnaia on the front row. Initial information is that they're all on the soft rear tyre. We will see if that changes. The second row we find Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Diogo Moreira. The first rider on the medium rear, as are Ralph Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. Frankie Morbidelli, he starts 9th on the second grid yard with 6 Ducatis. Martin on the medium rear from 10th, ahead of Aldeguer and Mir, Maverick Vinales, Fabio Quartararo and Luca Marini are together on the 5th row. Vinales, another rider on the medium rear. So too is teammate Bastianini from 16th, ahead of Jack Miller and Alex Rins. Brad Binder on the medium from 19th, ahead of Toprak and Cal Crutchlow, who of course complete our grid of 21, with Alex Marquez having withdrawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Alex Marquez for the remainder of this Czech run. So let's go and get the thoughts of the Gresini team manager, Michele Massini, who's for Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Gresini racing down to just the one rider for the remainder of the weekend. Before we touch on Flaming's chances in the sprint, Michele just brings up to speed on how Alex is and the decision to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend.
Together with us and all the medical staff of MotoGP group to take the right decision, the smartest decision possible in order to just to keep the process of his recovery, because it's true that it's more painful compared yesterday, but he was able to ride the bike, he was already faster, so I'm really proud of that. I'm already proud that he came here in Brno over our expectative, I have to say, and really happy about overall all the weekend so far until now. And I think that the next step will be to fly to Assen, and we'll see.
And on Flaming, we're here on the middle of the 4th row of the grids. Not the qualifying he would have hoped for after a great job yesterday afternoon, but we know how strong he is at the end of races. In this temperature, could that be a skill that's really quite important?
Yeah, not the qualify we wanted, but also because yesterday and today, this morning, we shown a good pace. But I think that the starter for the 4th row, we have to play the all-in with the rear soft tire, in order to try to overtake much rider as possible, and we'll see.
Mr. Kalik,
you're welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, Gresini Bosch. It was a heroic effort, wasn't it? Just for Alex Marquez to turn up and pass his fitness test here yesterday. Qualifying in 14th place, but he has withdrawn. What we know is, he's cool as a cucumber, isn't he? I mean, he's coming up for 10 p.m. in the evening on Saturday night over in Japan, of course, his homeland. I mean, he looks like he's about ready for bed himself, doesn't he? In the Trackhouse garage. Keeping himself in the shade, fully relaxed, as Marco Bezzecchi on the second row gets a bit of a jump scare from the boss as well.
He was almost bored, didn't he, in the box there? So can we just get the sprint underway, please? Says Igor. I've got a gold medal to collect potentially in 10 laps time. We shall see if that proves to be the case. Here's one of the riders certainly looking to stop him. We also saw Pecco Bagnaia having a bit of a chat with mentor and of course, Academy owner Valentino Rossi, legendary 7 times MotoGP world champion. And as that mentions, the journey to Grand Prix greatness began here 30 years ago. And of course, he'll be very much cheering on his proteges from the Academy, and of course, his 2 team participants, Gianantonio and Morbidelli, who start 2nd and 9th.
Pedro Acosta has been superb. He has been supreme, has been so far this year for KTM, but there's still a bit of inconsistency hovering around with the factory KTM. Double toning in Thailand, and nowhere near the toning fight in Brazil. And looking up to the double toning in America after the tyre pressure penalty in the sprint. And he was pretty anonymous, wasn't he, in Jerez. Really strong in Catalonia. Missing from the toning fight, Magellan, and a double toning last time out in Balaton, but it's been tough once again. The roller coaster go-go form for Acosta. He goes to the middle of that field row in 8th place.
Led the sprint last year, albeit in slightly farcical circumstances, did Pedro Acosta. Hopefully we see a slightly different sprint to that, as dramatic as it was 1 year ago. Here's Ralph Fernandez then, who starts from 7th on the grid, which is by no means a bad qualifying, but of course very much put in the shade by his teammate Igor early on today. So one factory Aprilia starts on row 2, the other on row 4. What are their chances? Paolo Benaro's with Jack.
Yeah, and their chances, I imagine, come down a lot to rear tyre choice. I've just seen Marco still in conversation with his crew chief and some of the members of the Aprilia technical staff. Has the decision been made on rear tyre, and how crucial do you think that call is going to be?
It is a crucial, it is the key point probably for the race. For the tomorrow there is no doubt, absolutely, on the medium and the rear. But even for the short race, we need to take care of the rear tire. To manage the temperature, not
not the drop, but the temperature. So, as you correctly said, we are currently talking. The rider needed to have the best choice, but both of them needed to manage, absolutely. Looking for Marco, it seems as though it's the man in front of him. I agree with that it's the man to beat here. Absolutely, David. He did an unbelievable punch of corner to eye, absolutely. But also Marco showed with the medium tire on the rear, and also with the soft one, good race pace. So he can manage the pace. The goal for him is to score the most of points that he can. And okay, if he has the opportunity to try to win, to be in the front, he will try for sure. But I think he's smart enough to understand that the championship is so long, it's necessary to achieve the best position as possible. Thanks, Paolo. Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Boss, Paolo Benora. Yeah, if Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin don't win the sprint, well, the next best thing is another Aprilia rider doing so. Will that be the case for Agura? Well, there's Marc Marquez and came to 5th place on the grid. 51.436, the best lap time of Mark has ever produced around this Brno circuit. Ordinarily, that would have been good enough to fight for pole position, but it was an extraordinary lap from Agura, which shook up the field and shook up the regular order in Q2 this morning. We just saw there, down on the grid, that's Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France sprint legend, who at the end of this Tissot sprint will have the pleasure of waving the checkered flag. Although absolutely with the line this weekend, he's very close pals, of course, with Cal Crutchlow, who once again is standing in for the absent John Zarco, who will do so also next weekend's Dutch Grand Prix. I think we're going to see Cal for a good number of races with Johan Zarco. We know he's a long-term absentee for LTR Honda.
Yeah, that's quite a view, isn't it? Over this Brno circuit as the helicopters fly overhead. Really beautiful circuit this is. I think there was not a single person in this paddock who wasn't absolutely thrilled when we confirmed we were returning here to Brno last year following the resurfacing of this circuit. It's a popular one with the fans, and it's a popular one with the riders too.
So Ducati, the factory Ducati team with big prospects, big hopes for both their riders on the first two rows with Banai third, Marc Marquez fifth. Let's get the thoughts from Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, we could see Mark's face after qualifying earlier. There was clear frustration there. Is an angry Marc Marquez, a dangerous Marc Marquez, Davide?
I guess that Mark is using the head. As I always said, he's still not 100% on the body side, the body head. So I think that he's managing. Yeah, it's true that he won the last two races in Hungary, but here it will be much more difficult, and collecting points is the main issue.
Rear tyre, it looks as though Aprilia leading medium, Ducati leaning soft. Is that true? What's the thinking behind that decision?
I think that the first two could be, I guess, in soft, maybe the Bezzecchi medium, but we don't know. But I guess that both tires are very competitive. I think that depends from the strategy and the feeling of the rider.
Thanks, Davide.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Davide Tardozzi, the factory Ducati team. Their current lineup has 31 sprint wins between them, so they know how to get the job done on sprint Saturdays. As our cameras going to the packed hillsides here. There's going to be a lot of after-sun required at the end of this Grand Prix of Czechia. Come Sunday afternoon tomorrow, it is scorching hot. Some of the hottest conditions we've had so far in 2026. Dran Meerde getting himself into Q2 yesterday despite a late practice crash at turn 7. He goes from 12 and a bit back about 4th row, but what a day so far has been for Trackhouse Aprilia. Agura on pole position for the first time. Let's get the thoughts from the boss, Davide Jack.
Yeah, and we grabbed Davide just after his last words in the ear of Agura. Saw a big smile and a laugh on your face. What were those final words then, Davide?
I just say, enjoy the start. Nobody enjoy the view. So yeah, no, just he knows. I mean, maybe doesn't need my word. I mean, he knows what to do. But also, I'm quite curious and interested to see how he can manage.
doesn't seem like it's affected him.
But also you have to learn, you know, how to manage this situation. There are riders that open in front, who won many races, so they're much more used to that. Of course, he has done in Moto2, he has done in... It's, as I say, learning process. So, good day, good opportunity to learn.
Absolutely. Good luck, David. Thank you.
That's Jack Patrick Aspos, David O'Brien. It has already been a stunning sprint Saturday for Ayagura. Can it be a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura? Thinking about his experience of being a front runner in the MotoGP World Championship, the last time Ayagura led a lap of any shape or form at Grand Prix level was in front of his home crowd on his way to the Moto2 World Championship at Moto3 back in 2024. Like I said, we're looking to do some of the front running in this 10-lap sprint coming your way very, very shortly. What a moment this is, though. Such a proud moment for Ayagura.
Rear tyre, by the looks of it. He's gone across to the medium rear. Is that a sign of confidence in Ayagura, or is that just simply the right strategy?
Right, track temperature is well in excess of 50 degrees. A good chance also to get some data ahead of tomorrow. There's an oil change as well as Marco Bezzecchi too. So yes, some Matt Roberts too. You heard from Paolo Bernard, didn't we? The Aprilis were playing it cagey, or keeping their cards close to their chest in terms of that Michelin rubber choice.
We'll see what the Ducatis do, of course. They have left it late, so Ducati haven't got an opportunity to respond to that. They have just learned that for the very first time, as we have. Maybe for Ducati, maybe their best shot is to go aggressive, go for the soft, and try and get up the road for the Aprilis if they take a little bit of time to get up to speed on the medium rear. Let's see.
Powering away then from the front of the grid is the BMW safety car shortly. Powering away from the front row of the grid will be Ayagura on pole for the first time. Fabio Di Gianantonio and Pepe Bagnaia, certainly no strangers to leading at this level in the MotoGP World Championship. What though right now is going through the mind of Ayagura. Here is then your front row for the Grand Prix of Czechia, round 9 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. Some issue there, Pepe Bagnaia. Cruz was calling over one of the IRTA staff. But on pole position then, for the first time in his MotoGP career, the first Japanese rider on pole position in nearly 6 years, fighting for the gold medal. It's Ayagura on pole here in Brno. Time to do battle in Brno in the 10-lap Tissot sprints. Time for Ayagura to potentially be victorious for the first time in the MotoGP World Championship. He will fire away from pole position, and he has been the rider to beat so far here in the Grand Prix of Czechia. An all-time lap record, blasted Agura to top spots in Friday's practice, and this morning he went even quicker. He almost pulled off the unthinkable. He almost pulled off the first ever 150 that we have seen here at this classic, this iconic, this historic Grand Prix venue. Ayagura, first Japanese rider on competition in MotoGP for almost 6 years. Two very experienced Italians alongside him on the front row of the grid, led by Fabio Di Gianantonio, top Ducati in qualifying, top Ducati he remains in the World Championship. Third in the rankings is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Yeah, he's gone over to the medium as well as Fabio Di Gianantonio. Some crucial, decisive, late Michelin tyre changes here. Let's get some latest information from Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, the easiest way to take it on board is the front three rows of the grid. There are only two riders that opt for the soft rear tyre, and it is both of the factory Ducatis. Pecco Bagnaia, Marc Marquez roll the dice and go soft. Remember, Marc won this sprint last year, but with medium rear attached to that Ducati.
Thanks very much then, Jack. This is the state of play. This is how the land lies, championship-wise, coming into this ninth sprint of the season. 20 points is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi holds over his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin. In front of the packed hillsides here in Brno. 10 laps coming your way. Can Ayagura make the dream start? Can he be our 12th different sprint winner? Can he be clean grid of win sprints for the Range Spargo into that category as well? He did so on the Aprilia. Latest new sprint winner was, of course, a track out Aprilia, and Ralph Fernandez was so supreme that he won the sprint at the Italian Grand Prix Mugello and not turned out to win, but arguably the best weekend ever for Aprilia. And this is going to be one of the best weekends of Ayagura's career. Well, we're about to find out as we go racing for the first time here then this weekend in the Grand Prix of Czechia. The hottest conditions of the weekend without any question. Blazing sunshine, barely any cloud cover. Hottest conditions arguably we've had throughout the whole season. And our first step over the course was in the tropical climate of the Changi Grassel circuit over in Burak. Southeast Asia fans will be glued to their screens late into Saturday night then as they get set for Ayagura to come to pole position for the first time in his career. Marco Bezzecchi seeking his first sprint win of 2026. He heads row 2 in 4th place. Keep an eye on Marc Marquez. The only two riders in this top line on the grid. Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia with the Michelin soft rear tyre. Green flag being cleared at the back. Right Atomo racing in the sprint here in Brno. Pecco Bagnaia's made a sensational start from 3rd place in the grid. Ayagura's going the wrong way. Bagnaia surely will have the whole shot. Miranda progressing on the inside of Bezzecchi into the first corner at Ralph. Carrera's going to be third as he going through that first corner. He leans on Fabio Di Gianantonio on the inside. For a dream launch for Pecco Bagnaia. He leads here in Brno.
Yeah, Bezzecchi got a great immediate launch, but I think he might have had to shut off the throttle a bit because the gap was closing in front of him. He ended up dropping a place. Carrera off the inside of Di Gianantonio. That's Marc Marquez also attacking Bezzecchi.
Also, yeah, you can see there Marc Marquez has got through on Digidin on that front block. But regrets to change direction through 3 and 4. Bagnaia has a lead by over a tenth of a second. There he is. Down here we go then. Power braking into turn 5. Into the stadium section for the first time. Morello a little bit hot on the brakes there. 85.
Yeah, factory Ducatis have to go on the attack in this early stage because they are on that soft rear tyre. So no surprise that Bagnaia's hit the front. And no surprise that Marc Marquez was getting his elbows out early on. Because surely they are going to hit late trouble. So they need to make hay while the sun shines here.
So we are still awaiting Ayagura to lead for the first time in MotoGP. How much longer will we have to wait? Further down the road, 2 other Aprilias are going toe-to-toe. That's Fernandez versus Martin. They're battling at the back end of the course going place, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Jorge Martin then is 2 places behind his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. He'd have taken that, he'd offered him that at the end of the first lap. There's another rider between them now, though, with Fernandez going through. So uphill, Tower Hill, we fly. Pecco Bagnaia, the experienced head with 2 young chargers, Agura and Morel right behind him.
Sorry, we've got clashes there. Well, we've got, is that... It's Maverick Vinales has taken a tumble at turn 12 as he was trying to get the power on going up through Force Tower Hill. He was in the ground with somebody else.
I think it was Moreira, wasn't it? Moreira's gone missing out of 3rd place. Diogo Moreira is indeed out. He was down a picture. He was just chasing. He was just lining up a move on Ayagura, and Moreira's crashed out of 3rd place.
Early drama, early heartache then for Diogo Moreira, who was inside of that top 3. That's a free hit then for Marc Marquez, who moves into the medal positions. A rather frustrated trudge away from Moreira. So too for Maverick Vinales. At the front then, at the end of that first lap of 10, Bagnaia's advantage over Agura with almost 2/10 of a second. But Gianantonio trying to get his claws back into Marc Marquez to work through ahead of him.
Bezzecchi struggling at this early stage to get himself up to speed. Now you see it from the overhead shot, 3rd place in your picture. Look, he's just trying to line up Ayagura for a move, and the front end tucks midway through, and Maverick Vinales is going to appear into the picture and have his own accident.
That's true for Diogo Moreira. We saw him make a mistake. He ran hot at turn 5 of the 5 lap, right here on the first circuit of this Brno track. At the front then, Bagnaia looking pretty confident. He stretched his lead over Aguero through the first sector to just over a quarter of a second. Di Antonio is really starting to close in on Marc Marquez's rear tyre, isn't he?
We don't have the graphics on screen at the moment, but we can tell you that it's Bagnaia, Aguero, Marc Marquez, Vignales, Bezzecchi, Acosta, Fernandez, Martin, Bastianini with the current point situation. Bittner's up to 10, ahead of Mir and Aldeguer, who despite the two dropouts ahead of him, Aldeguer's had a poor first lap. He's actually dropped a spot to 12.
So we're down to the Kevin Schwartz corner for the second time of Aston. Lowest part of this Brno circuit. Now you start the sharp climb up through Horsepower Hill. Horsepower not lacking record Ducati and Aprilia in this particular part of this 5.4 kilometre course. Bagnaia right there, getting some superb drive grip, lowers the rear ride height device. Looking at Aguero can do. Aguero just seemingly content to play the patient game.
I think that's all he has to do here. That's it all he has to do, making it sound very easy, but the rider ahead of him and the rider behind him are both of the soft rear tyre. Aguero surely is thinking here, if I stay with Pecco Bagnaia, I'm bound to have the superior late sprint grip, because the next rider in the race behind Marc Marquez who's on the soft rear tyre is Joan Mir in 11.
That pace at the front as Ralph Fernandez goes in wide in the first corner. That's allowed Martin to sweep on through. Top pace at the front, 52s from Bagnaia and Aguero. They're the only riders in the 52s at the front of this sprint. 52.641 from Pecco. Was 3 tenths quicker than Aguero. Now, Di Antonio is going to have to try and get on with business here, because he's going to have to be wary, stuck behind Marc Marquez as he has been, about front tyre temperature, about front tyre pressure issues. If he's going to try and hunt down Bagnaia and Aguero, can't afford to spend too much time behind 93, although catching Marc Marquez is certainly one thing, but he has to make a completely different equation.
Marc Marquez has got as many sprint medals, so as many gold medals as anyone else. It's bronze he's currently holding on to at the moment in third place. Doesn't at the moment appear to have the pace to go with Bagnaia and Aguero up ahead of him as we now well on board with Fabio Gian Antonio. Already at this stage, he's a second and a half off the lead.
Bagnaia's not won a sprint since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Japan on flyway tour at the tail end of 2025. He was the only rider so far this season. He's found consistency on sprint Saturdays. The only rider in the first 8 sprints that scored points in all of them was yet to pick up a gold medal. 3 second place finishes, seeing medals in Austin, Jerez and Le Mans.
Bezzecchi still hasn't really gathered much momentum in this sprint. In 5th place, he's half second off the back of Fabio Gian Antonio. He's actually under a bit of pressure with behind Gian Antonio here. The rider immediately behind us is Bezzecchi, but he's not exactly close behind us. He's got Pedro Acosta in very close company. Here it is, this battle for 5th place.
Might be able to second clear at the end of this lap through. He's 9 tenths clear to sector 3 over Aguero. He comes over the line now. That's successive fastest laps in. This is the lateral place to finish the sprint by Bagnaia. 52.6 on the last lap, and 52.5 on the last circuit. And he is 9 tenths clear of Aguero. Now, we know what happened in the Italian Grand Prix in Mugello, didn't we? We know what happened there when Aguero came from a mile back. Sent it on the inside of Bagnaia at the final corner in the Grand Prix before Pecco squared him off. A really good tactical ride that by Pecco Bagnaia, but Bagnaia will know potentially what is coming.
And we also know what happened in Austin, Texas earlier in the season when Bagnaia led almost all the sprint. As now Martin goes up the inside of Pedro Acosta, so he's now right behind his title rival Bezzecchi. But Bagnaia led all of the sprint in Austin and then was picked up on the final lap by an Prix on a medium rear tyre.
Acosta pushing it straight back to Martin. We love this. He is some slapper, isn't he? Some fighter. As Martin goes back on the inside of Acosta at 3.6. 3.7 goes Acosta. He looks down there, doesn't he? On the top of the tank of the factory KTM. So that's been some duel. We've seen Pedro Acosta go handlebar to handlebar, knee to knee with Marc Marquez on a few occasions so far this season. This time he's having a really good tussle with Jorge Martin. I'd say that Martin's doing a pretty good damage limitation job, championship-wise, in the sprint so far. Not losing big points to Marco Bezzecchi.
There's a couple. If you put the flag out now, the gap would be 22 points heading into tomorrow's Grand Prix. Of course, you have the double one lap penalty to serve. The lead for Bagnaia is now over 1 second. It's 1.1 3/4 the way through this lap. But interestingly, Aguero just dropping back slightly in the direction of Marc Marquez in second place. So Aguero now 6 tenths clear of Marc Marquez, but 1.1 back of Bagnaia leading.
Well, the only 2 riders in the first 3 rows of this grid on the soft rear tyre were Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, first and third respectively. And Ducati pulled up a bit of a tactical masterstroke here. Bagnaia still stuck in the 52s, 52.5, 52.6, now followed by a 52.9, and Marc Marquez is picking up his rhythm as well. Marquez is warming up. That body now, that right shoulder's come to him. He's in the 52s as well. On that last lap, Marc Marquez was the quickest rider on circuit.
We've already seen through this weekend Marc Marquez full sprint distance on a soft rear tyre and still set first or best lap times at the end of it. So Marc should be pretty confident in what he's got underneath him, even if he's got a softer tyre than the rider immediately up ahead of him. So the world champion just getting himself quietly into contention here for a potential second place.
Yeah, Digius had nothing for Marc Marquez. Got on his rear tyre, didn't he, a couple of laps ago, but not able to find a way through at the moment. He has not got the same pace as the 93 added it. Digius back in the low 153s, which is more than respectable pace, but not pace enough to get himself a medal at this stage. Coming out again, Ralph Fernandez and top at Lance Gagliardou have all got traction this morning to contend with the helicopter shot then picks up Bagnaia. Gaffey's just trying to creep down ever so slightly, just under 8/10 of a second Aguero has found as we walk down now into the Kevin Trott corner, turn 10, hard on the brakes.
Because this could all easily just swing around. If that soft rear tyre starts to cry enough, the medium should be absolutely fine for Agura. And this Agura just basically pacing himself in this sprint. We're not even at half distance yet in this TISO sprint. This is lap 5 of 10, so we'll be at half distance when we complete this lap. And is this Bagnaia slowing down, or is this Agura speeding up? We'll get our answer at the end of the lap.
Well, he's taken 3 tenths pretty much out of Bagnaia already on this lap. This is lap 5 of 10. You can just see visibly, can't you, Agura closing in on Bagnaia, and so too Marc Marquez is coming along to the right as well, isn't it? Over the line we go. That's Bagnaia's slowest out of the sprint so far. He was half a second almost slower than Agura, and Marc Marquez 52.8 from Agura, and Marc directly behind Pecco Bagnaia. So yeah, there might be some bother brewing here for Bagnaia if he's not careful.
And we're going to kind of 53.1 for Gian Antonio. He is the third fastest rider on the track, but not exactly in any position to impact the podium battle at the moment. Still surprised by the Aprilia factory pace here with Bezzecchi and Martin in 5th and 7th. Bezzecchi's doing 53.60s in 5th place. He's 3/10 of a lap slower than Bagnaia, and he's 8/10 slower than Agura.
No, what Marc Marquez is up to this. Marc Marquez is closing in on Agura. Agura himself is charging towards the rear tyre of Bagnaia, and as mentioned, coming along for the ride is Marc Marquez. Do not discount the reigning world champion and a back-to-back sprint runs here in Brno. Into the stadium section we go. Trail-breaking Bagnaia then through turn 8. He'll flick it hard right. That's through one of the S sections here in the name. Moving hard on the power. Operating up to 5th gear. And the swimmer comes now as you drop down the hill. Plunge down the hill into turn 10. Just look at some ride distance going over by Marc Marquez on that Michelin software tyre. He has not given to Gian Antonio a single sniff in 4th.
First the best of lap 2 for Ralph Fernandez, and then back to the new 9. Ferdinand again getting 2 places on the right side. He passed both Brad Binder and Granbier. He's now up to 10th, but he's closing quickly now on the post.
Down turn 11. That's Pedro Acosta. Pedro Acosta had a pretty miserable weekend so far. His Friday morning FP1 starting with a very early crash at turn 9. We got a little bit further around on this lap, but look at that front washing. I think just maybe a little bit wide, a little bit offline, barrel rolling through the gravel trap though. There goes Acosta. But Gian Antonio, fastest rider on circuit, 153.103. Fair play to Bagnaia, who studied the ship at the front of this sprint. 53.3 on his last lap. Has just been better by 53.1. And so he is responding to Agura and Marc, piling some pressure on him.
It's hoping he doesn't reach a push out in his final four. In terms of tyre performance, but every time of the knowledge for the sprint going on the way. It's not a case of tyre drop, it's about managing the temperature, managing the slide of that rear tyre, and just keeping it under control. If you can do that, you can get that tyre to the end of the sprint. Because what that Acosta Cross has also done is it's removed the one bike that was between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin in championship terms. So next on 5th and 6th, and Bezzecchi only extending his lead by 1 point.
So yeah, race mistake for Acosta. Just finished in the 6th, only previous to the neck, and then he got smacked into the gravel trap by Agura at the final corner of that very eventful and bruising Barcelona clash a few weeks ago. Agura with him now. Is down to just under 6/10 of a second, and he can't shake off. Cannot shake off the 93, can he? Of Marc Marquez. It looks like it's 1 from 3 for Gian Antonio is running a very, very strong and fast pace, but has he been dropped too much to make any kind of late inroads?
As long as on top of recently, nothing really phases Ayagura, but just put into context the position he's in here in this TISO sprint with 3.25 laps to go. Up ahead of him, Paco Bagnaia, 2-time MotoGP World Champion. Right behind him, Marc Marquez, 7 times MotoGP World Champion. And Ayagura yet to taste either a sprint or a Grand Prix victory in between them and holding his own.
He is the only rider in that top 3 that has to be leading really tight. Is that going to pay big dividends? Are there going to be some big rewards coming up in about, 7 or 8 minutes' time? Up for Ayagura. Over the line we go. Ayagura still in the high 52s. So too is Marc Marquez. Paco Bagnaia. As now Luke Marini's gone down. It's going to be a painful sprint Saturday for the Honda riders. We've already lost Diogo Moreira out of 3rd place at turn 11 on lap 2. And Luke Marini joins him now in the kitty litter.
Four tenths of a second at the start of lap. Bagnaia favouring that wider sweeping line, but he's able to bring himself back onto line to tackle turn 4. It's all about, as I say, just managing the mistakes, just managing the temperature in this rear tyre. But Ayagura, he's starting to stick it now. He's starting to sense the possibility of a first sprint gold medal.
He wants to get paid for them. He wants revenge for that last corner showdown that the two had for the final place on the podium in Mugello just a few weeks ago. Bagnaia riding out of the skin to resist this incessant pressure that is building. You could just sense right now that Agura with that medium rear tyre will have the better endurance, the better durability you feel towards the tail end of the sprint. Bagnaia's defensive skills are going to be tested to the absolute limit.
Normally, if you're in the latter stages of any kind of sprint or Grand Prix and you, in the final lap, see +0 Agura, you must have a sinking feeling of inevitability, but this guy's going to come whistling past me because he's always so strong in the latter stages. But Bagnaia, having had a number of close calls in sprints, lost one on the final lap, of course, in Austin, lost one to Marc Marquez in Jerez. Bagnaia, he wants to go badly here.
In 2 turn 13 we go then. Just over 3 laps remaining. And it's building this pressure, isn't it? You have to say Bagnaia has not buckled, he has not looked like tracking for 1 millisecond so far in this sprint. We're almost on par now lap time wise, Bagnaia and Agura. Agura is the fastest at the top 3. There might be some late punishment, some late pain being dished out on Paco Bagnaia. They've got to give him hold off Agura, not give him hold off Marc Marquez either. For even a 4th silver medal of 2026. On board then with Agura up to about 315 km an hour, charging into turn 3, closing up there on Bagnaia in the braking zone. In theory, logic suggests that he now should have the better traction, the better drive. Who's on that turn 3?
Never heard it.
It's Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship leader for the 4th time in our first 9 sprints of 2026. He's not going to see the checker flag. He crashed out of the lead in Bull Run, he crashed out in Austin, he crashed out in Jerez, and now Marco Bezzecchi has blown it once again on sprint Saturdays.
Yeah, with Jorge Martin now up into 5th place, he suddenly pulls 5 points back on him, which Martin might think will already mitigate the points he may lose tomorrow with the double long lap penalty. Another unforced error for the World Championship leader.
Another spectacular home goal by Aprilia. How many more are they going to make in 2026? Can Ayagura a safe face then for the Morali factory? He's in this factory with the plastic sandwich. The big Saturday blender then at 4 Bears. 15 points or so is really a chance we'll cut down to going into the point on that Grand Prix. Check it tomorrow. This is building up to some finale, isn't it? This is building up to a thrilling crescendo here at the front of the sprint. Top job this by Bagnaia. He has not given Ayagura or Marc Marquez right behind him any hope at the moment, so he's showing him his front wheel. He's going to power now through the final corner. 5.4 kilometres and 1 lap standing between Paco Bagnaia and his first sprint win 2026. His first since Sepang last year. His lead is over 3 tenths of a second.
Has to be said, it's going to take something special from here for Ayagura, but he has had a pretty special weekend so far. Here's the big change, potentially going to come for 2nd place. Marc Marquez make this a factory Ducati 1-2 on the last lap.
Agura's not in the closeness. This is a big overtaking opportunity here on the brakes in the turn 3. He's nowhere near close enough to attack Bagnaia. Bagnaia has been rock solid at the front of this sprint. He has led it from the very first corner. Agura, what has he got left in the tank? Is there anything that the Trackhouse Attili rider can do?
Would be a first sprint podium for Igor, but he didn't sign for silver when he took pole position earlier on today. Gian Antonio not exactly getting close enough in the background. He is still in a very solid fourth place. It is down to this leading three for the bronze, gold and silver medals today.
This is the pure class by Pecco Bagnaia. Absolutely pure class. This is a throwback to the Pecco Bagnaia of 2022, 2023 and 2024, isn't it? Still pressure is being thrown at him by Iagura, but he's running out of corner, he's running out of time here. The track out of Pully Rider. We're going to go down the hill then now, charging downhill into turn 10. This is another overtaking hotspot that is going to go away for Iagura. They've got about half a dozen fighters between him and Pecco Bagnaia.
Bagnaia was perilously close to the green on the outside of turn 7, but I don't think he touched it, but that could also impact on the action. But if he doesn't get a good run out of horsepower hill here, I think Iagura is going to have to settle for second place.
Perfect drive at horsepower hill out of turn 11 for Pecco Bagnaia. He will hear the track out of Pully behind him, but Iagura is going to have to give this one up. He's nowhere near close enough as Pecco Bagnaia nails this final two corners. He's going to nail his first sprint win since the Malaysian Grand Prix. Gold and I have to settle for silver, but the gold medal goes to Pecco Bagnaia. What a ride! He led that Tissot sprint from start to finish. What a decision, what a tactical master stroke it was by both factory Ducatis to run that Michelin soft rear tyre. Bagnaia takes the checker flag, being waved by Sir Mark Cavendish, Tour de France legend, by just under a quarter of a second clear. Iagura, from a sensational maiden pole position, does take a sprint podium in an excellent second place. Marc Marquez, what a ride by the reigning world champion. He's third. There's late drama, unfortunately, for Cal Crutchlow on the El Sharon. That's his second tumble of the weekend so far. Gian Antonio is fourth. Jorge Martin, great damage limitation job by the Martinator, up 5 places from 10th to 5th. And with Marco Bezzecchi blowing big front once again, the world championship leader DNFing for the 4th sprint so far in the opening 9. Points for Ralph Fernandez in 6th place. That's a real big effort from Ralph Fernandez, who's been laid low by a battle of Honda cyclists this weekend. That's Giannini with 7. Aldeguer 8. The final points going place goes to Brad Binder. But it's Bagnaia with a belter in for no. What a ride, Lewis. That was top draw.
The very best of Pecco Bagnaia. Sees the lead at the start. And Iagura must have been just hoping that soft rear tyre would try enough on the factory Ducatis, both ahead and behind him. They did what Ducati will feel vindicated in their decision to go for the softer rubber today in the sprint, and Bagnaia will feel vindicated. There's no question that the talent hasn't gone anywhere, and he has now his first sprint win of the season. Iagura has a first career sprint medal, but for him it is only silver.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm sure, mixed emotions. Absolutely delighted with his performance in qualifying this morning, was being awarded to that record-breaking pole position. But he would have fancied having a real big crack at that sprint victory. Well, he gave it a real good go, didn't he? The problem was, just like in Mugello, it was Pecco Bagnaia that was denying it. It's been the sick of the size of Bagnaia's rear tyre in the last few weeks or so. Marquez, that's another poor performance by Marc Marquez. He was not even 8/10 of a second behind his teammate Pecco Bagnaia on that last one. Bagnaia was still riding at full chat to keep Aguri at bay.
Marc Marquez is now 65 points behind Marco Bezzecchi because of this. And as harsh as it may sound, if you're going to win the biggest prize on 2 wheels to become MotoGP World Champion, this is happening far too often.
Turn 3 is the hardest braking zone here in Brno. No consolation at all though for Marco Bezzecchi. Well, there was no points, no pole of his own in the Balton Grand Prix, but that spill here in the sprint in the Grand Prix of Czechia was all of his own doing, and he's on the back of the scooter. Unfortunately, it's been a ride on Sprint Saturday he's taken far too often so far in 26. But that was brilliant, Bagnaia. That was awesome. Pecco Bagnaia. He said yesterday how much he loves and admires this Brno track, the sort of high grip levels that are on offer here in the Grand Prix of Czechia, sort of mask some of the issues that he's had throughout 2026, but the lack of rear grip in particular on the factory Ducati. But that was some performance as he ties Jorge Martin now with a record at 34 sprint podiums. Good job of that by the Martinator. He would have taken a fifth place from the fourth row of the grid. Slightly tougher task for him to repeat that for links tomorrow. He has to come through the long lap penalty loop twice.
Yeah, it's going to come to him really, didn't it? In the end, of course, he had that early battle with Ralph Fernandez, but Pedro Acosta crashing out ahead of him, and then Marco Bezzecchi crashing out ahead of him. And Jorge Martin, well, whatever happens, he's not going to lose many points this weekend. There's a big mighty gains 5 today. Puts the lead down to 15 points.
Yeah, of course, Diego Morel also jumped off in front of Jorge Martin as well. A case of what might have been for LTR Honda and Moreira, unfortunately able to capitalise on his best MotoGP good position. An excellent top 6. Could have been happening now for Pepe Bagnaia, and he would have loved that. The fans would have certainly appreciated it, because Aguirre in particular, Aguirre himself being pushed to the absolute edge by Marc Marquez behind him. As Bagnaia completes the stoppie, he'll stop with his crew and celebrates his first sprint win of the season. He takes his gold medal count up to 14. Last time, of course, he won a sprint was in Malaysia, and he was truly right a podium there. Would be puncher in the main Grand Prix as the factory Ducati crew get a lift on the Rider Parade bus to our podium celebrations on the stadium section. Just in the
prettiest parade today.
Yeah, turns 7 and 8 is where you'll find the medal ceremony. So Pepe Bagnaia giving up the congratulations to the teammate Marc Marquez. Some call wasn't it by those two to run that software tyre. Ultimately, it proved to be the absolute top pick. Take nothing away from Aguirre, who rode a brilliant race, a mistake-free race. Nothing wrong with Aguirre's performance, it just was not quite quick enough to get on par with Bagnaia. But more points go bagging for Bez. And this cannot keep happening, can it? No scores in the sprint in Thailand, in Austin and in Jerez, all of them DNFs. And unfortunately it's another NC, not classified in the column for Bezzecchi here this afternoon. He sees that World Championship League shrink by a quarter, down from 20 points to 15 going into tomorrow's main Grand Prix.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a bed of roses until the crash, was it, for Marco Bezzecchi? Of course, could well have been a repeat of what we saw back in Mugello. We recognised that he wouldn't be able to catch those ahead of him, so just settled for that 5th place. Time information on screen, just he couldn't follow timing screen. Tag screens with the investigation, 14 at the flank anyway, and of course only points to the top 9 in the sprint, so that will only impact the final 2 finishes.
Nice embrace there between Aguirre and Pepe Bagnaia at the back of your pitch. I think Pepe was just saying, well, you made me work pretty darn hard for that gold medal. The coach would have known that the most potent opposition in that sprint was likely to come from Aguirre. Will there just be a tinge of regret as far as Aguirre goes in terms of his rear tyre choice? I suppose if you let's look at the glass half full, it was his first sprint podium after a stunning performance in qualifying, and crucial having done those 10 laps on the medium rear tyre. We've got a lot of information ahead of the main Grand Prix tomorrow, and you are likely to see everybody win the medium rear tyre. It's actually Ducati Group making a rather bumpy ride. Might have to go a little bit stiff on the suspension on the parade truck.
So Gigi will give them some tips if they need them for the parade tomorrow morning. I guess he's been uber critical too of Aguirre. Didn't quite nail the start, did he? That was ultimately where Bagnaia seized the track position, and once Bagnaia got the track position, he was not giving it up.
Certainly wasn't. He starts to process brilliant sprint success then with his teammate Marc Marquez. At least Aguirre is going to get a medal around his neck for the first time. There's a little matter with Jack Appleyard before Jack's going to do the interview duties very, very shortly. As the BMW taxi then is delivered for the Ducati team for yet another double podium. You can see there Julia Marquez in the grey polo. And face, of course, for all of you around the world. Acapulco. Let's debrief about that performance. Davide Tardozzi, who he's never shy, is he, of being Ducati's cheerleader when they've got something to celebrate. Right ride, really important point. Only 7 of them, at the end of what was 10 very hard laps for Marc Marquez, but as he well knows, points make prizes. But it's the maximum 12 that go to Pecco Bagnaia. What a ride that. Really, really good ride. Just goes to show, give him grit, give him feeling, give him confidence in that Ducati, and this is what he'll do.
Well, the temporary class is very much permanent for Pecco Bagnaia. Having a few silvers already this season in sprint. He had 3 of them in a row, didn't he? Earlier on in the season, Austin, Spain, and then from pole position at Le Mans. That was the first gold medal of the season. And first and third for the factory Ducati team, who are ever so slowly getting themselves up to speed in 2026.
Now within 10 points striking distance of the Aprilia in the Constructor Championship. As once again you feel that Aprilia sort of a own goal which feels prevalent when the FIFA World Cup is going on over in the US and Mexico, and Davide Brivio then. Well, he sprints toward the sprint podium to congratulate Ayagura on his very first sprint top 3. It's still so much for Trackhouse Aprilia and Ayagura to be proud of, and what has been a mannerless sprint Saturday for the American-based team. He was the fastest rider on the last lap, wasn't he, as well? 10th ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. He will try and be back and come back stronger tomorrow. But his sun ride, sun performance, just look how hard that sprint was for Marc Marquez. He looks exhausted. Bronze medal over the reward, and the world champions with Jack.
Mark, once again, you've given absolutely everything there in that tricky sprint race in these testing conditions. Another podium on the comeback trail with Marco having crashed out. Vital points in the World Championship. Just give us your reflections on that race.
Yeah, happy with the third place. We did the correct option. Ducati did a great job. So just try to work for tomorrow and try to improve in the long race.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Marco straight away with the big ice jacket. Not looking particularly happy, was he there, really? Nevertheless, it's a third place. A very hard earned third place in those demanding conditions, and given the fact he's still recovering from the recent double surgery to the right foot and the right shoulder. I think 7 points. Well, it's been a sensational sprint Saturday for Ayagura and Trackhouse Aprilia. A maiden pole position and now a maiden medal in the sprint. Let's get the thoughts of the Japanese star with Jack.
Well, it's going to go down as an amazing Saturday. First ever pole position this morning. We pushed Pecco all of the way in that sprint. In the end, the medium rear tyres, I think that was the decisive thing in the sprint.
The performance of the rear tyre is really good. For me, the biggest limitation was the front, so I thought I could have something more in the end of the race. But that was like that this time, and another chance tomorrow, so we'll try again.
Great job.
Well, there you go. Just like so many of us thought, he would have something extra at the end of the race. Clearly, that was the pre-sprint opinion, the pre-sprint view of Ayagura. It's not the win that he wanted, not the win he might have expected after qualifying points this morning, but still it was some effort. But there was no stopping Pecco Bagnaia. He's the first sprint win since the Sepang, his first of 2026. Pecco Bagnaia with Jack.
Pecco sprint victory here in Brno, and what a way to do it as well, holding off the hard charging after the march behind as well. The decision on the grid to go for that software tyre, clearly a brilliant one from you and the team.
Yeah, luckily it was the correct one, not like Austin or the choice we did some races ago, but very happy. The first 2 laps made everything, so I started well, I tried to push open the gap, and then I tried to control a bit because the grip was not that bad, but vibration was huge, so I needed to slow down a bit and try to control I in the last 2 laps. But I'm very happy. We are working very hard, so I hope that tomorrow will be good the same.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was a top ride. Congratulations to Pecco Bagnaia and to all of his factory Ducati crew who made the absolute bang-on-the-money call to go for that soft rear tyre. Bagnaia's crew have had to sit and watch Marc Marquez dominate so much of 2025. He stole Bagnaia's thunder in many respects in that charge to the 7th MotoGP World Championship last year. But Pecco Bagnaia never gives up. He's a fighter himself. And all that hard work has paid off handsomely here in that sprint. Two factory Ducatis once again on the sprint podium. This time around, though, the gold medal we presented to Pecco Bagnaia. The factory Ducati to celebrate their fourth sprint victory of the campaign.
Jorge Martin, Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez all have 34 sprint medals apiece. Pecco Bagnaia, his first gold of the season, 14 in total. Especially a sweet one for Pecco Bagnaia, especially after he has had a difficult 18 months or so. He went out there and grabbed it today. The start, as he said, all important to get the early track position. And ultimately couldn't overhaul him. Dr. Pavel, the Czech president, will present the medals, the bronze to Marc Marquez. He spent it all out there. He said it was an expensive win in Balaton Prague. It was an expensive bronze today. Spending all of his physical reserves on his way to achieving it. Second place, it's a first sprint medal. Probably went to the last for Iagura in second place. Saturday's go, that's not a bad one, even if he was just picked at the post by Pecco. He returns to winning ways. The Czech president, Petr Pavel, presents the gold. The golden performance from Pecco Bagnaia today. Mistake-free, it was perfect from Pecco today in the Brno sprint.
So factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia halfway to his first potential double victory since he crossed the field in the Motegi Mountains on the same day that Marc Marquez was crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 7th time. Here in tomorrow's Grand Prix of Czechia, Pecco Bagnaia completes what will be the 10th victory double in the Spring and Grand Prix era. Brilliant gold medal performance by the double MotoGP World Champion. A great Saturday for Iagura and Krakow for Puglia. Marc Marquez once again picking up more silverware, more medals, more important, some vital World Championship points with series leader Marco Bezzecchi once again not finding his way to the checker flag on the Spring Saturday. Bagnaia, your deserved winner here in Brno.
Fine performance, wasn't it? Pecco Bagnaia demonstrating what a champion he is, winning the sprint in Brno. Iagura a very close second, Marc Marquez third as we back to Ducatis. Bookend the podium. Fabio Antonio was fourth throughout, that's where he finished ahead of Jorge Martin, who took advantage of slip-ups ahead, including for his teammate Marco Bezzecchi to take fifth. Fernandez, Bastianini and Aldeguer also the point. So too Brad Binder, who picked Giannia to a final World Championship point. Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Costa early forwards, as was Diogo Moreira. Here Marco Vinales crashing within a second of each other on the opening lap. Well, he won't be wearing that smile today as Marco Bezzecchi loses 5 of his 20-point championship lead at the start of the day. It's now 15 ahead of Jorge Martin. Fabio Antonio, well, he's now 36 off the lead. Pedro Costa stays 48 back, of course, having not scored himself today. Marc Marquez and Iagura closing. The defending champion is now 65 points off the overall lead. the Constructors' Championship continues to heat up. Ducati now close the gap on Aprilia down to just 10 points. And in the team standings, there's just one Aprilia racing rider scoring today. Their advantage over Ducati Lenovo has been slashed down to 119. Let's have some highlights then. Ayagura will be certainly key to remember. Perhaps the one thing he didn't quite nail was this, the start of